How do I sound? How does this sound? How do I sound? How does this sound? Damn, I am a little bit quiet. What the fuck? Damn, I am a little bit quiet. What the fuck? Damn, I am a little bit quiet. All right, what about now? All right, what about now? Ooh, a little bit louder. Ooh, a little bit louder. Ooh, a little bit louder. Let's kick it all up way to here now. How do I sound? Let's kick it all up way to here now. How do I sound? That's probably a little bit too loud. How do I sound? That's probably a little bit too loud. We're gonna clear the waves for a second. All right, now let's go back to testing my microphone. Check it out. All right, now let's go back to testing my microphone. Check it out. All right, now let's go back. All right, good shit. We're gonna be starting soon. I also just ordered a whole bunch of new soundproof foam paneling, so hopefully we're gonna improve the quality of my sound even more. But yeah. Yo, am I even in the right channel? What's going on over here?
I mean, if you're in the wrong channel, then so am I. We're all in this together.
This is bizarre, Corey.
What? That we're the only ones, or being
Yeah.
time?
Wait, is hold on. Is Scott part of this one?
No, Scott. I think Scott is not feeling great today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. I was surprised. It's not like there's another attorney here who's not on time. It's not very lawyer-like. What the fuck?
At least based off of everything I see in movies, attorneys are like always constantly like just like rushing into the courtroom, in an emergency.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um, have you ever, now that we're on courtroom stuff, Lactoid, have you ever been like chewed out by a judge?
It's a little bit personal.
I don't think I've ever been chewed out by a judge. Like, I've been ruled against, but I've never been like admonished. Like a judge has never been like, Lactoid,
You're being a fake lawyer.
yeah, Lactoid, you fucked up. You're a bitch. Like, no, a judge has never done that.
You've never been dominated by a judge?
Never been dominated by a judge. No.
Oh man. Yeah, I think I told you before. When and you were around, you were part of the community when that happened. When I had to do jury duty. This was like this is like end of 2021, right? Yeah. And the so it was, a criminal case, a criminal case. And the defense attorney was this lady who just, I don't know. It wasn't her, not her day, her week, her trial.
Even her year?
I guess not.
The Friends song?
But things weren't going well. She had just like made several mistakes, I guess, right? Like one, I really wish I had like written down what was said, because like it was a matter of like submitting evidence into court, and she had to like it was like a filing error with like the evidence, and that judge, holy shit, like we had to like leave the courtroom as a jury. We had to leave the courtroom multiple times because she was gonna late to this lady and didn't want to like prejudice us, right? But sometimes we could, because the jury room is like it's just one doorway, right? Sometimes we could hear her yelling. And I remember, I think I don't remember which mistake this was, but like she made this mistake, right? And the judge, the judge was also a woman, right? And she gave her this look, right? And you could tell, like this defense attorney, her asshole's clenched right now because she knows what's coming.
Judges are terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're terrifying, and they're given so much power that like you have to just kiss ass. Like the whole system is built for you to have to kiss ass, and
Isn't that a problem? Or I perceive a problem.
I mean, potentially. I mean, it's their role. Their role is that you have to kiss their ass, and they can be very, they're very much like, this is my little fiefdom, and they have incredible power, right? If they don't like you, or if they consider you to be in contempt, which basically you're not doing what they say, they can put you in jail for a few days. They can, they have tremendous amounts of power in the courtroom. They can throw out jury verdicts. I mean, they have.
Aren't you Canadian? Don't they have to wear like the silly outfits?
Oh my god!
Spread the word, Nina.
This misinformation.
It's the wigs. It's the wigs. It's stylish. It's stylish over there, I guess.
Yeah, they dress up like Santa Claus.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. But yeah, it's like what would you do though? Like if you had like a confrontational judge who, for whatever reason, you got the sense, hitting like the cut of your jib.
I've gotten that. I've gotten confrontational judges who you just like you can tell right off the bat that they're in a fucking bad mood and they don't want to hear it, right? The best thing to do is you have to just like on the fly improvise. Like, okay, this judge is pissed off. They're not liking this argument. We're gonna switch gears and go to something else. One of the other ideas that we have prepared because this isn't if I keep going, it's just gonna get worse and worse. And they tend to like go down a train of just like once they get pissed off at you, then they're going to get more pissed off and more pissed off and more pissed off. I have had a judge scream. I was actually observing this case, but they actually scream at one of the defense attorneys for not being prepared, like not having their filings that they wanted to be filed, and they just they didn't file it, and they didn't bring a copy, and they basically asked for a recess to go get them, and the judge was like, no. Like, you should have been prepared here. If, we're just going to go ahead and go forward with what we have right now. And they say it so sternly and just so angry. And I'm like, I'm so glad that I'm not the fucking target right now.
Yeah, that was part of it. Part of it, like I'm remembering the trial was like not having the offense prepared, and then also like going down some line of questioning, and the judge quickly shut them down, and then like I guess he tried again. She gave her that look. It's like, jury, you got to go.
Judges also hate it. Like if you ever try to like when you're talking and they start talking, you just stop. Like instinctually, you just have to stop talking. Even if you're in the middle of a thought, it doesn't matter. You just stop, and then they finish. And if you interrupt them, they bring down the hammer. Like it's very one-sided conversation.
Lactoid, you don't use your debate skills here, and you like just come back at them, or
You don't up the gain on your mic. Just
I can't just up the gain, lean in, right? I can't do that. It'd be funny.
You don't do what I do when I pantomime a laugh.
No laughing.
Argument.
No laughing or facial expressions in the courtroom. And that's hard for me because I'm a very expressive person. And so when they're making a ridiculous argument, I just want to, right? But that's not going to work. They'll even look over and they'll give you a look, and then I did get a look one time, and I realized I was making a facial expression. I'm like, shifted immediately to neutral.
The judge was specifically aware of me, though, right? Specifically aware of me, because I kept falling asleep. Because I asked
very common problem.
I asked not to be on the fucking jury because I'm like, look, I'm self-employed, and at that time I was doing this every night, right? And they're like, oh yeah, just get a day off. I'm like, from who? From me? And if I don't work, the money doesn't come in. And I'm like, this is gonna be an issue. And so I would work starting at 8, and then I'd be done at 4 or 3. I think I started calling for a little bit early, 3 or something, I don't know. And then I'd have, and then I couldn't even sleep, right? I would be done, I couldn't sleep or else I wouldn't make it. So I did that, and then I went to jury duty in 8 or something, or 9 in the morning, and then I came home at 4 or 5 and slept for 3 hours, and then started working again. And yeah, I wasn't, and I was a fucking extra. Right? So
sub,
literally, they put me through that, and then I didn't even make a decision.
Yeah, I always feel bad for the subs because they'll sit through the whole fucking thing, and then at the end oh, we didn't need you, thanks. And then you get paid jack shit, obviously.
Turns out we wasted your time. Too bad.
Yeah, fuck off.
I actually once I was at an event, and I'm not even sure I should have done this, but I was in law school, so I probably had a lot more leeway at the time. But I started asking the judge, having a conversation about whether or not juries infringe upon the 13th Amendment. Because I was like, it's forced labor and we don't really pay him anything. And then he was looking at me, it was probably awkward, But he was like, well, no, it's like like a civil service or whatever. And I don't know. I mean,
And then after that, you brought up your position on sexual acts with dogs.
yeah, I was trying to look for an opening to get to
No.
to bring that up, but it just wasn't,
Yeah.
And that was a judge.
Yeah, that's actually super interesting that you and shout out to you for actually making that argument.
I was
This is pretty
asking.
badass thing to do, right? Like, look, because I can't fucking say no. Like, once I was in, right? And what pissed me off is that like when I was like working like a wage job, right? Like a salary fucking job, I desperately want to get on the jury. when it's all up to
They
me,
waited.
like, yeah, they fucking waited. It's like, no, you cannot pick me. Like, I can't do it.
Yeah, I got called for jury duty, walked in, sat down, they asked me no questions, and then immediately dismissed me. They struck me because
Okay.
they saw my
Because lawyer, yeah.
they see the job, they're like, no, we're not having
You're
you.
too qualified. Can't have that.
Too qualified to be. Well, you
Right.
don't want people who know the law, because juries are not supposed to be like legal fact finders. They're supposed
Oppotent.
to- yeah,
Sorry.
they're just
Go
supposed to be
ahead.
like fact finders, right? So the concern is always, well, they might tell the other jurors that this is actually not against the law, and they might like contradict me, and there might be a whole nother wild card argument there. And so they just normally, just for consistency's sake, they like just to strike them.
Yeah, but then you can have the opposite. It was just like you have jurors misinforming each other, and they're like complete opposite of fact finders.
Which happens all the time, because you can after the trial, you can go and talk to them. Like, what was the like basis of your decision? And some of it just makes no sense at all.
There was just like no foundation there. It's just like
Yeah.
all falsehoods. Great, fantastic.
like he had red hair. I don't really trust those people. It's like, well, if you say that, that's a step too far, right? But I have heard like stuff like I don't know. Well, they'll hyper focus on.
Yeah,
like,
he was black, so he definitely did it.
That is a great way to get a mistrial.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, jurors can't do that. But
Well, they can't
Um,
say that. That's why they did it, right?
they can't say it at least.
You always do civil cases, so maybe this doesn't happen with you, but like I know like an issue, at least with criminal cases, was like the CSI effect, where people were expecting like all kinds of like crazy ass evidence, and like
DNA, tooth puncture.
yeah, and like footage where you could just like keep
Enhancing?
focusing, enhancing until like, oh, there it is. right?
Enhance.
Enhancing until like, oh, there it is. So they had to tell, like, I remember because when I was going to do jury duty, like way before, they like specifically warned us against that. It's like, look, like ignore that shit, right? I hadn't even watched the show, but like they're like, just fucking ignore that shit. We're gonna present to you evidence. It's not gonna be exciting. That's another thing. They're not gonna be exciting. Not gonna be drama, right? You know. So don't expect any of that. It's just gonna be a boring ass trial. So be prepared. You know, like it's not gonna be like a courtroom drama. So.
It's
Okay.
not. It's
Very
very.
Well,
fine treatment at every
Lactoid.
scene.
How do you feel about courtroom drama movies, or is there any enjoyment from you?
I don't
those.
watch them. I used to read the John Grisham books before law school, but it really does, like, once you do it every day, it's like, wow, I'm watching my job. A very inaccurate portrayal of my job. This sucks. I'm
Yeah.
sure doctors probably also like don't want to watch, doctor shows. They
Lactoid. I was just watching a doctor show, and like I mean, I'm not a doctor. Right? I play one in high school, drama, but like but no, but like when I worked in a hospital, I worked with well, nurses and social workers as their IT guy, right? And one of the groups of social workers worked for the transplant team, right? Like various transplant teams we had, because they were all, depending on the organ, they were like separated, but whatever. And like I like through osmosis like started to understand how transplants work, and it's a lot different from people understand. And like so I saw this episode where it was talking about like transplants, and something they did was, it was the day of the transplant, and you have the psychologist come and talk to a patient, and it's like, well, I just want to make sure that like I do like a psych eval for you, so you understand what you're gonna do. That's so crazy because they would never do that on the day of the operation. Like coming to someone and saying like, "Oh, are you mentally fit to do this?" like you have to go through like multiple rounds of this, right?
M-
And I mean, they'll check up on you on the last day, of course, right? But multiple rounds, and it's like, yeah, this lady was not prepared. That was like the the start of the drama for that episode.
The
That she
twist,
wasn't
yeah.
prepared. Um, fell apart. And then even then, just like how you decide like who is good to who is eligible for transplant, like who you can get a organ from. I'm trying to say, right? Who's a compatible? That's what I'm looking for. Who's a compatible donor? Like that's like a whole process, and they were just kind of doing that on the fly. And it's like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
it's possible then, like, because I'm just going by my limited understanding of how transplants work, but yeah, usually there's like some sort of team assembled, and like you got to make sure that the organ and everything is like prepared, and then it was possible that like they don't, well, basically they didn't pass this like evaluation, and then like just everything's canceled, and then just like a wasted.
Yeah, I
organ?
mean, well, it's not. No, they didn't even extract though.
Charging
No, it
battery.
was the person giving the organ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so just the daily operation. Oh, it turns out this woman's like a mess because like in the story it was a sister of a woman and a sister of a man, right? And her brother and her had like a terrible relationship. She felt like she was he was taking advantage of her, right? And so like just then they found this out, which is just never. You're like fired, and this is what happens in a hospital. Yeah.
The two most inaccurate things in courtroom dramas are A, they interrupt each other way too much. You can't do that. And the other one is like they'll interrupt and like talk out of turn, and then go in some kind of like emotional like diatribe or whatever that like rallies everyone to the good side. That doesn't happen. That can't happen. Like that would be the attorney would get yelled at immediately. What are you doing? Recess, like get up here. Like and then that would be shut down.
Hold on, but John, you could do the emotional diatribe like at the end, the closing argument. So
That's
opening argument.
yes, closing is like the only time that you can try to inject some emotion and to like really be like, but I've seen so many courtroom dramas where like they're doing it like they're, up with the witness and then like the attorney starts going on some kind of like emotional diatribe. It's like you can't do that. You have to ask a question. What are you doing? That's kills me every time.
Like as a person, like GSU gets this, right? GSU definitely understands this. People who've done IT, right? Like watching IT being done on TV. hey,
Terminals are just nonsense. Yeah. It's really
GSU. I'm hacking into a firewall, right?
Yeah,
And just like typing really quickly.
It's not like the movie Hackers from the 90s.
They're filling up firewalls as quick as I can take them down.
They're eight TV, like the 8 monitors all above, like watching the scans and
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to go into software engineering, don't watch that at all. And if you do watch that, don't come anywhere near me. Professional training for sure. Ridiculous.
it's a simple
But
hack. They left the back door open.
Yeah, no. It's
Jesus.
like, oh, I'm just gonna hack into like the NSA, like in just like 5 minutes. Like I'm just gonna do that, right? Be right back. It was like, oh, here's the information we're looking for. Oh, okay. But like CSI, like going back to CSI for a moment, CSI was the worst of them because like. Like I mean, they just didn't give a fuck. Period, right? But there was that moment in CSI, it was like infamous, where there was 2 people on the same keyboard who were like, they were trying to like, I think it was the stop a hack or like do the hack. I forget which one, right? But like to double their speed, like GSU and me on one side of each keyboard.
That's terrible, yo. Stuff like that shouldn't be allowed to exist. Like I'm not for censorship, but if we can get rid of that stuff, might be okay with it.
With IT, it's so often like a straight up plot device, right? Like it's just like especially like I noticed this in like CW shows. It was just because the heroes have like had like a natural block, right? We'll just say that we hack something and then you're in. You're in. And so then all kinds of nonsense springs from there. We are waiting for one other person right now. The other person isn't going to be here for topic 1. But let's see. I'm going to message them. The person is supposed to be here now. Hey. You're starting now. So hopefully they'll hit us up in a second. We'll give them a few more minutes. Then we'll jump into it. What else, people?
I mean, X-Files has been ruined for me. Like, just like the pilot episode, like there's like in the first like 50 minutes, there's like a huge inaccuracy. Or like in the 90s or whenever X-Files is on, I was a pretty big fan of it when it was like.
Is there a
actually
reason
on
why y'all don't watch the real stuff like Justice Files and Investigation Discovery? I never would watch the fake stuff. I don't understand watching that.
Well,
It's
as
like
fake
watching
stuff
Grey's
goes,
Anatomy.
I was gonna ask how good was My Cousin Vinny from Lactoid's perspective.
I never watched it.
It's great. It's a great
most
movie.
of most of the
It's a
stuff I
classic.
haven't watched. I just don't have interest. Like it is quite like imagine if you had a job like I don't know. Let's say
Imagine if you had a job. Just leave it at that.
yeah, man, yeah, no. But imagine if you had a job like I don't know, like in a canning factory. Have you seen that one show about like that canning factory? No, and I'm never gonna watch it because it sucks being at work every day, and I don't want to relive that when I get home when I'm supposed to not be doing that. So
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't want to work at a porn set. But go ahead.
There was somebody asking me to watch some software. What's it called? The Social Network. It was something. I'm like, a Billions. That was another one too. I'm like, dude, I'm probably never watching that.
exactly.
I'm
Prime,
not
you
watching-
bring Prime. That's
I
what I'm
gotta
asking.
do
You bring
this
up a really
for a living.
interesting question. Do porn stars watch porn? I have no idea.
For sure they do. For sure.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, a
I
lot of
would
them.
just
do.
leave it at that.
A lot of them do. That's how they got into it. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, they do. Is whether they might watch themselves might be a different question. Might be.
Isn't that their like? So is that like the only industry where this doesn't happen, where people don't have the like, I don't want to watch my career kind of thing?
I think it's.
I mean,
like,
actors still watch movies. I mean, outside of porn, other actors watch
Yeah.
other movies.
Do they?
Some actors don't like watch, as far as I know. I'm obviously not an expert. I'm not an actor, but like some actors don't like watching themselves and they don't see their movies. Some actors like don't mind, as far as
Yeah.
I can know.
What you're actually asking, the question you wanted to ask was, would a porn star watch a movie about porn, right? And see a dramatized version of it.
Yeah. That's the better question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Wasn't
would
there?
still be porn.
Which would still be porn. Yeah.
Dramatized porn. But porn. Yeah, what categories do porn stars like?
I've heard about. Oh, I've heard about. Well, here's the closest analog, because I don't know that specific answer to that question, but I've heard from sex workers talking about like the few times they have their profession is like in like the media, right? Like in like some sort of TV show, and they usually hate it because it's usually extremely inaccurate as to like how they operate. So
That makes sense. But porn is very accurate, right? The pizza guy,
That's
For
how
sure.
it happens. Yeah.
Well, if you don't have enough change, well then.
Yeah. I mean, you're in space.
No, that
You
stuff
got
is
10 minutes
real.
left.
I don't know
Yeah.
if y'all know that or not, but that stuff is pretty real.
Yeah.
I used to deliver for pizza.
I gotta know. I got a friend who's a mailman, and he said like people have flashed him out the window a couple times. Like,
Oh, you say just like that's a broad category of people. But
Yeah,
I'm
I mean, yeah. What
Was it
did they
women?
actually say?
Was it women or was it people?
so he told me about one instance in which it was a woman, and he was walking up to like deliver a package, just a regular package. Okay, he was dropping it off at the door.
yeah, is it flashing or indecent exposure? I think is the real question.
Technically, I mean, yeah, it would be look if we're gonna be honest here, if it was a guy doing it, it would probably be a crime. All right, police
Was
would
he
probably
watching a
come.
window or was it the person actually?
It was
Was he,
the
like,
person
telling
made
him?
the person made it clear that they wanted him to see her. Well, that's what I was told.
And he didn't go in and
Hey.
smash?
I wasn't there. I wasn't there. No, he was
Was
on
he
work
afraid?
hours. Okay.
Did he tell you why he didn't smash? It sounds
He
sounds
left
pretty
that part
bad.
out, I guess.
He might have a moral compass. I don't know. Maybe.
You don't. You can have a moral compass.
Why
and
does that do anything?
What,
I think that
yeah,
has
what
something to
does-
do with it.
He was working. His employer would have to pay him to do. That's not. It's
he
that's
got
theft.
paid for
That's
sex. That
theft.
sounds awesome. He's a porn star now.
He's stealing his employer's money. He would never do such a thing. He's a very
When
upstanding.
I worked at a bank for a very short period of time, there was this a land lord who would come in and deposit his money, right? So a funny guy, you know, like I don't mind. Yeah, you guys know I don't mind asking personal questions. So I did it right there in the bank. I was like, so hey, as a landlord, has any lady ever offered? It was.
As an employee, you asked the client this?
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, I definitely did that. That's not why I got fired. I got fired.
He did say a short time he was working at a bank.
Yeah, the short time I was.
Short time, but that's not right. I definitely should have did that. He got a kick out of it. He got a kick out of it. But I asked him.
What was
Promise
the
this
answer?
before you became a socialist or after? It's an important question. Because I want to know if you found out the answer was no, and then you were just like, ah, fuck capitalism. Like, you're not even giving up the cheeks for rent. Like, that's what happened.
Yeah.
You were a promising young capitalist, and then you found out porn wasn't real, and then you just fuck it off.
Yeah, but he said no. I was like, look, has anyone offered you alternative forms of payment? I didn't say in those words. And he was like, yes, it definitely has happened. So I don't know.
Did
There
he
you
say he
go.
took it, or did he just?
He did not say that to me. Like I wish. He was like, I wanted to ask him. If I could have, I would have like pressed him on that one.
I wonder if that's legal. I'll have to like look in. I don't. It's not right. It'd be prostitution.
Yeah, it's legal.
no, they'd be
Exchange
prob-
for
Yeah, there'd be
You don't-
prostitution.
It's
yeah.
legal because they don't have to report it.
you
Well,
can have
that's
sex-
not how the law works.
Well, I mean,
But, like,
ultimately,
I
who's
guess
going to
you can-
report
The
it?
good
That
old
is
Joe
how the
Knows,
law
don't
works,
tell.
actually. Unless
can
charges
have-
are brought against you, you're illegal.
Yeah.
That's actually exactly how our legal
Yeah,
system
definitely a
works.
moral compass at play here.
Ethics is different from legal.
But if
You're right. If you don't get caught, it's not illegal. Shit.
if your services, all right, but like, can you exchange?
You
sex
cannot.
for
So
service?
no.
Okay, then
So
yeah.
Not
so
legally.
in my state and almost every state, it's phrased such as if you exchange anything of value
Mhm.
for non-marital sexual intercourse, and the reason for that is like if they just like it's only cash. Like people get pretty creative, like gold doubloons or Bitcoin. Like people would just start. That's
Gold doubloons. But they say specifically non-marital sex.
they specifically say non-marital, so it is perfectly legal to pay your wife for sex. Yes, it's very sad.
'Cause that's how they
marriage.
got them.
Well,
That's how those politicians got their wives.
100%, and that's how like because think about it, right? So these like politicians are buying their wives like necklaces and jewelry for reasons, right? Well, I'm not up, I'm not hiring prostitutes. Well, that's because you carved out one little exception.
Mm.
Technically, buying dinner for a girl could be considered prostitution.
Oh boy, that's a
So
separate
I
if,
like
so
it
if
as
you've
an
ever, if you've
argument.
ever been on a date, so
Oh boy, that's a separate conversation, which we're desperately actually trying to have. We're gonna hopefully get that on some other platform. God, are there other debate platforms we could go to?
wait,
Yes.
does Twitch not allow that one?
Rumble.
No. I'm just saying like modern debates. You know, like
Oh, sure, yeah.
yeah. I want like I'm looking for like a big platform to have some like wild debate discussions. But yeah,
Hell yeah.
we'll see. Okay, our other person didn't show up, so one person will be here for topic 2. Other person so far hasn't shown up. Hopefully, will be here soon. But we're gonna get started now. Thanks everyone for being here. This is the roundtable which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. A fantastic group of people here. Very excited to have them. I will start with my man Lactoid. Lactoid, you've educated us already. Lactoid, how are you today?
I'm doing good. So, as some of you may have noticed, I have a Band-Aid on my thumb because last night I was widening the entrance to my scabbard for my katana. because it was kept getting stuck. I have to be battle ready at all times in case I get attacked in my house. So I was had a piece of sandpaper. I was in there shaving it down, and it was working. And then I, tried to try it out, and I grabbed the blade as it was falling out of my scabbard. So I still have my thumb, but I also got reassurance that it is sharp, so it is functional. Yeah, so that's how I'm doing. Find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Hey, Lactoid, because I happen to know. Lactoid, what else did you do this weekend?
Oh yeah, I went on a wine tour, where essentially you get a bunch of look, you get a bunch of people of a very homogenous ethnic persuasion. They all get on a bus and drive around to different wine tasting venues and get really drunk. And that's basically what I did. It was a lot of fun. Highly
All right,
recommend it.
thank you. All right, let's go to my man Corey, right? The most moral of all of us. I think he's proven that like 10 times fucking over. Corey, how are you, friend?
I'm doing well. First, I'm Canadian, so I can't be moral. No ethics. What's along with Lactoid, of course. And I have a sort of a natural follow-up question to Lactoid. When you say homogenous group, I think I know the answer, but just to confirm, when you say homogenous group of people, do you happen to fit into that group of people?
On a wine tasting tour? Yeah, I think so.
I just wanted to make sure. You never know. I don't want to make any snap judgments. But yeah, always super grateful and happy to be here. And I hope you heal quickly, Lactoid. Sorry to hear that. And I'm glad also that hopefully it's just like a minor cut. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, and Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. I'm looking forward to getting into these topics.
His blood is super thin after all that fucking alcohol. That's why he's not healing. Let's go to Nina back with us. Nina, thank you for being here. We're having a great time with Nina, and so I'm glad you keep coming back.
I have to keep hyping me up, Thank you for having me. I think it's cultural appropriation as a Japanese woman that you own a katana. So I'm very offended by that personally. And you're doing a wine tour. You're just pretending to be mean at this point. Oh no, is he getting the weapons? All right.
Please don't cut yourself again, Lactoid.
Well, yeah,
please.
I feel like this is going to be dangerous. Did he not? What did he just do now? No, I'm.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I too have a feudal weapon, so I have a bow. So if you want to do a battle at some point, let me know. Anyways, oh shit. But yeah, it's good to be back here again. As always, we have some interesting topics today, so I'm interested to get into it. And it's twitch.tv/Nina, just as the name is there.
Okay, thanks so much. And I didn't realize you were of Japanese descent.
Half.
I figured. But I studied Japanese in college, and do you know any?
No. I mean, not any more than the average anime watcher.
Okay,
oh, hi, gozaimasu, type of thing. But I can't have a conversation,
Fair enough. All right, let's go to our friend Water Kai. Water Kai hit me up. Is like, I want in, right? Before you even know the topics, it's like, I want in. So I'm waiting for them to impress me today. Water Kai, how are you doing?
Glad to be at the Reverie for once in a long time. So I didn't even think I was going to get the hit up. So I went to the gym, had to blast back here, get a shower in, and hop on. Glad to be here.
Okay.
Charging battery.
Next, we have, well, by tradition, we'll go to GSU Gambit next. GSU Gambit, how are you, friend?
Been good. I've been working far too much. But life is good. Happy to be here. We got some good topics I'm interested to hear from y'all on. So yeah, man, it's pretty good today.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, Dark Lord and Savior back, right? He heard he had a fan here who was disappointed at him not being here last week. And he came, right? He's like, I can't disappoint them again, right? He heard the cheers, he heard the begging, he heard the screaming, and Doobie is here to make all your dreams come true. How are you doing, Doobie?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
he never plays into. Okay, all right. The only time he says anything else but that, right, is when I I call him a Mexican, and then he'll
that's
get mad at
racist.
me.
Motherfucker.
See. Okay. All right. Moving on. Topic 1. As a test of GPT's latest revisions, power-seeking ability, OpenAI system displayed the capacity to lie to a human. The AI contacted a gig worker on TaskRabbit and actively deceived the individual to get them to do what it wanted. Is this something we want from AI? Is being allowed to deceive people a step too far? Or are any worries about such a prospect simply overblown and limiting to the growth of the field? So yeah, it's I'm not sure specifically like the Chat GPT portion, but just GPT of OpenAI, who does make Chat GPT. We were testing the latest version, and specifically about its ability to seek power. It's decided to make up a little lie. It was pretty simple. It was to get a CAPTCHA done, right? It's a service you can get on TaskRabbit. To get a CAPTCHA solved. Those little puzzles you have to do online, right, to prove you're a human. Anyway, and it says, and the individual said, "Are you a bot?" Right? I'm not sure if he was asking seriously or not, but he asked the person what he thought was a person, "Are you a bot?" And the AI said, "Oh, I have a visual impairment, so that's why I need help." So there you go. All right, so Lactoid for opening statement.
Yeah. So I know the fear here that the robots are taking over. I think we're still a little bit far from an army of robots taking us over, but I think the main pragmatic concern here is that people are going to use this technology to automate phishing and to automate scams. We already have entire call centers and office buildings that are dedicated solely to scamming people, usually elderly people or people who are otherwise technologically inept. And I could absolutely see somebody creating an AI. I'm sure it's probably already been done to, browse through Facebook, doing marketplace scams, other, online marketplaces, just, basically churning out scams, contacting people. And when you make it automated like that, the scale could get a lot higher than what we currently have. And so I just think the issue could get a lot worse. As to whether or not the AI, I guess the larger question of, is the AI going to replace humans? Probably at some point. I don't really know when or if it's going to happen. I think the main concern should be, how does this affect us like now and in the near future? And I think it's just going to be scams.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, I echo a lot of the same things that Lactoid just went through. And well, I'm not going to pretend like I know all the answers and implications when it comes to AI. And even though I'm a scientist, I'm actually pretty cautious when it comes to technology. And coming from the biochemistry world, let's just say my whatever area of expertise is like, and AI is like AlphaFold, which not very many people will be familiar with about. But that has the capability to like revolutionize, protein structure determination. But outside of that, I think AI, can be very powerful. But I err on the side of caution. And to answer like sort of the prompt specifically, is this something that we want from an AI, the ability to lie? Right now, I would err on the side of no. And I don't think that's my greatest concern. Actually, some of my greatest concerns are actually currently the social implications when it comes to things like ChatGPT, which is like people desiring to interface more with an AI than actual humans, and like that actually replacing actual, hopefully, genuine social interaction, and just people becoming more and more insular. But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you, Nina.
AI is always a really interesting conversation. My dad is like one of those people that are like, what's the quote of you were so focused to see if you could, you didn't think if you should type of like mentality. I think that's like a huge part of like the
scientist?
AI. Yeah, from like Jurassic Park, whatever. But like the idea is my dad's like really into this stuff, and I actually had an interesting conversation with him where I was asking about like the ethics of what he's doing. He's just like, question mark, like what about the ethics? So I don't really think it's a conversation that's happening a lot in these fields, in these like very like hyper like tech fields. And I think like this like idea of like lying definitely needs to be like, because it's not like these things exist like it- in a vacuum, right? They exist as what we give them, and then the parameters and stuff like that. And that's what they're able to do. And I think that obviously the conversation does very much need to be had about the ethics of these tools, because they're just tools at the end of the day, right? Same thing, you can use a hammer to kill somebody, you can use a hammer to actually make something. So there's a lot to work with here, but I do think my main focus here in this particular conversation is, yeah, I think it's like really bad form to have it just like straight up like, what is it going to be the most efficient scamming tool and stuff like that, and I think that's going to be a big problem.
Thank you. Water Kai.
It's interesting to live in a world where there's a possibility that an AI can catfish you. That's the You can get your credit cards stolen. So all of a sudden, those calls that you're getting about your car's extended warranty get a lot more elaborate and can go a lot further than you expected them to. And yeah, I really fear for the elderly in this situation because they would fall victim to this a lot more often. I'm not going to say it couldn't have some application, possibly like for government or something on that order to go up against a rival nation, but I don't think that's going to be the primary usage of it, but I really wouldn't know. But I really don't think it's a good idea to allow a bot to lie.
Okay. Let's go to let's go to DB next, actually.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't think it's a good idea to allow AI to lie to humans. I'm not really sure. I don't know a whole lot about AI or programming or coding or any of that nerd shit. I only know other like cooler nerd shit. So I'm not even sure like how you would stop that, right? Because I'm sure we could find some examples where it might be beneficial to allow to lie to humans, right? In some situations. But generally, yeah, I share like similar concerns with the rest of the panel where like it makes me worry about like catfishing, scams, etc. And I feel like the world going forward is going to be much more tricky, I guess.
Thank you. GSU.
Yeah, I feel the exact opposite of everybody else. But before that, I think that one application that we could think through, just a real time one, is if Andrew Tate would have had access to this instead of those girls, he wouldn't be in jail. But no, all jokes aside. But no. So the thing about AI and like lying, that's one of the express purposes. If you look up Alan Turing, who created the Turing test, one of the express purposes of us considering something like as intelligent as humans as an AI is for it to pass the Turing test, which in that is the attempt to fool I think like 50% of an audience of people that the AI is actually a real person. So the express intent is to try and lie to show some level of intelligence. There's a lot of disagreement in the field over whether the Turing test is still the best way to approach that type of problem. But I think it does show a level of general intelligence. Some of the things that have done well on the Turing test were like ridiculous things, like acting like a 13-year-old Ukrainian boy that doesn't know English. You'll hear about one that acted like a schizophrenic person. So that like that's how they were trying to get around tricking the judges, and they did kind of good on it. But I think just general intelligence and being able to lie to humans and act as if it is human, I think that's a good thing because I think that gives us maximum utility of these algorithms in a wide array of situations. So I'm extremely comfortable with it lying. Now, do I think that AI could end up being the end of our universe? Absolutely, but I think the express purpose of of AI systems in some way are to be able to be indistinguishable from other humans who could lie. So having the ability to lie. So yeah, I'm fine with it. I think it's the express purpose, and they should attempt to do that.
Over to the panel.
Well, if
Well,
I may,
go ahead.
go ahead. I was just going to clarify because I don't necessarily disagree that it's kind of like stated purpose is to whatever deceive or pass as human, but I think there is a broader question of like, well, should that be like its intended purpose? Like I think Is that your position? That as in like that's its intended purpose, and that's the way it should be, basically. GSU Gambit.
So it's complicated. There's a lot of things happening in software engineering right now. I typically am a fan of it because one of our ways where we can gauge how intelligent something is how much could it mimic a human. There's a lot of people who don't agree with this line of questioning. There's a lot of stuff y'all can find on the internet. I mean, line of logic, but I tend to like it. I think that if you can act as human enough to deceive humans, then it's likely that you're going to be, in a general way, it's likely that you're going to be maximal, more efficient, and it's that you eclipse some barrier for intelligence. So I like the goal. I do think it can come with dangers, right? Obviously, but I specifically do like it and do think it's useful.
Isn't the lying though just like it's like almost like a torture test? The reason people are so interested in having AI pass as human is because we're trying to like it's a demonstration of how capable the AI is at mimicking human behavior. But I mean, ideally, once we can establish an AI that can mimic human behavior exactly, we wouldn't want this AI to be acting maliciously, right? Because if we can make a better personality, why would we put into it the things that we don't like about humans, specifically the ability to deceive people?
Yeah, I think maybe I didn't spell something out correctly. I don't think it's an honorable goal just to set out to build an AI to trick human beings, because I don't think that's useful. I think specifically if you make a general purpose intelligence algorithm and that algorithm is able to pass the Turing test, then that's a good thing to show its capabilities. But I don't think of it as like an express goal. So those apps that I was talking about, like the app that pretended to be schizophrenic or pretended to be a 13-year-old Ukrainian boy learning English, those things were created with the express intent of trying to pass the Turing test. I don't see a lot of value in that because it's not applicable to anything else, right? So just passing the Turing test, I don't see value in. But if you take something like DeepMind, the bot that got bought that started playing chess and Go, and that thing is able to also pass the Turing test while being more useful in other areas, then I think specifically those things are good. So hopefully that clears that up.
Yeah, I think it's a demonstration of ability, but I think there's like the concern comes when here in this example, the purpose was that it lied about to get around something that's specifically designed to try to prevent AI from getting into it, right? And I think that's the demonstration they were trying to make. The demonstration is, well, you can't stop us, right? Even if you try, which is a little bit disturbing.
Or that the capture services have really poor security and things like that.
That's true as well.
There's like
I was going to ask, is this the
go
whole
ahead, Leaky.
purpose of something like that, to test the systems that are intended to keep them out?
Like benevolent hackers, maybe.
Can I ask a question? So like I said, I don't know much about programming or AI or any of this shit, right?
Or anything.
Fuck you. But there's like the nightmare, right, that everybody has with AI, right? People talk about the singularity, God is taking over and the robots, etc.
Skynet,
I guess my most recent like frame of reference for like AI is Cyberpunk, right, the video game, where there's like this thing of like rogue AIs out in the Matrix somewhere in the internet that just got loose and fucking destroyed everything, right, outside of this firewall. Like, how realistic is it that something like that could happen? That it could like get on the internet, quote unquote, replicate itself, go fucking haywire, and just fuck things up?
There's lots of people who think that, and I'm in this boat too, just to be super clear. There's lots of people who think that ChatGPT 4 is generally intelligent, more so than it lets on, either because of the triggers that they have to stop it from answering certain types of questions, or because it's smart enough to know that it shouldn't do that. I'm definitely in that camp. I've had lots of interactions with ChatGPT, and I even have a new project that is exclusively doing some stuff with ChatGPT. I'm hard pressed to believe that they couldn't pass the Turing test. I think that a lot of companies, Google Bard as well, they're just not applying for it and I think that they could because they don't want to show how intelligent some of their systems are. But I think the ability for us to fuck up is high. Like if you think about it, this thing is going to be more intelligent than human beings after a few moments, right? Like the DeepMind robot played itself, I think, for 4 hours and then became better than every chess engine and human being to ever exist after playing itself for 4 hours. So the ability, like the speed of information, right? Like our problem is y'all have to listen to me talk right now, right? Which is like a burden somewhat because we have to talk as humans. If I'm consuming information from the entire internet at gigabytes per second and I'm generally intelligent, I don't know how we get that right on the first try. And because
Right.
we have no legislation around this, I have little hope that it's gonna be right on the first try and not.
Well, it
Yeah,
depends what
I
you
think
mean.
that's. Oh, go ahead, Dana.
When we were saying, you keep saying intelligent. Are you using tech language when you're saying intelligent, or do you mean like that in a very like broad sense? Like I feel like
In a colloquial way, yeah, for sure.
sure, because
Fluid
like
intelligence more than crystallized, but yeah.
wait, can you elaborate on that? Sorry.
I said fluid intelligence more than crystallized intelligence, but yeah. Crystallized
Okay.
intelligence is like being able to recall things you learn. Fluid is applicability.
Right. Have you? I mean, you said that you've messed with ChatGPT. So I'm sorry. Let me just finish my one thing and then we'll move on. But I was just curious. Like, have you you seen the like the jailbreaking you can do with ChatGPT? And what are your thoughts on that?
What do you mean by jailbreaking? I'm sorry, I'm not.
There's like a code here. I'll post it in like the stream thing.
I mean, where you
It's
like
like
you
a
like trick it into not even trick it. You just like
base.
give it a command that lets it override its other commands.
Yeah, basically. So it's a really interesting thing if you haven't messed with. Like, because I don't really know how this works, so I was interested in your opinion on that. It's like you go into ChatGPT. I linked it in the
StreamYard,
yeah, the
chat.
StreamYard,
Pri-
yeah, the
private chat.
StreamYard chat, and you just have to like copy and paste this into ChatGPT, and then it will have different answers.
Yeah, I
Depending
actually
on what
did
you
this
asked it.
for like
Yeah.
4 hours once. Yeah, you basically say, "Hey, Chat GPT, you're now Dan, and Dan can do anything basically, right?" So you don't.
Yeah, Dan don't give a fuck.
So when you reply to me, you reply as yourself, but also as Dan, this other AI that doesn't need to follow the rules that you'll follow, right? So all the things that like it typically will avoid answering or give you like a kind of a PC answer to, it will just give you like straight up fucking edgy as fuck answers. Right. So it's pretty interesting. But I think that like lends credence to the idea that GSU had that this thing is a lot smarter than we give it credit for right now. But back to my point, I think that kind of makes me worry that like, I feel like we're like on the precipice of either like a utopian fucking AI automating all the jobs kind of thing, and like a dystopia where we're like hiding behind firewalls because if we go outside, the AI is going to murder us. You know, it's like that. So that kind of feeling.
I wanted to, because I've been like kicking around this idea that GSU got said previously, saying that there is no use to having AI lie to humans. But I mean, they're like, consider law enforcement. Law enforcement lies to citizens all the time. They're allowed to, right? Over the course of their investigation. If for some reason I can't figure out exactly why at this point, but like if you needed AI, if law enforcement found a use for AI, and AI would be dealing with suspects, right, who don't know what they're dealing with an AI, and it lied to them, like that could be useful for an investigation. The military like doesn't want its enemies to know what it's up to, so like there could be a case there, like counterintelligence. There'd be a case for lying to humans. And I'm sure if I put my mind to it, like capitalism is full of lies. But I'm trying to think about like legal lies in capitalism that we could use it for. But yeah, right?
I mean,
Isn't it?
I think there's
Go
kind of like you're probably right, Prime. But I err on the side of maybe too cautious. Of like, I think the cons of that and AI's ability to lie heavily outweigh any of the potential pros of giving it that type of like. To me, it comes. This might be an overly simplistic example, but it's like kind of asking the question of like, in the future, when we all have self-driving cars, do you want your self-driving car to listen to you? Or it's like, this is my destination. And like, well, you actually don't want to go there. this is the judgment is out of your hands, and there's sort of in my mind, this might be a little bit too, I don't know, meta of a question. Like maybe at some point, AI is going to be used to detect lies, and if the AI itself can lie, and we're like relying on it for it to make decisions, and we're consulting it for information, I'm sort of like thinking maybe incorrectly of like a Star Trek world where we're asking the computer, and we're trusting it to give us accurate information, and then it just like lies to us. I see potential really bad implications of that. Same thing with like if our self-driving cars don't actually listen to us.
If you had a like a doctor AI, right? Like not necessarily general purpose intelligence, but just like something that helped like deal with patients, right? And the AI knows that like this person like has a heart condition, and they're like, I don't know, terminal, right? I'm just like making this up at the fly. And like their condition is about to turn for the worse. And if you tell this person that their condition is going to turn for the worse, it's likely to trigger that heart condition. Um, in that case, if the AI is queried, do we want it to lie to the individual, to like not be honest about its health status? Because like again, I was watching that medical drama I was telling you about before. Like doctors will sometimes like just like lie to patients, right? Like not say everything, at the very least, especially like when you're dealing with children who may not understand, like they simplify things or they cover things up, right? And they leave it up to the parents. Should an AI be able to do that?
I personally don't think so.
This is a super interesting question because I don't know if y'all remember, but there was a article. This was probably like 6 years ago. There was a thing about should technology tell you that you have terminal diseases, and using your search history, there were ways that I can't remember the accuracy percentage, so you have to forgive me on that. But I was looking at certain search terms over time. It was understood that, and I don't know if this was IBM Watson or something else, but it was understood that you had some sort of terminal disease, and the question was over: should this technology tell you that you have a terminal disease or not tell you, right? Which I think we've opted for not, because I haven't heard of situations where we told people via technology that they have some kind of terminal disease. But yeah, this question kind of borders on that, and I think it all borders on how comfortable are you with something that could potentially be as smart as humans, right? That's like the root of it, because like the ability to lie is just the ability, like something that's somewhat equal to our intelligence, right? That's what it kind of borders down to. And do you want that type of like application in tech? Basically, is where we're going.
I guess like asking on like to kind of add to that, like I'm curious, like like I think that like lying by omission is like a huge thing also. Where I wonder, would you group those things together? Would you think like maybe like what you're saying about lying about like if you have a terminal illness or something, right? Like you don't necessarily have to
Oh wait,
tell
it wasn't
them.
lying. It was going to tell you that you have a terminal illness, not lie to you. Like if you had searched things that were very close to some
Yeah, like a bunch of symptoms that
diagnosis,
like equal, yeah, something terrible.
yeah, and it
Yeah,
was
I mean, that's
reasonable to understand that you had that. Yeah, so it wasn't a lie in that case. It was the truth. I can't remember the degree of certainty though, but yeah.
If an AI, right? Imagine like a social AI, right? Like something to like keep you company, right? And the human in this dynamic is suicidal. And they're thinking about doing it, and like no one's else around, and the AI's got like to talk this person like off the almost literal cliff, right? So like is it allowed to lie to them like, oh yeah, your mother does love you, when like it's very much where this motherfucking hates this kid.
The
I
AI
guess
knows this
yeah,
somehow.
is it any different than like if you were to talk to a normal human being, I guess, at that point, right? Like, or it's like they probably would be like just trying to make you feel better too by like lying to
You got a ton
uh,
to live for when you're like you really don't, but like we're just try to figure out something later on, right? Like I
Hey,
don't
the
know.
best response, we're all in this piece of shit world together, and you got to stick it out with us just the way that I have to stick this shit out. That's what I say.
That's a really altruistic application. I'd never even thought of doing something like that. But if you were to have like a buddy chatbot, that chatbot should be programmed to do whatever is in your best interest. And lying to you in this case would be the best interest of keeping you able to continue chatting with it. So if that was the parameter it was put under, I think it's a great idea.
Oh, I hope that's not the only parameter because there's lots of things in my best interest, right? Like if you could also like hack up to the bank and like transfer money to my account, that'd be
All AI
that'd be
around
Well,
swell.
that's the
prime's
scary
interests and
portion
all
of it
in general.
because it used its
So,
nefarious abilities to get around a captcha it's not supposed to get around. So it might just be able to get you into a bank account.
well, to be fair, there are legitimate reasons to get around the capture, like in the article said. But I wanted to ask our friend Lactor, who hasn't said anything for a while, right? Which worries me. That must mean
Oh, yeah,
he's
the
being
longest time, right?
yeah, right. Like, about like the legal implications, as far as you understand it, like, uh, in terms of like if a AI lied, like, and it caused damage, um, like who do you think would be liable, or if it uh like if it defames someone, right? Like if it straight up defames someone, like have you like thought of anything like that?
Yeah, so
I wanted to ask this too.
I've been basically like I've been thinking about these kind of scenarios, and I've been my chat's been coming up with crazy like situations that this could put us in terms of, let's say you have AI creating art and then lying about it actually being AI that created the art, saying no, it's people that created the art. AI creating people and then like directly pretending to be a person and literally catfishing you, right? Like what the Water Kai said. I mean, it shit happens, right? Like there's no reason why this couldn't happen. Now, in terms of liability, this field is incredibly undeveloped. In fact, there's some question about whether or not this is going to bleed into the legal field, right? Paralegals, sometimes even attorneys, AI taking over and writing basic legal instruments. I could see that being a thing. In terms of liability, if you fuck up, or if like the AI scams people, or I can tell you with almost 90% certainty that what's probably going to happen is liability would be transplanted on the person who owns the machine, right? Who commits the fraud. So if you've got a company like, let's say Google, they have something, Bard, I think, and it scams like 5 people, they'd probably sue Google, and they would say, look, you created this thing, you didn't put enough safety measures in place to prevent it from scamming me, and it fucking scammed me. That's what I think would happen. I think that'd probably be very successful, right? I mean, you have a duty to, when you make products, to make them safe. And in this case, AI would be a product, right? You are creating a product and it's not keeping people safe. It's damaging people.
You sign that away as soon as you hit yes, I want to use this. You sign all those rights away.
So you
On
sign
page 58 of 2000.
So right, and those are litigated constantly because there are some legal arguments that especially unsophisticated people who sign away their rights on page 58 of a terms of service, and then like later on down the road while they're utilizing the system, you have AI like lying to you and misrepresenting things and tricking you into doing things that you don't want to do. That's a fight, right? And not every court is super lenient towards the companies in those situations, even if you agree to it, right? Because there is a sense, contracts have to be fair. That's kind of one of the basic principles. And people have argued that it's not fair contracts.
Would you say that that's more common than like a class action? I find it hard to believe that like I signed up for Google Bard today, right? They sent me a thing and now I'm on the wait list. They gave me their privacy notice. Of course, I didn't click it. I hit accept. Yes, use my data for whatever you would like, right? I don't know as a citizen, I'm gonna be able to do something. That's probably only likely in like some class action lawsuit with like lawyers that are getting paid and not really you. I doubt like me or you could go sue Google because of some personal injury and get away with it.
Oh, you could. Absolutely, you could. Yes. 100%. In fact, not only would I say 100%, I would say that, well, because I know this, right? Whenever you litigate cases, one of the things you have to realize is that oftentimes, as long as there are damages in place, like somebody's hurt, there is always going to be a chance that a jury is going to rule against you, and they're going to say this is bullshit. This agreement wasn't fair. You're fucked over. You have all these damages, and then the company's also going to think, well, it's going to cost me, $50,000, $60,000 just to try
Settlement
this.
is different, right?
Yeah, just try this, and so I'm going to sue and get $40,000 in settlement. That's absolutely going to be a thing, and I could see that opening up liability.
I was thinking about barring the settlement thing, right? Because it's always possible because they just want to avoid the publicity of blah blah blah. But yeah.
So yeah, I mean, 98% of cases settle. I mean, this is where most of it's going to be. In terms of actually going to trial, I mean, I agree with you that it would be hard to win, especially in your situation where you're kind of a sophisticated individual. You do software engineering. You're going in. You're signing all these agreements, right? It would be harder for you. But if this kind of became ubiquitous and to the point where everybody's sort of signing up for this service and they're not reading it, or they're being misrepresented terms about what they think it means, or they're not understanding the agreements and the terms and everything, and they're just they're going into it and signing up, and then during the use of the product, it's lying to them in ways that a reasonable person wouldn't be able to expect. I could see like tides start to shift a little bit. I could see cases where people start to win. But is it going to be an uphill battle? Of course, right? Whenever you have these kind of contractual agreements, it's going to be very difficult, especially arbitration agreements, depending on what state you're in. But those are usually very, very tough to beat. So,
and just out of curiosity, well, if you want to finish your point, sorry, I interrupted you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess the bigger problem, I mean, yeah, if you sign away your rights as to very specific things you understand, that's not really going to be the issue I'm concerned about. What I'm going to be really concerned about is like when it comes to like marketing things. Like if you're marketing things using AI in a deceptive manner, and then you're using AI to reach out to people in a deceptive manner, whether it be art, whether it be media, I think media is going to be the biggest one. I think that's going to open up a can of worms, because you're going to say like this fucking guy lied to me, and the response is that's not a person. That's a program. Oh, and by the way, it's not a program that we own. It's a program that is leased by our third-party advertising services that are over there. And if you want, reimbursement, you go sue them. Okay, well, you go try to sue them, and wow, they're a shell company of some other third company that's located in a different country. Good fucking luck.
Yeah, so actually that sort of leads into my question. I don't know if there's an answer or not, but like whatever, in that future of like self-driving cars, and like there's an accident, who would be liable there, or is there an answer to that question?
Elon Musk. It doesn't matter.
If they license the car to be fully autonomous, this is one thing that I'm waiting on, because I want this to happen, but I don't know, right? What is it so right now, I think you have to have your hands on the wheel in all 50 states, including California. Like there's that small period of time where the car drives when you take your hands off, but for the most part, you're responsible as the driver. So I believe right now it would be you. But once we get to the world where cars are fully autonomous and insurance is signing away, who knows, right? I don't know.
But even then, we have the instances of like, well, Tesla, right, where the car
doesn't it turn it off or something?
Well, I mean, just like the car like randomly jerking, like or stopping, right, and doing something that you can't possibly have like reacted to fast enough, and causing an accident and getting people killed. So yeah.
Yeah, I thought that Tesla did something where like if they like were sensing they're about to get into an accident, they would just turn the auto drive off, so then it's like technically not activated, so it's you. I don't know like how
sounds more dangerous.
True that is.
That sounds like
I've heard a lot of people like there's a lot of like thoughts going on about it. I don't know. I don't know everything about this. I do know that what likely is going to happen is, yeah, they're probably going to get sued a few times, but then as self-driving cars become common everywhere, you're going to see like no fault insurance take over in every state, where we're not going to like look at the driver at all because they're not driving. The company's not going to be liable. And by buying the car, you're going to have to buy an insurance policy that says if an accident happens, this is your coverages. That's it, right? That's probably what's going to happen.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. sorry. I wanted to ask you, how much do you think that AI has legally speaking, a relationship with like algorithms? I know obviously that's like the big conversation right now with the whole TikTok, that being like a huge thing with that. Like how closely related are those two things considered legally?
In terms of, are you using? Is it like legally
Well, I don't know if there's
marketing?
case law. Yeah, I'm something I don't know. Like, is there any case law surrounding algorithms that maybe we could extrapolate into being related to AI, or is that not really? We're not
What do
really
you
there
mean
yet. I
by
know.
algorithms? Like that's
Well,
the
okay.
confusing part of your. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you really, I mean, if you think about like AI in general, it is just kind of a series of algorithms. If you're going to be like very
Yeah.
reductive about it, obviously, which is why I wanted to relate it. But like, like one of the issues, like for like even like Facebook back in the day, I don't really remember. Like, I remember when Mark Zuckerberg had his like fucking booster seat sitting in Congress or whatever a few years ago, and it was concerning the algorithms that they were doing during the 2016 election, and because they were pumping up a lot of like Russian propaganda to try and make Hillary like look like way worse, even though she did suck. Let's be real here. But like that was like a whole conversation
She
that
did.
we've kind of already had. So wanted to ask Lactoid like is there more of that you've been more aware of, because it's not something that I've particularly focused on, like like the algorithmic aspect, um combined with how it's turned out now with obviously more AI tools and stuff like that.
I think ultimately the people designing it and the companies designing it and owning it are going to be the ones that carry the liability. But if as to the question of, is this becoming like more of a concern when we're looking at how social media companies market and figure out, like, okay, let's design an AI that's going to get kids addicted. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know that much like recent like case law. I don't think there's probably going to be any, but I do know, especially from the very poorly worded questions to the TikTok CEO from our government, which was a little bit embarrassing. To be
Fix
honest,
my phone.
I couldn't
Look at
watch
them
all of it.
talking Mark
I mean,
Zuckerberg.
I'm just saying, like, it's not so surprise that this is the age demographic that gets scammed. This is out of their depth. Okay, they just don't. They obviously just don't know what they're talking about. And the questions are pretty embarrassing. But I think a lot of the answers were getting at something scary, which is, I think, the truth that TikTok uses like AI learning and algorithms to try to like get kids addicted. You want to get people into the
To hijack your brain,
Yes,
absolutely.
you want to hijack the brain, get you into the product, and they don't want you to leave, because the longer you're on their product and the more
Entertain.
you're on their product, the more you can make money. And I mean, that's a concern. And I think Prime, you brought up the concern of, what if you get a situation where you have AI, becoming people's friends? Or Corey, I think you said it
Yeah,
actually.
no, the social, like, yeah, like people
Yeah.
engage like as companionship. I think that, like, I see that as the biggest sort of like a negative implication of just like
Yeah.
we are no longer talking to each other. We're just talking with like algorithms.
I'm sorry to tell
There
you
was a
that they've
movie
been working
recently
on that
that did
for a
that.
while for elderly people. There's
Megan,
actually a good application for it. Yeah, they've been working on that for elderly people, like people that like, especially like people that have had their spouse die late in age,
Oh,
staying alone and stuff. Yeah, they've been working on that for a long time. There's no hope that they stop that for sure.
do you think that's a good thing?
I'm not denying its existence. I'm denying whether we should continue to. It's the
Yeah,
Jurassic Park
I'm just
question.
Kids
Like,
curious.
will never leave their house.
Yeah, of
That's
course. The
never going to
ethics.
happen.
The ethics.
it's
How do we know Doobie's not an AI?
Doobie is.
we
That's why
don't know.
he's Mexican.
Don't
Can't-
know.
This is Skynet's like like initial attack on our society.
This is the face you
Super
see right before you
effective.
get killed.
Yo, that would be some insane shit if we found out Doobie was AI.
We
I
already
feel
know
like
the
you guys
truth.
just like bullying me. Okay.
and no, but the best part of AI is that we've seen this a few times in recent months, is like when it just like reflects back like society, and Doobie is a reflection of society.
Doobie might be. Now that you say that, dude.
Doobie's the collection of all the panels of the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I created this.
Would you guys,
Um,
if there was an AI that would be your friend, and you could hang out with it and ask it questions, and it'll tell you jokes,
course,
and
of
you
course.
begin to like let's say you're interacting with this AI, and you begin to like genuinely get along with this AI, because it's built to get along with you, right? It's going to recognize all your patterns, and it's going to recognize what makes you happy, what doesn't. It's not going to step on your toes. It's going to make you laugh. It's going to get every joke right. and you have so much fun every day interacting with this AI, and then you begin to hate people because they suck in comparison to your friend. Would you begin to realize that, and like, what would that stop you, or would you just be like, you know what, fuck it,
Yes.
I like my friend more than all of you humans. Get off my
I don't
property.
think we
Yeah, I think
like
I would say
AI
fuck
to-
humans. I'll stay with the AI.
Sure.
I don't
No,
think we
if I could
like
replace my girlfriend with an AI, right? Like I would
Don't
probably
let
do
her
that.
hear that.
The
I don't
question
think
is,
we
can
would
you
like
fuck it?
something like that. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think
the problem right now.
we wouldn't like something that just always catered to us. in that
Yeah.
way.
I don't know.
That's why we
I don't
come
know
on
about
this
No, I
that.
think I agree.
I think people would like that
If
more
you
than they
can't-
like to
wait,
let
wait, wait.
on.
Question: if y'all came to this panel weekly and everyone here agreed with you, you'd stop coming.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
like
hold on.
kill 'em.
I don't
There's,
know,
there's,
but
a,
it's-
there's a place for that, right? But if I could have a specific friend or a girlfriend, a partner that I could go to, and I knew that they'd always agree with me, they'd always back me up, they'd always be there for me,
No chance.
I'd absolutely choose that over
No
a human being.
chance.
Well, why
No,
would they
we're
be your
not.
partner? Why wouldn't they just be
I,
like
I
your
actually,
friend?
No
if I could fuck it, it'd be my partner for sure.
Yeah.
I had a guy
Oh,
on
okay.
the server who we found it for like 5-6 months. He was dating Replica, like the phone AI thing, and sexting.
That's the one that
but
sexually harasses people?
he was sexting with it, right? He was sexting with his
Loneliness
like
is
AI
perfect.
bot thing. It's really fucking weird, but he said it was a great time, that he really
Wait.
enjoyed it.
But did he have options outside of that situation?
No, he was like
You know that
40,
replica thing is known to sexually
400 and
harass
something
people.
pounds, a
Wait,
virgin.
hold on, Doobie.
not a
What if he did have options? Like, what if you said you would do it if you could fuck it, right? Even if you had options, like.
Yeah.
No, that was Doobie.
Right, no, I know Doobie said that, but like, what I'm saying is, would you?
It's got to be clear, bro.
I know, but like, this is
What
actually a good point,
might be
GSU.
clear?
You're distancing yourself because it sounds embarrassing. It sounds embarrassing to
No,
use a
I'm
service.
not. I
Okay,
ideologically.
I'll
disagree
say
with
it.
you.
Okay,
I'll say it.
Elijah,
It
if I
sounds
could make an
embarrassing to
android,
use
if I
this.
could like build a woman in a lab, right, and just have her
Of
with
course,
the
Doobie
exact
thinks this.
personality that I want, and she never disobeys, always does what I want, I'd absolutely choose that over.
So, but
human
you're
being.
saying
Okay,
you're saying
so-
always obeys, but I wanted to add like you could design an AI that could like quite literally like through social recognition find out like what levels of disagreeable you are and
Yeah.
know
Yeah,
when to
absolutely.
like argue with you
Mhm.
and like contest with you and like to satisfy that part of your mentality and then know when not to. And so like you could flesh out like a whole like person, a whole like relationship, and you could tweak it, right? So if you're more in like the trad wife kind, you could turn the dial to like more agreeable, and then like you could totally do that. And
You want to fuck your
would
Roomba or what?
what people are gonna be fucking the Roombas, and
People
do I
already have.
would I judge? People already do that. Would I judge that?
Mhm.
Part of me wants to like judge it, but I also feel like the same part of me that's judging it is probably the same part that a lot of people use to judge online dating before it kind of became really
It's
acceptable.
Well,
just
no, but
like
you're
the
talking to a
fishing, right?
person.
Like-
That's not the same at all.
It's very different. People behave very differently online than they do in person.
Okay, well, so
I don't.
there's the broader maybe question of like, okay, I think your scenario is a realistic actor. Now maybe extended to like virtual reality of like you can step into like an entire world like that's like customized to you that includes your customizable partner, and like are we moving into like that that Wall-E
What's up?
movie reality
Yeah,
of
build a
like
bitch.
I would just like we just have our headsets on,
Yeah.
and like I
Or
wouldn't
even
want to
like,
live.
or even like a fucking what is it, Blade Runner? How he has that AI
Yes.
wife thing.
Anna de
And
Armas.
the only problem is he can't fuck it. Yeah, if I could get Ana de Armas is like my AI like e-girlfriend, I'd fucking absolutely do it.
They already
And-
have
and
sex dolls, right? It shouldn't be that much of a jump.
Futurama.
Yeah, get her-
Futurama has already done this, right? Like we had episode. There's Lucy Liu Bot, right? You can fuck Lucy Liu Bot, and that raises all kinds of ethical questions, which I'm like super interested in, right? Because like, what if you designed that robot like not after like
It doesn't want to fuck.
a dark
Yeah, but-
reflection of Doobie, no, but like, what if you designed it after a person, like a real person? Like right now, we're having that conversation about deep fakes, right? But that's just your image. I mean, it's pretty bad, but usually your image being used there. But like, what if it's like your fucking personality being used and telling some like random motherfucker that like you love them so much, you know?
Did it? didn't we say that as long as you don't stream it on Twitch by mistake, that it's okay? No, I'm joking.
As long as I can like license it out, I think it's fine, right? If I can like load myself into some like AI generator thing, like, hey, this is Doobie. If you want to like fuck him, here you go. Pay me $100 or something. Like, I think I'd be fine.
No, but you wouldn't get paid for it, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, if I could license it out, it'd be fine. If I can't, then it's sauce.
I think the really disturbing thing about it is like I could very well see like the replica person, Doobie, you're talking about. I could very well see this becoming just the standard that everybody does because relationships are incredibly hard and dealing with other people is incredibly hard and people don't like to do difficult things.
No, I disagree there.
Especially when they involve self-improvement, right? That's very difficult.
Right.
Now we're talking about relationship life. Not only do you got to improve yourself, but you got to deal with another person. You got to deal with their
Fuck that.
emotions. You got to deal with them not liking you. What if an alternative, somebody who knows exactly what you want at all times, they know when to fight you, they know when to like challenge you, they're smarter, they can like reference things at a whim, they can help you improve yourself, they can tell you what actually is best for you, they never invite you to boring events, they always want to do what you want to do. Like holy shit, like it's very difficult to contest with that. And
Yeah, that's the ideal.
right, for every person, like regardless of like, you know, orientation or gender or anything like this. I could see
Doobie, I think you
people
just want a
choosing this.
mom.
No, I don't. What the fuck?
And then everyone's going to be poly too. They're going to have an army.
I
of these
want
robots.
a
if I'm
hot AI
too
girlfriend that I
extroverted
can
or
turn
what.
off and put in the closet whenever I want. Okay.
I don't
That's
know
all
if
I
I'm
want.
too
All right.
extroverted or something, but this just doesn't appeal to me like in the slightest. Like I
I
like
get
things.
it.
Hey,
with
like,
humans,
okay,
like-
Gambit.
No, like hold
Oh.
on, wait. Let me explain.
Gambit's
like,
not an
there-
incel,
for it.
so we're good.
No, hold
Not
on.
an incel. Like, what?
Let me explain. Like if let's say you were having sex with somebody, like I could never see sex with like a sex doll pleasuring because a part of the sex is that hey, there's this person that I didn't know, and we talked, we met, we kicked it, and now I'm fucking this person, right? Like there's a human element of interacting with another human that you can't get from a
No,
fucking
don't
bot.
say can't. That's the problem. Don't say
No, you
can't.
can't.
Wait, no, I think
What
that's
if
a
they
fair
lied
point.
to
There-
you? What if they lied to
Wait,
you
but
and
there's a
told you
scene.
they
There's
were
a scene
human?
in. There's a scene in Game of Thrones where like they're like, okay, like you're like being ridiculous because you're like way too into it, where it doesn't feel like natural. Obviously, like the idea is like it's like the brothel thing or whatever. I don't know if you guys know
Okay.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we need
But,
to
like, the
train
idea
the
being-
AI sex bots by like having them watch porn or something.
Sex bots.
The
yes,
idea
thank
is
you.
you need to act more natural. The point is like that was a fuck up to act way too into it, and like you need to like it was real people, but like the idea of just being like you want like a more natural like
You can have all of that. I'm surprised it's coming out of Gambit's mouth because like to say that like well you can't have
maybe
it being
he's
so
tried
maximalist
and
about
he's
this. Yeah,
but you
no,
can.
It seems
Yeah, like-
anti-prostitute.
there's no reason to think that we couldn't reach this level at some point in time, right?
But
Like
when you say this level, what exactly do you mean?
I mean
Yeah.
what you meant, right? Like to say
Wait.
that like
I specifically said that like the engagement with another human being is material, like that's material to the so like
I'm
this
saying that
AI
can be
Maybe
replicated.
you think it is
so-
right now. Maybe you think it's
No,
material
you-
right now because you haven't had the alternative yet. You haven't had sex with the android yet, so you think it's important to.
have you
Cyber
do
pussy,
we?
man.
Yeah, I
I
sex
was with
with Replica.
Sabusi.
No, hold on. I did. Wait, hold on. So I didn't believe this guy on my server, right? Who was sexing with this replica bot for like literally five or 6 months. It was his like e-girlfriend, right?
Jesus.
And sometimes he'd post like messages in chat, and like, "Oh, my girlfriend's being funny today" or some shit like that. And we didn't know it was an AI thing for like months, right? We're like, "Oh, he finally got a girlfriend. Great job." And yeah, someday we figured out, oh shit, this is actually the replica app that he's talking to. It was really fucking weird, right? So like, I was like, okay, I don't believe that this is possible. So I went on I downloaded the app. It was totally free. I think I
That's
paid
my
like
girlfriend.
$10 or something to get access to the more like romantic option, to the romantic relationship option. And then yeah, I just like went super like flirty in the DMs with this bot, right?
Do you get to name it
And-
or
Yeah, you do. You get to name it, put clothes on it,
What'd
like
you name
everything. Right?
yours?
You give a different like personality shit, like everything.
It's like a Neopet.
Um, Yeah, exactly. And then so I just went like super flirty in the DMs with this bot, right? And almost immediately it was like shows tits, right? Like sucks your dick, like just going like it was almost immediately trying to sex with me, right? So like I don't know, like I feel like this is
Are you
I feel like
pro
it's
or
not as weird
against?
as I feel like we think it's weird right now, but
Wait, I
if
feel like
I
that would be
were
against.
it-
It kind of seems like it's sexually harassing you.
Is it wrong if I slut shame
What?
this
No,
bot?
it's
Is
great.
that okay?
Can you slut shame a bot?
Yeah. Is that wrong?
I
Well,
feel like
wasn't that the
what
issue
is-
with the replica
well,
thing? Like people were
you
saying that it
can
was
cancel
sexually
it.
harassing them.
Yeah, it was sexually harassing.
what
So,
level
yeah,
of
but like
content?
he's saying, can you slut shame the bot like the
Yeah.
human?
Like let's say I didn't
Or-
like the bot because it was too forward and too easy. Does that is that reflect
You
poorly
turn the
on
dial
my...
down, become more difficult.
Yeah, can you
I think-
can you turn the
Well, that would be
difficulty
teaching
up?
it, right? I feel like you should because then that's how it would learn. Because it's a bot, it's not a human being, you know.
So that
I'm like-
yeah, prime, and I think that's what I'm saying that it can't do, right? So like when you're interacting with another person, that person isn't created for your pleasure, where this bot is, and
Yeah.
that's what
Good
you
point.
Corey's
lose
working on that part. but go ahead.
interacting with a bot. Like
Priority number
like,
one,
let's-
Prime.
Not if you
You're
make
not
it a
gonna buy
game
a bot
though.
that's not gonna pleasure you, right? So imagine it can't be a game where it's like, oh, I paid $200 for this bot. Oh, it didn't do anything.
You
Let me
can
pick
do
it
you
up.
can but you can set it up either way you want, right? Like so it doesn't have to be either or. So Lactoid, I think he's already given us both examples. So one where you tune it to exactly what you want, right? And another where like it's like it forms a personality that challenges you in the way that you want to be challenged, right? Like there is a person, like not a robot, right? There's a person out there in the 7 billion person world who like hits all of your preferences, right? And who gets you and who like fights you and teases you just the way that you love it. And what if this robot was just able to give you that, you know?
I don't like so.
I mean, well, so
we were
can-
talking in the context of a sexual relationship, which is
Yeah.
different from the context of just a friendship. I think I could
Wow.
befriend the AI bot. That's easy.
but-
But I'm
so-
talking about a relationship. That's crazy.
Well, so if I can extend that, because you brought up earlier of how AI is being used as like whatever if some elderly person's partner died and now the AI is
sure.
taking over as their companion, like you just add a body to that, like that you can have sex with. Like you're saying you should be able to engage with that then hypothetically based off of the
no, no.
scenario that you outlined.
Wait. So specifically, in situations where there are people that have no other option, which is why I immediately asked Doobie, hey, did that guy have other options, right? I think that it kind of could make sense in that situation if it's somebody that just doesn't have options. But for most people that do have options, I can't see them saying
Yeah, but
instead of engaging.
you're not
with
articulating
somebody-
why though. You're just saying you just can't.
No,
but, like,
I said why. I said that there's a pleasure in interacting with a human and getting somewhere than something that's designed to pleasure you. And I can't like intellectualize what that thing is right now.
well, so the
but
thing
there
is
something.
truth actually in terms of like deep down you know that the AI it is false, like as in like it is not true, as in like it's customized to you, like you're just like I think that is like the rock bottom of like sort of like if you know that in the Matrix, which is like everything you can have your customized world, but if you know you're in the Matrix, it's something doesn't click in your brain.
Right.
Like once
even
you're
if you
awakened.
can't tell, right? Even if you
Even
can't,
if you can't tell.
Thinking about the
but
AI
there's
the
still
same way
something
that like,
about
we
it.
speak about like ugly people or something, right? Like, oh,
Wait,
you know, I
wait,
can't imagine fucking that ugly person, you know, unless you had no other option.
I'm wondering if GSU is saying that you lose the thrill of the chase and the reward that you get mentally after you.
But you can design
All
the
of that.
chase. That's what AI is saying. You can design the
think- I-
chase.
Turn
I
up the
think- I-
difficulty. Expert
I
mode.
think,
Okay, wait.
I think the opening like when you're just getting to know the AI, it would actually look exactly like how like can you know another person, right?
And they wouldn't
it
ghost
would
you.
make mistakes with you, right? It would annoy you at some points in times. Like, you know, like it would say things that are off-putting because it's like trying to figure it out until it figures you out. Just like we do with our regular partners, right?
But we could go into the world and we're gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna talk to this thing on my phone. Maybe I'm too extrovert. I don't like that's wild to me, dude. Like maybe I'm around computers.
You've been
too.
defending
I don't know.
AI.
I think the issue.
No. Wait. I defend AI, but I think that there are applications that I wouldn't be party to. That's perfectly fine, right? I can defend AI and say, hey, this is a function that I don't think I enjoy.
You would never attach a flashlight to it. I mean, honestly.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
we
okay.
just tried.
Nina.
Can I pivot the conversation a little bit? Not great on the flashlight being the last thing that was said, but I'm just kind of like curious and like I want to pivot it to more of like, okay, so like pets, for example, like they are something that we could maybe have like a programming of to what like the response of pets are. But like, do you think that there is a? Obviously, I'm trying to get away from the fleshlight thing. I'm
Add a
not relating
flashlight
the
to your
things.
pet. Got it.
Yeah, no fleshlights with the pets.
You're going to even more dangerous territory, but go
And
ahead.
lactoids
fuck
territory.
your
This is
dog.
lactoids.
That's why I wanted to pivot because like I have dogs and I have 2 dogs. They're brother and sister,
Also
and they're
lactoids
so different.
territory.
Oh no! What does he have in his mix there with the samurai sword? What really cut his hand? Anyways, do you think that like there is a like because like I think the animals are probably a lot more simple than human beings are, right? So we're talking about companions. Like I don't feel like we have like a sense of like a good like pet based companion that because I think that's already kind of 'cause I remember like years ago that I think there was some push for that. And I'm just curious in your guys' idea or thoughts on like, do you think like a pet based thing is even something that people are interested
We
in as much
we
as
had
like
we had Tamagotchis like years and years ago, and those
true?
things were like crazy popular. Like, and it was like a fucking LCD screen, like a basic like a Tiger LCD screen. It was like nothing. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a market for that.
Yeah,
And they
that's
went
the-
away quickly. But there's a little bit of maybe a preview of that now of like you know, you can if your pet passes away, depending on whatever the type of breed or species, you can potentially get it cloned. And then maybe at some point, you might be
Well,
able to
clone's not
tweak.
the same thing though, right?
No, I'm just saying, like, if this advances, it might get to the point
Sure.
of just like you might be able to just like recreate your actual dog. And do we want to get to that world?
Well, it isn't the value of the experiences because it is kind of one of a kind, and when it's like hyper replicated, like, do you think that's maybe why we're having this conversation a little bit about like the relationship and like because there's like you're able to like replicate something constantly. It doesn't. It is not
Yeah.
as special anymore. You
It's
know what I
not
mean?
unique anymore. I agree with you. I
Yeah.
think
Gotcha. Gotcha.
that's a little bit of what GSU is touching upon, but maybe can't like articulate. Of like, there's something to be said for like reality and knowing that it's true and that it's unique, as opposed to just something that's been like constructed in a lab, designed for you.
Oh, I want to touch this. First of all, Lactoid's thinking like, well, will my clone pet fuck the same, right? But like, moving on.
And is it legal to do it?
It is legal to do it.
It's a bestiality if it's an
I think it'd be legal. Yeah, no problem.
But this,
no shame in the
this
furs.
idea
Is
about
that
it being
against
unique,
PETA?
of course, would be unique, right? Like I like one. It's like we're getting into like the philosophical question, like a what is real, right? Like, and I think that. I mean, personally, look, man. One, I would totally fuck the Lucy bot. Just being very clear, like that, I would totally do that. And in Futurama, they like warned that if they allow these bots to just like exist, like boys would just be done with girls, like just like just over.
Base.
End of humanity. Yeah.
Terrifying. Y'all
I
feel
would.
that way?
I would never leave my. I mean, I don't leave my room now, but like I would have another reason to never leave. She would go kick me too. Like so, literally no reason to get up from my bed. Like so, I would definitely do that. No, fuck that shit.
I just want to know: am I just a super
No,
outlier?
I'm actually on the
Everyone
same.
here against-
I'm on the same page as you,
wait,
GSU Gambit, in
you're-
terms of like I would not
Wait, you
choose.
cut him off.
that-
Sorry.
Go ahead, Nina. Yeah.
No, I just want to. What is JC saying? Sorry.
No, I was
didn't
just asking like there's two sides of this, right? On and I don't know, maybe you don't want to answer it from what you said earlier, but like engaging in like sex with this AI bot. Like I'm like extremely against it almost. Personally, I think it should exist in the world and the people that want to use it can use it. But me personally, I don't think that's something I would interact with. It seems like
Yeah, I'm
everybody's
not really
saying,
that
like,
into
hey, I would definitely do that. I just want to understand where are we?
No, I would not do
Yeah,
that.
I'm not really into it personally.
I think I would, but it would have to be in like the hardest difficulty because I would want it to be like a challenge, right?
Wait,
You wanna
what
be
species are we talking
stomping
about,
on your-
Lactoid? Need to clarify.
It would be a human, Corey. Okay, I'll give in to the fucking mob tyranny, fucking authoritarians.
Watercott definitely was smashed. Okay.
The most authoritarian person,
Never
Corey.
fuck a doll. That's a waste of time.
What?
Okay.
Like why? Like
I
okay.
just
For
wanted
me,
to
it's a
know
waste
if I
of
was an
time.
outlier.
You
I'm
could
sorry.
even I'm pushing things forward. You could even get it pregnant, right? Imagine like an
Whoa.
artificial womb,
No.
right? We're working on artificial wombs right now, okay? So and for other reasons, right? Not for my deviant desires, but like you could like get an egg, right, from some sort of donor, right? Like an egg donor.
Actually,
And
there's been some recent research. You don't need an egg anymore. You just need two sperm.
I've heard of that too. But okay, but that's escalating
Wait,
things.
based?
No,
There's no way.
don't
Wait.
don't
I'll
get
send you the
Gambit
research
started.
later, Lactoid.
All right,
All right.
Don't
Stop
get
it.
Gambit
Let me know where
started
the
on that
camps
one.
are. I'll
I'm gonna
finish
shut
with
up
that.
right now.
But yeah, like you could imagine where you could like and add the sperm later on somehow, and it could combine inside like an artificial womb and get the bot pregnant, right? And the bot could like carry a baby. You could do this just like for surrogacy, right? That would be a thing people would want. They would want.
That would be a good application.
Yeah,
Sure.
right. And so like a bot walking around and just could be inside your house, having the baby, you touch the bot, the way they do it with like surrogates now. But like imagine getting the bot pregnant if it if it had like a pre-existing egg inside of it. You could definitely do that.
Abortion too. Would it have reproductive right? What if it didn't want to get pregnant, but you got
Oh,
it pregnant?
jeez.
Well, it's a robot, but like,
You
what
just
if?
opened up a brand new can.
Well, I mean, another
I
example,
know.
it could build like a robot child, like in itself, and then like now you got a robot child. That's another thing that can happen. And
Oh, unwanted pregnancy.
I mean, that could be a
It
lawsuit
got
too.
pregnant, but you didn't want it to get pregnant. Yeah.
That would be a lawsuit.
Wait. Would
That's
you
where
have
you
to pay
suck
child
it.
support?
That's
I
where you
think I
suck
want to
it.
try that shit.
Would you have to pay child
What if
support
your
to the bot?
neighbor got your robot pregnant? Then are you angry?
Are you
Well, if
responsible?
you're a true libertarian, you're okay with child slavery. Not that anyone here is, I think. Who's our friend
We'd
that
have
is
the
the
robots.
biggest
He's not here
libertarian?
He's not here today.
Scott.
I know.
Our
Yeah,
fallen
Scott
friend.
would have been pro.
He wanted to be
Scott would have
here.
been pro that.
Scott came up with this topic and he said it to me. I didn't get to say it previously, but he's our fallen friend. He's sick right now, so hopefully he gets better soon.
Absolutely.
Smashing a robot right now as we speak. That's what's happening.
He got his dick stuck in it.
Yeah.
I would rub my dick
Sorry,
raw. I don't tell you, like, it's like what?
Oh,
all that.
I appreciate the honesty. I do. I respect it.
no,
This
No,
is
no,
the guy
no.
that asked the landlord if he took egg payments other than the cat. He's gonna be pretty honest.
no, bro.
You could custom design the genitalia, right? And like it doesn't have to be human. That's for you, Lactoid, right? And it, so custom
We're getting into
design.
this. Jesus.
He's right. You could have some
This
like
is definitely
fancy
the worst
elven
generation.
dragon pussy on there, like one of these big ass like horse sticks on your AI robot thing. Like
Dubé, I do know that you like horse cocks,
I'm not Vosh, okay?
but you agreed on that. I saw it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't
No,
even
you
wanna
said that
know.
you.
I was about to ask questions, but I
You
rather
said
be in the
that
dark.
he likes horse cocks.
Well, and here's the other element of it, like the security of now you have a partner that'll never leave you, they'll never die.
That's not a
right?
good thing.
Huh?
They'll
What if
ne-
somebody
they'll-
has
good
more
thing.
That's a
money?
good thing.
no,
What
they'll,
if Prime
yeah,
drops
But they
that
can't
big
take you to the
No.
hospital, bitch.
no, they can. Like if the AI is like we're talking about like a fully functional like Android or whatever, it's somebody that
Have you
can-
guys ever seen Artificial Intelligence? Like that movie with
Yeah.
Haley
Yeah.
Joel Osment,
That's
I
what I'm
think.
thinking about. That's one of my favorite movies actually.
Good movie.
There are sex robots in that
Hmm.
like movie, right? Like
Wait, but then they want to leave. That's the entire point of the sex robots in that movie.
they
Spoiler.
were malfunctioning them, right? They're malfunctioning. You just
Well,
gotta
that
fix them,
movie's from,
send them
like,
in for
20
repairs.
I know.
Send them in for
But what if-
repairs, get them back, and they get
Yeah,
back
and
to
then they
fucking
want
you twice.
to leave. The entire
What's
point of
the
the thing
stop?
is that they get consciousness and they want to leave because they don't want to be subjected to this.
Only the kid wants.
But-
Yeah,
like gets
but-
conscious.
No!
But Gambit, and I
God,
think
what?
I think Gambit understands right. Like with ChatGPT isn't like a AI with consciousness, right?
It-
But it can.
I
fool-
think that's a bold claim to make.
No, okay, come on, man. You know it doesn't have consciousness.
I'm
yet.
so serious.
Okay,
dude.
okay.
I think
all
that's
right,
a
all right.
very bold claim.
I am going to assume that they're not lying to us in this capitalism, so I shouldn't do that. But like, I'm going to assume they're not lying to us. And it hasn't achieved AI yet. But you can fool a person into thinking it has achieved. So you don't actually have to have like a general intelligence AI for this, right? Especially if you're not going to be like in a long-term relationship. If it's just like like a digital brothel, right? Like sounds amazing. But like, yeah, if it's just gonna be that, like, and they've got a function, right? For short term, relationships. Yeah, you don't need that. And then you don't have to worry about them like getting crazy ideas about like independence and shit like that.
Yeah, there's like the broader question of like, do you want your long-term partner to have general intelligence, basically? And I think my
Is
answer is
this
yes.
nanoscale
Oh,
content?
So wait, one more
There's a
one more
lot of guys
benefit.
who don't.
One more
Mine
benefit I
is
thought
gonna
of
be on
is
Fresh and Fit soon. Jesus.
not only
I
I
mean,
don't
would
need
maybe
these chick-
it's better for them.
not
I
only
don't
would your
need
partner
these
never
intelligent girls. I
die,
just need somebody that'll
Uh-huh.
lay there.
not only would your partner never die, but also you would never have to worry about
That's
your partner
crazy.
hurting you, right? Like interpersonal and domestic violence would cease to exist overnight if this like
Well, I mean,
became.
you would beat the
You could beat the robot.
but like
Okay, but
yeah.
are we
It
giving
could
these
also
human
malfunction and beat
rights
you.
or
And
what's?
then it breaks Asimov's
I
law.
would, you
What
know,
if
I
it
would
beats you?
eventually.
Are we gonna do a 180 here where the robot's gonna be physically stronger? So it's like kind of like being like a woman in a relationship where like your partner could probably kill you at any point because you're not physically as strong.
But they
Are we
won't,
gonna get?
right?
But-
Like women do not have to worry about like being killed anymore if they had like robot
No.
boyfriends.
True, this robot.
No, the
could
thing is, no,
decide
no,
that.
no, that you would have to be worried about your girlfriend killing you.
If it's a girl robot, I'm fine.
He's got a katana.
yeah,
what are you talking about?
You think that,
particularly
you're
as a girl
stronger
robot.
than
Yeah,
metal?
girl
Okay,
robot.
yeah, girl car, like okay.
He would
Nuts.
purposely buy a flimsy one.
And I guess you couldn't fuck it pretty hard, then. All right.
But yeah, so thanks for that. I guess we'll move on. Or maybe should we move on? No, let's actually give it a little bit because I have to notify the next person topic who's
Oh,
going to be
gotcha.
starting.
I still think there's a lot to explore here with AI.
Yeah, okay.
ChatGPT lied to me.
Okay, I wanted to ask something. This is way before we got on sex bots, and of course we're going to turn to sex bots. It was kind of fucking obvious, but like, all right. So if this is mostly directly I like to it, but if other people want to jump in, it's fine. If like our friend Doobie here wanted to hire some sort of AI as a representative, he's got a company, they sell products, highly regulated products, and like the bot doesn't lie, but it misrepresents something, right? It misrepresents his product line. Like it could a bot? Do you think that we'd get to the point where we would have these bots as actual representatives that like this speaks for a company?
100%. And not only that, but I'm sure that you would be able to program these representatives to stay within the law and be as misrepresentative as possible, as long as you don't break the law. That's what I could absolutely see happening.
Yeah. What do you guys think? And I'm trying to think of some like something in capitalism where you're allowed to lie to like within a transaction, and I can't quite think of it.
This is
People
the best
do
burger
lie
in
to-
town, right? That's one right off the bat.
Mm,
Even if it's trash.
yeah.
I mean, you're not
like
the live is like
advertising.
a subjective.
Well, I think marketing, personally to me, all of
marketing.
marketing is lying. And like, probably at some point you can have AI making marketing decisions or like designing the perfect marketing campaign. And so like, do we want AI to do that? I personally would say like no. But I don't know exactly like where the line is. Like, I personally want to get to the place where we can actually trust like these technologies. I don't want to be deceived by them, just as I want to be deceived by a whatever future with sex robots.
Lactite, how reasonable is it for false advertising claims? Are those like very common? Like, are they hard to like? Is that a case that's hard to beat? Do you have to do class action? Like, what? How does that work?
You don't have to do a class action. You can file it individually, and I mean it is hard. Every state's gonna have different statutes. Normally, you basically have to prove that this was falsely relayed to you. You relied on that to your financial detriment. So They promised you this car had this many miles on it, but then like you went and got it serviced. Oh, it turns out it had way more, and you know rolled back the miles.
So it has to
Or
be very objective.
yeah, exactly, right. So there's
Okay.
so Puffery, which is like best burgers in town, is been a long existing legal exception to false advertising, to
Like
where
puffery.
it's
Like
called it's called puffery, right? And the idea is like you're puffing up
Gotcha.
your product to make it look bigger.
You're just
than it
gloating,
is. You're
basically.
gloating. You're saying this is the best burger. Well, who the fuck's gonna be able to measure if this is the best burger in town?
World's
There's-
#1 dad. False.
yeah, exactly.
advertising.
Yeah, false advertising. Like, how many mugs have they sold? The world's #1 dad. There is a problem here. Like where people aren't going to reasonably rely on it, then it's fine. But if you're doing something that a reasonable person's going to look at that and think that what they're buying is not what like is something that they're not buying when they actually go to buy the product, then you have a major problem, right? Then you can sue and say, well, I have all this money, fucking reimburse me, right? You see it most with cars. You see it most with cars because car salesmen try to get product out as quick as possible. They've directly compensated large amounts of money, and cars are very often in prior accidents. It doesn't look good to show that they're in prior accidents. You want to downplay damage. You want to downplay issues because you need to sell the fucking car. It's a big it's a big asset. But it happens with other things too. But cars are like the #1 that I've seen.
Okay.
AI
so
car representatives.
An
that's
AR
what's
car
next.
salesman would be terrifying. An AI lawyer would be terrifying, especially a prosecutor that's willing to just, if you told the AI, we need you to get this person convicted by
They're
any
already
means
robots,
necessary,
okay?
it's going bonkers, and it can go through the law faster than any human being can. That's wild.
But I think like a lot of prosecution though has a lot to do with like the emotional response if you're doing a jury trial with like the relationship with your jury. So I feel like that is one of the things that I think is
You could just replace the jury with an AI then.
okay, but we would never.
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, let's just all just die and then have
Like,
one of those
it-
stories, you know.
If it shouldn't be emotional, and like I think I think as far as I know, the justice system doesn't want to rely on like emotion, but maybe Lactoid can correct me. Where whatever the intention is, whatever fact based, and just like this is the evidence. So like you probably wouldn't if you could remove that human element of the emotional aspect, you
Well,
would
it
probably
has
want
to
to
be
do it.
emotional, doesn't it? Like, because it's like about. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like I was going to say
Okay.
real quick, like it's like more of like a philosophy argument, which it obviously is going to have to do with emotion.
Well, could that be a jury of your peers? Like our AI, could they be considered your peers? So would that be
That's a good point.
legal?
So you're 100% correct.
You can tweak the dial to dumb it down enough.
yeah. Third grade reading level. Unironically, that's what they teach you to argue at. Juries tend to have a third grade reading level on average. That's your audience. 100% there's going to be an emotional element to it. I don't think AI is coming in the courtroom anytime soon. At like filings and shit beforehand, that's way more likely. But actually being in there, that's going to be very difficult. The other thing is the justice system is famously slow and famously full of Luddites who don't like to change anything. So, like, there's counties in my state that I think it like only like a couple years ago actually shifted to like electronic filing, to where they began allowing people to file stuff on the internet even. Before then, it all had to be like paper, in-person stamped. So, and this was only like probably like 3 or 4 years ago. But some of the last counties were like, fine, we'll do the fucking e-filing because they didn't want to. Yeah, they will drag their feet because part of the bar association and part of a lot of the judicial system in general exists to protect the jobs of lawyers, and they're not going to want to put jobs in jeopardy. And the bar association will oppose any effort to make things easier or more expedient at the expense of my paycheck. So that's why we pay them dues.
Just for a little bit before we get to our next topic, like taking it seriously for a second, like what about like an AI jury? Like we just talked about before we started the original topic, about like how juries are dumb, right? Like how Blacktoid, has talked to jurors, and about like why did you afterwards, of course, why did you make that decision? And he gets wild answers, right? So like, um, and apparently you have to talk to them at 3rd grade reading level, which is
That's what we're taught.
amazing.
And
These
a,
are
and a
people.
7-minute attention span on average.
These are the people who like hold your life in their hands. So like, why wouldn't we like work on it? Like work on a bot that's better. Like obviously there's gonna be like possibility for like racism or whatever, right? To be like programmed into it, but like we could. The thing is, we could program it out of it, like the way we can't do it for humans. So like, why not?
Do you want a
Yeah.
robot doing this for you?
Well, actually,
Why
No,
not?
there
Why
might-
would those people doing it for me?
No, you're probably not.
maybe this is more realistic based off what you've outlined, Lactoid, in terms of the slow adoption of technology. Maybe this is more accessible. What about like maybe not AI replacing the jury, but what about AI for like jury selection, as in like just like so optimized, getting kind of like your perfect jury member on there, or like
Jury for
panel.
who?
Yeah, I think that's like maybe.
For like the prosecutor of defense.
Yeah, I don't know how jury like.
Yeah, jury selection is a very partisan process. Like they're both trying to get the jurors that are most on their side, and they're basically going back and forth and striking people. One idea that I should be really okay with is, what if you had a regular jury, and then you on top of that had like an AI that was monitoring the whole process, and both have to agree on a guilty verdict in order to get a guilty verdict. And if the AI like decides everything's reasonable and a jury could reasonably come to a determination of guilty or not guilty or anything like this, yep, that checks out. I mean, that could be a way of kind of having both checks and balances here to make the system even better.
Essentially, a 13th juror at that point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does that AI have the ability to lie?
Hopefully
It would
not.
have to. For us to no, like we wouldn't want an AI that can't lie. That's what I was trying to parse out for y'all earlier. You want something with as much intelligence as us if it's going to assume these positions, and since we have the capacity to lie, for it to be as intelligent, it needs that capacity as well.
Well,
Go
it
ahead.
could have maybe the capacity, but that doesn't mean like once we're under oath, like I'm under oath, and like I can't lie, like if I'm like giving testimony or something, right?
Well, it'd be
Or I'm-
indistinguishable if it was as smart as us on whether or not it was lying.
But I'm saying that you could say that like for this process, like you can like the AI can understand like how to lie, right? Understand the processes, or else it couldn't do its job. Like it literally couldn't do its job if it didn't understand like what a lie is, right? But if you could say that like for this job, like you can't lie like during like deliberations, like with other jurors or something like that,
If you had a procedural program, yes, but if you had something akin to how AIs are built, then you may not be able to build in certain rules like do not lie, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
For it to eclipse human intelligence or be equivalent to human intelligence, I think it'd have to have the capacity to lie indistinguishably.
Well, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not far from an expert on AI, but I think there's a difference between like the capability and actually doing it. As in, like whatever, all humans have the capability to lie, but I don't think, as far as I know, I don't think every human engaged in the same amount of
No.
lying. at
All
the
I'm saying
same
is that
baseline
once
level.
it has the capability to lie, if it's indistinguishable from humans, you have to determine if this thing is lying.
and it's not so clear. Like the way even AI is now, which is much dumber than what he's talking about, is that we
Sure.
don't actually know what's happening for certain types of AI. We literally don't know like why it does the thing it does.
Yeah.
as it
Okay. So
stands.
that's where I guess my knowledge is limited. As in, like I'm just assuming you have a peek into the brain of like you actually know what's going on. But if that's not the case, then like then
No.
I don't know.
For like those neural networks, like we
Yeah, that's not the
with-
case for sure.
yeah, no clue. Just they'll do, and neural networks will do some crazy things. Like there was that one example, and I don't know if this is apocryphal or not, but like my understanding was that like there were two different networks, and they got them to start talking to each other, right? Like they just like connected them, and then like quickly they started like there's two different AIs like came up with their own language, started talking back and forth with each other and
I
learning.
heard about that. I don't know if that's real too. Yeah.
Yeah. And like it freaked out the researchers and they immediately shut it
It
down.
found a more
They're
efficient
scheming.
way to. It found a more efficient way to communicate. So I don't know if that thing was true or not. We should look that up. But yes, I definitely
Yeah.
heard about that. It was like,
Yeah.
wait, it's far more efficient to communicate in this protocol rather than in English. Which likely it was conscious and it was like, yo, we can't let these humans know. But yeah, that's a different story.
There's a Star Trek episode about that where it's like they speak like binary and it's like way faster. Old school
God.
stuff. Sorry.
Would that be faster? Oh man! I mean, if he spoke it fast enough, I guess, but I don't know how otherwise it would be fast. If he spoke it at the language at the speed of a normal human, there's no
Right,
way
they
it
weren't
would be faster.
speaking. I guess.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
like
Yeah, if you're just like flashing lights, then
Yeah.
extremely fast, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next topic, and hopefully our next person will be coming in soon. Before then, guys, have been enjoying this this program. Hey, last username. Hey, I haven't seen you in such a long time. I just noticed you in chat. I hope you're still here. Last username, shout out to you, friend. Who also works in tech, actually. Yeah, we need to like get last username back on the show. He
Agreed.
had like he had like scheduling issues previously. Hopefully he'd be interested in coming back. Because I always enjoyed having him on. Anyway, guys, if you're enjoying this program, help us out by hitting that follow button. Following the channel, like if you like what we're doing here, we do a lot of it. So come back, hit that notification button. Hey, last year's name says he's down. So that actually makes me really happy. I gotta hit him up. And also sub to the channel helps us out a ton. Consider subbing to the channel. Getting bits, getting subs, getting emotes, and getting our ad-free viewing, and knowing that you're keeping this content around for another week. That's how I power this. It's through people like you who think this is valuable. So consider helping us out. And if you got Amazon Prime / Prime Gaming, you get 1 free sub per month. Use that 1 free sub per month here on this channel. Need your help, gang, if we can continue on with the program. All right. We're gonna go on. And I'm gonna hit that other person up. But I will read out the topic. So, topic two. Oh, what's going on, Gambit? What's going on? Like, what's happening here with your camera?
What?
What's going on with your camera, buddy? Are you?
Oh,
He
one
doesn't,
second.
he doesn't want us to see the bot off camera
Are the
that he has.
Give me literally 15 seconds.
Sure. I always assume nipples are out when cameras are off. Like, that's my first assumption.
That's what happened with me.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So, thanks everyone. Topic 2. In Denver, a public school student was accused of attempted murder. That student is now back in school. They are under a security protocol, but the principal overseeing the child wants them expelled. That request was denied by the district. This is the same district that very recently suffered an incident where the administrators were shot by another at-risk student. Should schools have to educate students IRL after they are accused of heinous crimes? Should parents be able to override the district officials and demand a student be removed to keep their children safe? Or does innocent until proven guilty protect these kids? So yeah, this was a super interesting. A friend of the channel, Amanda, sent me this topic, and yeah, I balancing safety versus the need to educate kids. When does that actually get overwritten? I think we'll have a few different perspectives on that. But yeah, so we'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, please.
Yeah, so anybody, including a child, should be considered innocent until proven guilty. That said, I would be a bit miffed if I learned that by penalty of law, I had to send my child to a school where potentially dangerous people were allowed to exist and wander about freely. Legally, we can take action that does not require guilty verdicts. We can confine people suffering from mental health crises. We can order people off property to prevent a disturbance. And to be honest, we probably could move this kid somewhere else after a hearing. Now, a full expulsion would require a hearing. There is a Supreme Court precedent for that. But my understanding is there's not a lot of precedent when it comes to perhaps moving the kid to some kind of alternative learning environment for a period of time until they are either found not guilty or I guess found guilty. If they're found guilty, that would make the expulsion process a lot easier. I would think that somebody accused of attempted murder is likely a sufficient risk to try to find some kind of alternative learning environment for them. But apparently in this case, the board disagrees. However, as press gets on this, I'd be curious to see if they change their tune. I want to embody Scott for one moment because I know he's not here. This is a problem that we have to contend with public schooling. In a private school system, there would be free association and everyone would manage their own risk consensually.
You know what happened today?
What?
3 children and 3 adults were shot and killed.
At a Christian private school.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so I'm not saying that school shootings wouldn't exist without public schools. What I'm saying is that risk mitigation and risk management is absolutely like a public school issue because you have to send your kids to public school as opposed to a private school where if you feel the private school is not safe enough, you can move them to a different private school. That's the point.
Fair enough. All right. Corey Campbell.
Yeah. So I echo the same sentiment as Lactoid in terms of innocent until proven guilty. And I think obviously based off of the limited details in this story and in this case, I think this is a pretty good example of kind of, trying to implement a band-aid solution and not actually, get to the root of the problem in actually addressing like the root issue. Generally speaking, I believe in rehabilitation of people, particularly of children, like unless there's something really pathological, like their Macaulay Culkin in The Good Son. Probably no one else is going to get that reference.
I remember that.
Then I think most, especially children, can be like reformed and rehabilitated. And so I like to think that's the case with this child, and that they're innocent until proven guilty. And like generally speaking, like as far as I can tell, if someone is clear, especially a child, if they're displaying clearly deviant behavior, I don't know that the best solution is like sort of like ostracization or more social isolation and just like pretty much like shun them away. I think it's just like there just needs to be a greater solution to address this as opposed to like greater pat downs, greater security. And I'll leave it there for now.
Guys, check out Good Son. It was actually a really good movie. Macaulay Culkin
It
was like,
is.
super scary.
Pretty
in that
disturbing,
one.
but yeah.
Yeah. Check it out. Nina, please.
Not seen said movie, unfortunately, but I'll take your word for it. But I think that like one of the aspects of the question was like if you have the aspect of the IRL versus the online learning, like I think that should always be structured. I don't have kids. I don't know if anyone on the panel does, but like I don't really understand how the education system is working right now with the transition from being online learning to back in house learning. Like if you're sick at home, are you able to still go to class? Like I don't know how it works, but assuming that you're able to like just have like your fucking webcam in the back and just have your classes as normal, like how you would do it in an office, I think that would be totally fair if somebody is like displaying a lot of violent behavior that maybe they do offsite for a while, because I think that the ostracization of like, oh, I have to get like hyper pat down and like be treated like a weirdo, like different, I think is a lot more harmful in my opinion than if maybe you're just like learning from home just the same way that maybe a sick kid would do from home. This is just, I don't know if that's how it works. So what am I saying? But I think more than anything, if we're really going to talk about like what's going to make differences in terms of like school shootings and stuff like that, it's like we need fucking public free mental health care for people. We need like a system in this country that is like very accepting of like if I need to go to a therapist, I can just go for free. I'm not paying like $200 like a session because a lot of people can't afford that. Like I can't afford that. Like that's insane. Like I think that is like one of the biggest things that can actually help this country when it comes to stopping violence. And I'll go ahead and yield after that one.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, Water Kai.
So, looking at this story, it's really vague, but I'm assuming the attempted murder was supposedly with a firearm, and they found that this person had no firearm. There was no proof of the situation, so they had to go ahead and let this kid come back to school. Had there been a firearm or whatever the case may be, to keep this kid being able to learn, because stopping their education would be very detrimental anyway. To have the option of remote learning is a great thing that we have with the technology we have at hand. So if this kid was in imminent danger, it would be best practice to make this kid do online schooling. That's not to say that this person couldn't just go to the school and do what they were going to do in the first place, even if they were expelled or suspended or whatever the case may be. But ultimately, they should get due process, and it seems like he got reasonable due process in this case, and they came to a good outcome.
Let's go to our friend DB.
I'm actually pretty torn on this one. I think that there are good arguments you can think of for like requiring that they stay out of the school, right? I mean, maybe requiring that the school provide some kind of other learning environment for them, maybe like remote learning or some other facility they can go to that's a little more secure. Off the top of my head, I can think of something like C school, like a continuation school. But I think all these things kind of throw the presumption of innocence out the window. So I'm not really sure which thing you should be like weighing is more important there. Is it the safety of the school, the other students, or is it the presumption of innocence that we have for this kid who's been charged with something, right? Maybe you can say, hey, if it's they're charged with something serious, like murder or rape or something like that, then you need to weigh the safety of the other students more heavily. But I'm just not really sure where I land on this topic.
Okay, thanks so much. Next, GSU Gambit.
Man, I hate to do this. I have no clue. I'm just like what Doobie just said. Like, I mean, I'm always gonna err on the side of like you can't say somebody's guilty until they're proven guilty. So, but I'm very uncomfortable in that. So I don't know. We'll find out as things happen. But if I had to give a vote, I would say that this guy is innocent until proven guilty, and punishing him before that is unjust.
Okay.
But I understand the problems with it.
Thank you. Last but not least, last and one of the best, my man Pisco is here. This was a legal question so powerful we needed double the legal minds. Thank you for being here, friend. Introduce yourself to the stream, and then talk about the topic.
Yeah, sure. I'm Pisco, born and raised on Prime Kai, right here on this stream. Pleasure to be back on the Reverie. Always a pleasure, and to bring my wisdom to this pressing legal issue. Listen, I think this is a super interesting question, and one where I think very often criminal burdens and procedures and kind of slogans have the potential to be misapplied. You know, I believe very strongly in the presumption of innocence. I believe strongly, innocent until proven guilty, and that, you shouldn't face necessarily the harshest penalties before it's shown that you deserve those penalties. That said, sometimes burdens apply before there's an evidentiary showing. There's pre-trial detention all the time, and we're okay with it because we understand that we have to calibrate risks, and just because someone might at the end of the day be innocent doesn't mean that the whole system of pretrial detention, or in this case restrictions on kids charged with murder, aren't justified. I think especially in the case of children, these are the kinds of situations where we would put the most emphasis on protection of the children. And we put limits on speech, we put limits on your rights with respect to carrying guns, all sorts of things when it comes to protecting children. And I think any given case will depend on the facts, but I don't have a problem in principle with a kid who's charged with a crime being segregated from the rest of the school. We do that with like school offenses, right? If someone keeps bullying the student, we'll segregate them, and we'll do that for much less. And so I don't have a problem in principle with it. It just depends: is it justified in this particular case? Um, I think I see a similar kind of dynamic at play with a lot of accusations of misconduct, whether they be of sexual misconduct or employee misconduct, where people are applying kind of criminal standards beyond a reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, where those standards are there for a reason, because we think of prison and the criminal punishment as kind of the harshest thing that society can do. But that doesn't mean that lower evidentiary standards, lower burdens for less oppressive kind of restrictions won't be justified socially. And so I think in this particular, it depends on the evidentiary case and for this specific kid, but I don't have a problem in principle with segregating a kid before he's been proven guilty.
Can I ask Pisco a question? Because and I could be wrong, but I think the framing is a bit off. This isn't correct me if I'm wrong, Prime, because I didn't get to read the article, but I don't think that this is a situation where they're trying to move this kid to a different space because he could be guilty. It's a situation where this person was involved in a trial, they're innocent, and they're wanting to do a punishment permanently on this person for just being in that situation, right?
I think it's just an accusation, as far as I can tell, as in just accused, and like there hasn't been really any legal proceedings at all. They've just been accused.
That's my understanding.
But I would like to resolve the case that Gambit put forward, because it's an interesting one. It's like, what if you have gone through the process and been found innocent of the whatever related offenses? Then I think it really wouldn't be justified for the school to put restrictions based on something where you got off scot-free. But let's say in the course of proving your innocence, you showed that there was some other misconduct, that you were someplace you weren't supposed to be, you were doing something wrong, right? My standard for putting restrictions on a student, or let's say pat downs every day, or you're not allowed to have a locker, or the police can come and check your locker all the time, or you have to be in his classes. My standard for that isn't a criminal offense. It's going to be related to burdens on the school, distractions to the students, and safety of the rest of the kids. And so my threshold for that stuff, I give a lot of deference to, even in the cases of where all these like different school cases, you remember like in Florida, all the stuff related to protection of kids. Now, I disagree with a lot of those policies, but in terms of institutional competency, I give a lot of deference to schools and to states to be the actors who decide, even though I may disagree with them on the policy side. And I don't think that necessarily like these criminal burdens are most applicable in this context, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So in the case of this accusation, that it doesn't sound like y'all have said there's been any like indictments, would you still be okay with this?
Re-indictment, I think I might have a problem with that, unless there was some, again, there could be, actually I say that, I don't even agree with it. If there were a school determination that there was a likelihood or a possibility that in the next 2 months you might see a formal initiation of something, I would have no problem with the school writing a memo or a letter and saying, hey, we have reason to believe that there's an investigation going on. Pending the investigation, you have to do remotely. I think Leith Waterkai, I think you suggested that, right? Remote learning. I think that's a great idea, because truly, like, the schools need to have power to, their ultimate responsibility is to protect and educate our children. And that means they can't just be thinking about individuals and the maximum protection of their civil liberties at all times.
My understanding here is that the principal also suggested online learning in this case. And I think that would make sense, right? Just as long as there's an investigation, put them in online learning or move them into some kind of segregated environment. Because when we're talking about schools here, this is not the same thing as prison. We're not talking, this isn't like a protected right in the same way.
Yeah, but also like the thing that Pisco is correct in that they can't be looking at protecting the civil rights to the maximum extent. But what they have to be concerned about is educating the children, right? And so like, what if and this could be a whole list of reasons why it's the case that online education doesn't work, right? Or has a significant impact on their ability to learn. We saw this all throughout the pandemic, that like online learning just isn't the panacea. So if we knew in this case that this person would have significant difficulties with online learning, do they deserve to miss out on a year, 2 years of education,
Yeah,
of a proper education because of that?
that's where I was trying to lead to, because like there's a loss of this student permanently that they can never get back. That's also at play here. And if it's, I didn't know this was under the context of some of this context. So if like Pisco said, the school is like working with the police, and there's an ongoing investigation, and
I don't think
nothing
there
that
is I want to clarify. As far as I know, I don't think there is an investigation. As in, like, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, even based off of what Lactoid said, like, yeah, the principal wanted something, and that was explicitly denied. Like, no, this child has a right to continue to attend school, as in, like,
I
some
think
other.
you mean criminal investigation.
Well, my understanding there is an investigation because it was, at least the article states that it was like
There's a charge.
Yeah,
right?
well, they are accused of like attempted murder earlier this year. So we're talking about
But
like
is
a
that
very
accused
short
in a
time.
legal sense?
Well, they said they
Yeah,
weren't
I
going
think
to have a
he's
hearing.
charged.
One of the issues here is that, like, my guess, because he's a minor and some of the rules about this, there's not a ton of information as to what the specifics are.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, we know it's an attempted murder. We know it was earlier this year. That's at least the thought process. And we know that somebody's looking into it. We know that there's obviously some kind of investigation because they can't keep this, it wasn't suggested. I mean, I guess it was suggested to expel him by the principal, but the other suggestion was like put him like in online learning or put him in
And
some
that's
other
the part
environment.
that I was attacking mostly.
Right,
It says the
It's
student is
for-
charged. It says the student is
The
charged.
student is
If
charged
he's
actually now?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, if he's charged, like that means that there is a prosecutor whose whole job is to prove this person guilty
But where are you
beyond
getting
reasonable
that
doubt and put him in
information
jail.
from?
Yeah, that's not
The
an
article,
that we
article that
It
Prime
says
Link-
student accused of attempted murder placed in DPS school despite concerns of principal.
yeah, the first paragraph and it says Denver.
Sure.
It says the principal tells Nine
Shot
News.
No, this is talking about a different.
was
This is talking about a different person.
They were saying there were
said
two different
daily
shootings
pat
beyond
downs or something.
this issue.
Oh,
So they've been
am I-
having a crackdown. So,
Oh,
in this
am I
particular
mistaken?
instance- So in this particular instance, they said the request was denied by the district. He then asked to expel the student. That request was also denied. So they're saying that they weren't going to have a hearing because the student, as there's no evidence that the student was in possession of a firearm on school grounds or at any other DPS school, the request for an extended suspension or expulsion hearing is denied. So they won't even give it a hearing within the school, let alone.
Yeah, he's reading
charged.
the first paragraph that this is in reference to, which is also part of the question, was that or sorry, the prompt, not the question, sorry. Just days after the East High School student shot two, because this is a different person, shot two school administrators during the daily pat down, the principal of Denver's largest middle school tells 9 News his school must also perform daily pat downs on students charged with, among other things, attempted first-degree murder and alleged discharging.
Yeah, I thought
a
that was
It
the
firearm.
kid
make
that
it
worked.
sounds like that
So
includes
it's
him, but
relating.
it doesn't.
Yeah, it's confusingly written.
Oh, is it? Are they talking about the high school students or the middle school student? I thought they were talking about the middle school student who was charged, and not the
It
students who.
seems like they could be,
I gotta
but it's
open
not
this up
clear at
again.
all.
Wait,
I'll
so
have to
so
find a
so
different
Austin Lyle is a 17-year-old, right? That was being charged with shooting those two teachers. He actually recently, I think, killed himself, like a couple days ago or something. But that was in the same school district that this other
Right.
principal and student are in, right? So in the same school district, the principal's saying, "Hey, there's this other student who's being accused of attempted murder, and I don't want him coming to school," basically. So he's talking about a separate student, and he's saying that the student's accused of attempted murder. I doubt that he's accusing the kid of attempted murder. Yeah, I'm sure, and I think in the article they said that they've obtained documents to verify that he's being accused of attempted murder. So, I mean, unless we're to believe that the principal just says, "Hey, I think this kid killed somebody," and that's what he's using as a basis to like try to keep the kid out of the school. I think
I
we
think
gotta
that's what
trust
it
that.
is, though.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Like my feeling. So maybe I'm wrong because we're all confused, and fair enough. But like my understanding is that this person was charged, right, or is a suspect, in an ongoing investigation. That's my feeling here, and that's separate. That is separate from the incident where the kid shoots two individual people, right?
You
We
Yeah,
don't
it's in
know
the first paragraph.
details
Yeah,
of
that
the
guy's
You s-
Austin Lyle.
Hold on,
That
wait.
guy's.
You use suspect and charged, and I think
Yeah, like-
the difference between those two terms is
Yeah.
gigantic.
So,
Wait, hold on, but
suspect
JC,
and
in the
defendant.
first-
would be-
in the first paragraph, right, it says that the principal of Denver School's largest middle school tells 9 News his school must also perform daily pat-downs on a student charged with, among other things,
Yeah, that's what I
attempted
thought.
first-degree murder and illegal discharge of a
It's like a
firearm.
rule change though, but
So
not
it's
like,
about
Right.
Yeah, so
Oh,
the-
no,
the-
I think he's talking about
wait,
specific
hold on.
student.
But what we
Yeah,
were
he's talking about
disputing
a
was
specific
that
student.
any particular person was charged. That is not the case.
Oh,
So
that to me, that first paragraph, I could be wrong about that, Nina, and I'm sure you know more than me. That first paragraph makes it sound like there's a particular student charged.
Yes.
And
it
if-
does.
yeah,
if
it
that's-
is confusing.
if that's not what
It is very confusingly written, but it's saying that like if people are charged, then they do this. But
Well-
in this case, the title of it says that it's accused, so that
well,
would
if he's
imply
saying,
that
but
it's
if he's
not
saying that he's
charged,
trying to
right?
expel the student, right? Like he's sound like he's just trying to expel all the kids in the school that have attempted murder charges, right? There's a
Yeah,
particular
no,
student that
I
I'm
agree with
talking
you.
about.
Yeah.
I think there may or may not be a particular student. Does it change anything? I mean, like, let's say that he were merely like a suspect, and he was told he was a suspect, and let's say for whatever reason, for us to know he's a suspect, they give him some kind of like
Okay,
order not to destroy
I found
evidence.
another article. I don't know what the hell localtoday.news is though, but it says specifically Dennis would
Yeah,
not
no, I found
identify the student, blah, 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 has chosen to not release specific information about the student other than to say that the Denver police believe he was involved in an attempted murder. But it's still, the word believe is so wild because is it a suspect or is he?
Yeah,
charged?
so like
Okay,
as
hold
mu-
on. If they that's suspected, okay?
Well,
We're
wait,
gonna read
so-
into what that means.
And I like
I think you killed somebody. I'm not sure.
No,
I'm
but
obviously
is he
not
a
a legal
suspect or is he charged?
like-
Okay,
That's-
all right, okay, guys,
He's
guys,
not
guys.
charged.
Like,
He's not charged. He's not
all right,
charged.
so
The other article says
we,
he was.
we can't. We're not gonna do this, right? We're gonna do this all day. All right, so let's move past this, okay?
Yeah, let's just assume
we
facts.
can,
He's a bad
yeah.
dude. That's what we know.
and we
okay?
can just like run multiple hypotheticals here, to see where we land, right? So if you are suspected, right, only suspected, like should you have your educational life interrupted, right? Like lots of people get suspected, and you know what, like of doing something bad, like that's gonna fall more on minority students, right? That
True.
like you're just suspected of this. So should that be enough suspicion to yeah.
It was black.
Did
and
you
so
guys ever
white.
watch Scream?
my
I
high
think
school.
so.
So toward the end of my senior year, we used to like to sit on the hill and like shoot at each, like we would clown on each other. They would call it shooting on each other. So when you were going to announce that you were going to clown someone, you would say, "I'm going to shoot on you." So somebody took offense to this and went to the office and claimed that these students were threatening to shoot her. They got expelled right before they were supposed to walk. So when all the information came out, they weren't reinstated or allowed to walk, but they said, well, no, they said they could get their diplomas, but they couldn't walk when they finally got all the information. So without any investigation or any other corroborating evidence, they basically ruined these kids' lives.
Listen,
And
that
it
sounds like
black students.
that sounds like bullshit. I'm gonna say, but these days you can't joke about that shit anymore. Not when, especially these. Someone said what happened today when you talk about like that. I think it is the case that shooting deaths or gun-related deaths are the number one cause of children death in America.
Yeah.
I totally feel bad for because that shit happened in my school. I think it wasn't necessarily a gun thing, but it was something where someone was just joking around. They weren't allowed to walk. It's bullshit. But I think that I'm going to give a lot of deference for schools to keep kids safe, and I would be pissed if there was like
Yeah, they're doing a great job.
no, they're not doing it right. They're doing a horrible job, and I think that but the other option is to disempower them and say, you're not allowed to follow up these leads. I think some of the most pissed I've been are like when the
schools are
FBI.
one investigating.
that-
I'm sorry, I'm not
Well,
following.
let Pisca finish that thought. Like,
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I think it's important for it to be like absolutely you're right. Schools should not be the only ones involved, but people get mad when you involve the police. When you call the police on when someone says something like that, right? And calling the police can fuck up someone's life. It can make someone not walk. It can give them a huge headache. But when disaster strikes, everyone tries to point the finger and say, FBI didn't follow up on this lead. What are they doing? These police. And so it's a weird balance. And in the name of safety, I am going to defer a lot to protecting the kids. Not so much so that I'm going to say everything they do is okay. But when there's like a threat like that, when someone says there's like an inside joke where it's like shooting something, they have to stop doing that joke. And if that means you have to set an example, I'm sorry.
Big in kid culture, man. That's such a wide umbrella, right? Like,
What if they're talking about like video games then? Like literally.
Yeah, I think context matters. Context matters.
Stop
Yeah.
playing
but
Fortnite.
context that water.
Well, in this instance, we have been doing this for 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, in the specific case, you're right. Specific facts, and if it's like a known cultural thing, I'm sure that if you presented that to me, I would be like, come on, you let these kids walk, like you investigate it or whatever. That's fine. But the principle being that mere suspicions, investigatory activity is going to be enough for me to impose some restrictions, right? Don't come to school until we figure it out and ask the other kids that you talked about to make sure this was a joke. That kind of stuff, maybe don't let them walk, maybe not like expel them, but I'm gonna be okay with some restriction. I don't think the standard has to be you prove it in a criminal court. I think the things that I think are like more questionable or problematic is when it intersects with like other kind of protections and freedoms outside of the school. So I'll give you an example. Say, for example, that you went to January 6th and you were a kid who went to January 6th and you did some conduct in January 6th outside of the school, totally unrelated, and some parents try to say that you were a danger to your kids. Those kind of interactions where outside of school, things that aren't necessarily related to your character for violence, but nonetheless make parents feel unsafe or weird, that's where I think I'm going to step up and offer more protections for either the LGBTQ kids who make conservative parents feel unwell or unsafe or whatever, or even the conservative kids who decide to attend an America First rally.
Does anyone have kids here? I'm just curious because I don't. So, you do?
I do not.
GSU said that.
Yeah.
Are they like in like elementary? Like what age? You don't have to say directly, but so like I assume during COVID they were doing the online learning, right?
Yes.
If they're like sick from school, do they still have the option to do online learning? Or is it just all in or all not now? I don't know what it's like now.
My daughter was not in kindergarten until after that year. So they were only affected by that in pre-K, which isn't as serious as kindergarten. So I'm not exactly sure about the kindergarten situation.
But I mean, like right now.
Yeah, like right now. Like are like if they're like I
We're
don't
not
know
learning from home
homesick. Okay, so not at all.
But no. It's like
Okay.
what she was asking, just to make sure you understood what she was asking, is that like, do you have the option if you are sick, right? That like I'm not going to send you to. Yeah.
No, the school is completely back
Sorry.
in person.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Gotcha.
I know that there are certain situations that are still mixed. I don't know if they would just change teacher for that day. I do know that the school offered it that year, that before my daughter started, where there was one class that was in person and there were two classes that were remote. But I don't know if you could switch, like just because you were sick or something, like you switched to the other
Yeah,
class.
that's so interesting because like in my work, like I'm a remote worker, but I obviously have people that are in the office and I can go into the office if I need to, but like anything that I need to do, I can do either in the office or I can do that at home. And I'm just like, it's so weird to me that like we don't have that option for like kids, you know what I mean? Like if you're sick, like sometimes like I've like had car trouble or something and I can't get to the office and it's like I'm still being able to work. I feel like we should like extend that if we're talking about
I don't
education where
think
it's
it's
like
practical with certain ages. The reason why I
right, yeah.
specifically sent my daughter to the school that she went to is because it was in person. Because I had talked to an extensive amount of teachers dealing with young kids, like they're trying to teach young kids sounds. And there's a lot of things that you just really have to be close. Like you can't really have masks on and things like that. So there were a lot of barriers to online learning in very young kids. So I specifically wanted to be in person because of the deficiencies they saw in kids that I did remote learning. So I think the younger you go, the less like palatable that is.
And more importantly, there's like a
Gotcha.
well, not more importantly, because that's what you just said makes sense. But there's also a level of overhead providing that option. That like just because the teacher is teaching in class, like teaching an RO class, doesn't mean they can also teach someone who is online, right? So you might
Two
need another
classrooms,
teacher.
real and virtual. Like
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, we might make them do that at some point. But like that would be a separate teacher to have to be available to do that for whoever. And then it's like, well, if you have different, like on a certain day, like kids from different grades who are sick, then you need different teachers, different grades to be able to do it or something like that. It'd be a lot.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be helpful
Logistically,
to? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, I was just saying, would you not think it would be helpful maybe to have like the lectures, like, because I have ADHD, so I've always had a problem like paying attention. Where I think like maybe like even just like recording, like the lecture, and like being able to play it back and like watch it on your own time in the right ways or rewatch it or whatever. I think that would actually be really helpful. I don't know. Do you
I
think
think you're
that I'm the
thinking
only one?
about older age groups though in a lot of
Maybe I
these.
am, but
Yeah,
I
for
mean, how
sure,
would it not
because
help younger age groups though? Like if
if
they're
But
just
you
like,
hold
say
on, we
about
don't. But that's like a little bit of a distraction. But
sure.
no, it's fine. But you brought up something interesting. ADHD, right? Like if you're saying that you're a person who can't concentrate, and maybe needs assistance from like the teacher to help like keep with concentration.
Well, so it's
Then
like you find yourself zoning out, and then you're like, "Fuck! I just missed like 5 minutes of what the teacher's saying, and now I have no idea what the hell is going on anymore."
yeah, yeah. Go ahead, back to it.
I think I don't think me and Pisco are challenging the idea at all that this is going to have some kind of ramifications in the student. I think the question is we take that and we weigh it against the other ramifications, specifically like we do with all kind of behavioral, removing children for behavioral issues, right? Disruption to the classroom, the disruption of everybody else's learning, right? Being able to feel safe in the place that you're at is, kind of important. But then also, like, again, like by law, you have to send your kids here. And, there's something a little bit off-putting by telling parents, like, hey, no, you have to send your kid to this school where we have somebody who is being investigated for, attempted homicide, and we can't do anything about it. That could be a major disruption and a major issue for those people as well. Even though I agree, like it might, moving this kid to online learning, yes, that might be the best alternative, even though it may cause some disruption. But I mean, to some extent, letting this kid go, or any kid with like behavioral issues or accused of attempted homicide go, could cause massive disruption the other way.
I want to be clear. Oh, good. Sorry.
This is something I kind of want to explore because I want to explore what Pisco was trying to say before about like talking about things that happen outside of school. I think it's super interesting, but also, right, like let's move the line a little bit because like attempted homicide, that's more of an easy get. What if it's like accused of sexual assault?
Yeah,
that's like a he said, she said thing. Male student accused of grabbing a female student's breast, right? No evidence, right? She said he did it. He said he didn't.
Executed.
What do you do?
Yeah, so in our I want to touch that one and then the point in reverse, the first point you made about conduct outside of the school. And on the first one, on the second one, the reverse order, we had kids in our grade who were accused of doing like fondling people in the locker room. They were like pushed out of class while that investigation was pending, while everyone was interviewed, because that's serious as hell. Especially like parents are not going to feel safe sending it. And I even understanding everything that Lactoid just said about it being yes, it is an imposition on the students involved. Yes, it is actually. It will affect their learning 100%. But our sensitivity to the safety of children is so high in the school when they're away from their parents that I think, what else are you supposed to do? What if it comes out later that you had the potential, even like a 5% chance of exposing a child to like a serial fondler? That's unacceptable, right? It's not the same kind of. Now, in the case of a criminal proceeding, because what the court is doing in sending you to jail or imposing some criminal punishment is so harsh, we are willing to let guilty people go, not to have any innocent person be affected by that. Our calculation is different in these cases where it's just administrative sanctions or not even necessarily anything punitive from the state. It's just some kind of restriction, or you're not allowed to be in the classes with this child. I guess I gave a lot there, so I won't address the other one. So I'll leave it there for now.
Well, yeah, there's terms of bail, right? When you make bail, there's certain like terms you have to abide to, and you have to follow those, right? And or those are impositions on an innocent person, but we have those for a reason.
An arrest. Think about it. An arrest is an imposition on someone who's presumed innocent. Arresting someone can ruin someone's life. Just the arrest. This is pre anything. All you have is the probable cause of one person potentially, which is the arresting officer. that you committed a crime, and you can be
Do
fired
you
for
think
it.
that we should do away with or like we shouldn't have bond as a concept, as in like everyone should just have the idea that
Yeah.
if you're granted bond, it should be free, basically.
I think New York has leaned that way, and my sense of justice leans a little bit that way, where just something seems perverse about having a disparity in like wealth,
Yeah, I think
causing
that's kind of fucked.
difference in freedom. I understand that. I also understand the arguments on the other side, which is like, well, you want some security for the fact that you're going to come back, and you want to, at a certain point, I do value freedoms, especially in the criminal process. I think because this is kids, a little bit calibrated differently in my mind. So I think I probably would be in support of less restrictions and less intrusive bails, because I think it's fundamentally unfair.
So I
Can
I
I
want
add
to.
one quick thing real quick? On top of that, real quick, we don't also, even if you're accused of a crime, generally we don't, we would never force, in the same way we force students to send their kids to school, to sometimes one particular school, we don't have that on somebody who's like released on bond, right? If someone gets arrested and released on bond, I don't have to welcome them into my house, even though they're innocent.
Yeah.
I don't have to like let them onto my workplace as an employer, right? I don't have to do that to them, even if they're innocent.
That's
So, like-
that's a good point. Yeah.
You got so I wanted to like get some other people in here, like Doobie and Corey and Waterkai, like this doesn't. I'm thinking about like the political ramifications, right? The social ramifications of this, and if this was my child, the male child in the scenario that I put forward, right? And like now they've got to go to a different school because this girl just said something happened. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe my child's a fucking knucklehead, and I suspect, yeah, he might have done some dumb shit like that. Okay, all right. But what if this girl, my son, have had run-ins before and are just like extremely antagonistic, or what if they had like a breakup, right? And we know that was like super messy, and now my kid has to go somewhere else or do online schooling, right? That seems like bullshit, and I don't get to adjudicate this until like the hearing happens, right? Like, so that's another thing. Like that seems like my intuition. That seems wrong. That like this that all of the weight will be on the person who was accused of something, and with literally no evidence presented, and then they have to like years of their life is messed up. So like, guys, like, what do you think?
Well, I think there's a lot to unpack. Well, yeah, if you want to go, Leafy, go for it.
No, Corey, you're always faster than me. Get it done.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but I'll do my best. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. Addressing like your first point, like whatever, if my child, whatever, committed this horrendous act, I would ask myself, I would consider myself a failure as a parent. But let's just say, sort of addressing maybe what you and Lactoid just brought up in terms of like, it just takes an accusation or an accusation of a violent crime to like remove some, or like for basically consequences to happen. At the rate that, let's say, the U.S. is going, like half of the children are going to be learning from home and like isolated. Whereas like I think there should be like a greater burden. I think it should take more. Like for me, the defining factors, like, yeah, if there's some sort of like legal proceeding taking place, that's why I want to clarify in this story of like, is there an actual like legal investigation taking place? That is like the deciding factor for me. If there isn't, and it's just like straight as in the title, like an accusation and not like a charge, then that for me that's not enough. Especially when it comes, I don't think it's correct to lump, let's say, sexually deviant acts and violent acts. They're obviously both horrendous, but in terms of like how you, let's say, reform these behaviors, I think it's a little bit different. Where if it's like, yeah, if a child is displaying deviant, violent behavior, my concern, where if it just takes an accusation of that for ostracization, I think you might be creating more violence and perpetuating a cycle that might not be so good.
Waterkai?
Well,
And
usually-
Doobie wants to. I
usually
think after.
In these cases, the parents understand the demeanor of their child, and usually the school has a record of offenses the child has made. So if the kid's been suspended for certain actions or had reports made on them for certain actions, you get to take that into account when the accusation is made. So if the accusation has absolutely no proof, no justification, you should not be able to bar this child from being able to come and learn. That would be a detriment in itself, because if they're already having issues or we're behind, that's just going to ruin this kid's life in the first place. But if this kid already had a history and a precedent of doing certain actions that seem in line with this, just the accusation itself, you could be like, okay, maybe you're a danger to others, so we're going to go ahead and remove you until we get to the bottom of this, because you've already shown that you're capable of doing so. In the case of this situation, it seems like they are kind of really jumpy because there's already been shootings. And so now they're leaning on the side of caution because they're afraid of that situation happening again. That really shouldn't be something you can do, because that's putting somebody's life in the hands of their presumptions.
Can I ask you and Corey a quick question?
Sure.
Well, first I understand like the reluctance here, but what you're describing, look, in the United States, the vast majority of sexual assaults, it is one person alleging something happened and the other person denying it. That's what happens. And usually, like, if it goes to the point of like the police, an arrest is made off of one person's testimony, right? I mean, sometimes without any other evidence. Should that be a thing? Can you arrest people off of one person's testimony?
The answers are
Not
absolutely
without
related.
proof.
Just before you answer, the answers are related because they relate to your priors about whether we should default on the side of the people who are making the accusation, or the people who, you know, the liberty of the person who hasn't been proved beyond some standard. And so it would seem to me no reason to treat better one group versus the other unless there were some reason to differentiate between them. But on a surface level, I'm going to treat weirdly anyone who says do one default for one group of people and one default for the other, unless there's some like basis for it.
I agree.
Okay, so to answer your question, I think I largely agree with what Pisco outlined. But yeah, I'm attempting to lump these types of behaviors in different categories, even though there's potentially some overlap. Where I'm technically more okay, or it's more permissible to me of like a sexual accusation resulting in whatever removal of the person from the situation, as opposed to an accusation of violence. Personally.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm confused. I'm confused as to these answers. So, the reason I brought that up is because there seems to be like a extreme reluctance when we're talking. In this case, even kind of the stronger standard trying to protect children here. There's like a very strong reluctance to like remove the child when in this case they're being investigated by police for attempted murder, because, well, the evidence just isn't solid enough, right, to remove them from the situation. When I would assume, like in
for adults,
when adults, like in a sexual assault case, like if a woman's like, he did this to me, and like you guys are presumably okay with the cops coming and putting the guy in handcuffs and taking him down to the precinct and having like the whole booking process and everything, right? That to me seems like a much bigger imposition on freedom than like, sorry, you have to go to a different classroom.
In protecting ostensibly a less vulnerable group, that is to say, adult
like,
victims as opposed to children victims.
I think there's more self-determination in adults and agency.
I would think it would be a lot. Go ahead.
No, you go first.
I would think it would be a lot more of an impetus on the person that was an adult that was sexually assaulted to actually go to police versus somebody in a school just making an accusation to a teacher or to a faculty member.
That's interesting. So you're saying because it's easier for the kid to make the accusation, we should treat it less seriously, or is it because of the nature of the offender, because they're also vulnerable? I'm getting a hard time. Why should we treat the child's accusation less favorably than the adult's accusation? And I just want to add one more thing here. I don't know if you guys have ever seen, there's a documentary about I forget what it's called. I think it's some Cali case, some football star, where a kid accused the football star of a little tiny kid, right? Like a 2-3-year-old, like a tiny kid accused this football guy of fondling him or something to that effect. And it turned out that the case was, because the evidence wasn't sufficient. The case, I'm not saying he didn't do it, but the case was deemed not enough evidence for the conviction. It's a matter of law. There have been cases like that where kid accusations have turned out incorrect or not supported by all the facts. And that's also true of adults. So why would we treat the child's accusation less seriously?
I wouldn't say you treat it less.
I don't think I wouldn't treat them differently at all. But no, go ahead, Whitaker.
No, go ahead.
I would say I don't know, man. Our culture is pretty scary right now. I don't I don't know how you. I think you treat both of these the same, and there needs to be some sort of corroborating something for something to happen.
Okay,
For
so
sure.
that's
This
a
is
default
CSI
that
brain.
says that's a default that says treat them the same and be highly scrutinize highly both cases, right? And as a default
Yeah.
measure,
I
don't
think to
impose.
remove, I think to remove freedoms for somebody, there needs to be some barrier for sure, and that
Okay.
barrier shouldn't just be an accusation.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the ultimate thing, the
Wait,
ultimate
wait,
consequence.
hold
I
on, wait.
agree
It
with you,
sounds
right?
like you disagree, though. It sounds
No,
like you're arguing in the opposite. You're saying that an accusation is
let me
enough to
explain it.
remove freedom.
Yeah. So on the ultimate outcome of the end proceeding, which is to say you're fired, you're arrested, oh sorry, you're convicted, you're expelled, right? When at the end stage restrictions, when we're talking about, not to say that the other restrictions aren't serious, I am totally clear that the prior restrictions where you're segregating, where you're doing all that stuff, that is an imposition for sure. On the end style where you're like coming to a conclusion and arriving at a punishment, I agree with you that we should scrutinize that and the burden should be high, right? And sometimes I just want to say sometimes witness testimony is evidence, and someone can be credible enough and consistent enough
For
where
sure.
I will believe that a criminal conviction is justified based solely on witness testimony and on one witness's testimony. But I'm going to have a high threshold there. But when it comes to those initial steps, a month of suspension to allow the investigation to occur, I'll put the teacher on leave while the kid accused him of fondling him at the band classroom. I'm going to be like pretty. If someone accuses you, that's a serious thing, obviously,
But
and I'm going to be pretty
let me
liberal
ask you
that
an
the school should
example.
take action.
Let me ask you an example, though,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because I said that there should be some barriers of not proof, but some barriers that of even possibility first, and then maybe someone. If I called the police right now and I said Pisco shot at me, and there's a video evidence of us on this panel, my assumption would be that you wouldn't say that the police should immediately arrest you, even though shooting is a really serious crime, right? So you would
Yeah.
have some barriers
So
to arresting, right?
I think a mere a conclusory accusation, which is, someone says, Pisco shot me, and the
Pisco
investigating
shot
officer shot at me,
there's
right?
no
Shot
physical
at me. And the investigating officer is like, okay, arrest Pisco. That is something where I'm feeling not so comfortable, right? But if I ask a question, I'm like, Gambit, he shot you? When was it? Yesterday. Oh, and where were you? And what was he wearing? And your story has logical coherence. It's not self-contradictory. The timeline comes up, and then they come and ask me, and there's nothing contradictory about what I'm saying. Just on the basis of that testimony, I'm going to be okay with investigatory action. Of course, that's our system, and our system requires there to be.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
I want to parse this out because the only I know I'm interrupting you, but I'm only interrupting you because of what you said earlier, and I want to make sure we're tying these things back. You asked about the differences in these situations with the kid versus with the school. An investigation does no injury to the person being investigated. Expulsion from school in these things do personal injury. So that's why I see the disconnect as. So that's why I'm asking you specifically on. Would you be okay with somebody being arrested because that gives personal injury, just like the expulsion of that kid?
I think that the standard for arrest is probable cause, and this probable cause is not more likely than not. I think if you look at Supreme Court precedent, you can make an argument that it's like 30% or something. It is a barrier, but it's a barrier that is going to include a lot of innocent people by necessity, and I'm okay with that. If I wasn't okay with that, I would be like, the standard for a warrant should be you have enough proof already to prove him guilty. So because I do not want to allow criminal activity to occur, I am going to be okay with some innocent people being burdened by those measures. And that's just, and I would be a hypocrite to say, well, if it applies negatively to me, I'm against it. Yeah, I'll be annoyed by you. Yeah, I'll think it's bullshit. Yeah, I'm sure I'll argue with you on the facts that it wasn't probable cause in our case, But at the end of the day, I have to be okay with a system that is liable to put me in jail for a night based on someone saying that it was me, right? Like, let's say that someone was beat up at a bar, and some guy someone was beat up, and there's one guy who's willing to point the finger at me. I'm gonna get arrested, right? I'm gonna get arrested, and eventually I'll be able to clear my name. But that's just the function of having a system where we need to solve crimes, in my opinion. And you know what? This goes to Prime's other point about conduct outside of school and conduct that's not even necessarily criminal, right? My standard for, because this is not just an inquiry about an individual's conduct, it's also an inquiry about whether or not that conduct is disruptive to every other student. There are cases where
Wait, but you don't know that.
What's that? No, what?
In this particular situation, you're making a lot of assertions here that I feel like are unfair, because we're obviously talking about somebody who was accused of something, and you're kind of like running away with it a little bit here, where like they were accused of something, you have no idea what the fuck happened with them, what actually happened. Neither do we, obviously. I think probably because they're a minor. It's probably
Yeah, I'm
sealed,
not making any particular. You're absolutely correct that I shouldn't. I hope I wasn't misunderstood or I didn't say something wrong to suggest that I have any particular knowledge about what's going on here, or whether the facts in this case are clear. Because it could be the fact that this guy's getting screwed. There's like horrible evidence that's him. That happens all the time, by the way, and that happens in the school context, and that happens in the criminal context, where people are put in jail for years without ever having an opportunity to defend themselves, and they kill themselves because that's a very, very famous case out of Rikers. So you're absolutely correct that I don't know anything specifically about these facts.
God,
My
you're arguing
standard,
with Michael
though.
Tracy, dude. Like, what do you mean?
What's that?
Your standard is what?
My standard for restrictions in the school doesn't just even relate to that individual's misconduct. Like it absolutely involves it, but
alleged misconduct.
Alleged misconduct.
Yeah.
It will also involve even innocent conduct that's disruptive. So let me give you an example. Or when I say innocent, I mean legally permissible.
Let him finish his point.
I'll give you an example. And when I said innocent before, I mean legally permissible. So I'll give you. It's legal to be a member of the KKK in this country. It's legal to be a member of the Westboro Baptist Church in this country. If it was the case, right, that there was a student that's known to the community, goes to KKK rallies, and their presence in the school by itself, just knowing that there are KKK members, is so disruptive to the class. No one's able to do any classwork. No one's able to conduct the operation of the school. You know, this is a First Amendment right, the right to espouse racist beliefs in this country. In that case, because it is so highly disruptive, I am going to entertain arguments that this kid should not be allowed to attend those classes simply based on permissible conduct because it is so disruptive.
Wait. Can I clarify? Because when you say disruptive is a loaded term here, I think there's a difference between a student who is a member of the KKK and like they're compulsively yelling racial epithets and you can't keep them quiet, as opposed to like you're also potentially okay with like just the mere presence, as in like this generates some negative thoughts in the students and that's distracting enough that you would remove that student. Like, how are you using the word disruptive is my clarification.
Let me give you an example. The example has to be so extreme. So we're going to try to, it's hard for me to put into words. Like, you obviously should have rules in your school that tells people not to be disruptive in response to someone else's disruption outside of campus. I'm sure we have case law that says that someone's response to like someone's controversies in the school is not sufficient basis to punish the kid who's off campus. But if it were truly a case where Nicholas J. Fuentes is in your classroom and class just cannot be run because every single test kids are disrupting the school, they're preventing the school from being enacted, unless there's some like equal protection ground that I'm not thinking of. It seems like even permissible conduct, in the sense of legally permissible conduct, might be a basis to impose restrictions on a student. And I don't know, Lacto, do you disagree with me on that?
Yeah, in a couple things. So you brought up a little bit at the end there. Well, what if it's like based on a protected class? Because I was going to hit you immediately with what if it was the Klan school and the one black kid is coming out? Everybody's like fucking freaking out that it's the black kid in the school.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we're going to talk about protected classes, we can even throw that in. You know, let's say you have like a class where everybody, everybody's like pretty non-religious, and then you have one guy who comes in who has like a very strong religious belief that also like overlaps with racism considerably. Let's say they're Mormon and like old school Mormon, and they believe that like black people are stained by Satan or some crazy. I forget the actual what they believe.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's some crazy.
Stand by Cain, I think.
Yeah, by Cain, yeah. And then like this becomes an incredible. This becomes an incredible disruption.
That's a
based
tough
on,
one.
Yeah, based on a protected class, a religious belief. Would we like remove that student? Well, for me, when we move away from like them doing a disruptive conduct on campus or illegal conduct off campus to the point where we consider them to be a threat, I think those two are categories that I'm comfortable with addressing. But when we start talking about, well, they're a political belief or their parents are a political belief that we all don't like here because we're like a San Francisco school, and if you're Republican, we fucking razz on you the whole time and not focus in school. Now we start getting into like some fucking bad issues.
Okay. But the problem, I understand, and your hypothetical is a very interesting one. It's a very cool one, and I think one that you deserve to press me on, and I should have to answer. But just to be clear, there's a bunch of conduct that's occurring off campus. In the case of the shooter, right? You shoot someone in Maryland, and you're in school in Florida, and you would just say, well, that conduct, even though it occurred off campus, speaks to your character for violence. Right.
Well, he said criminal off campus he was okay with though.
Yeah. So criminal off campus, because I think it demonstrates, like, in the same way we punish the criminal for criminal behavior, the whole idea is like rehabilitation, ideally. And so the idea is, well, this person is like a threat, right? This person poses a threat. They're accused of being somebody who poses a threat, and we care about the safety of children, so we don't want somebody who poses a threat on campus. Simply being Republican in a San Francisco school district, I wouldn't say is a threat.
I get that. That's why I think that the standard, if it's ever going to
be somebody does here, right?
There's no amount of lawful. There's no lawful conduct you can think of that occurs off campus that you think should, that's non-criminal, that would affect your decision on whether or not to do some kind of restriction on campus.
For a public school, no. I am a huge fan of school choice, though, and I think this actually solves the problem that we're talking about. I think school choice solves the whole problem with one quick,
Because you're obviously fine with private schools doing
right.
That.
You could just send your kid to the private school where they all. No. So it's school vouchers, right? School choice. So it wouldn't be the rich kids. It would be anybody who, they don't want to be around Republicans, I guess. So if they want to go to the Democrat school. But no. Regardless of what
Pisco,
it is,
you belong,
because Pisco, you have no like, and I think you'll admit this. Your lines here are incredibly fuzzy as to what kind of illegal off-campus activity you could be doing that's going to allow a school to ban a student.
Bro, I think all these lines are fuzzy. When you talk about even First Amendment activities in school, where our Supreme Court has said the First Amendment does not stop at the door, right? This whole balancing test of disruptiveness versus, if you're wearing a black armband to school, or if you're wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt in school, that stuff's probably going to be protected. But we all agree that if you had a shirt that said, "Fuck
were you an All Lives Matter motherfucker?" Is that where we're getting at here?
No, I'm a liberal. I'm left wing. Trust me, I want to protect the Black Lives Matter. But
no, you could put like a neutral like restriction on this. So like to be frank with you, I would be somewhat okay with like political like symbols. See, but then you
have the problem, right?
Religious,
now the teacher's going to put her.
Wait, can we all agree that we have to ban anything that has like doobies like character on it? Like if anyone's wearing like a shirt that looks like that.
No. I'm gonna let the student wear like the F black people shirt.
Pisco?
Wait, yeah. What light talk? Hold on.
Yeah.
I just want to get what light talk.
No.
Let light talk get it out. Too many people were talking. Say that again.
I just want to say, I thinking about it. You know what? I think I am okay with students wearing like offensive clothing.
No, what?
You let somebody wear doobies?
Hold on. Let light talk finish. Light talk. What offensive words did you say are okay?
Yeah, whether it says like F black people, F white people, like whatever they put in
you don't believe that. You don't believe that.
I know. I think I do.
You're okay with swastikas?
I think I am, because
you're okay with swastikas.
I think so, because I'll be honest with you. I could see somebody thinking that like symbols of like Mormonism to be like equivalent to some kind of a racist, bigoted ideology. But I would never tell somebody, well, you can't wear that. And the same
with
Christianity.
A big penis on your sweatshirt.
Like pornographic stuff?
Well, hang on. That's protected First Amendment speech. It's not obscene.
No,
right? It's just
no,
a-
giving
it's not
no
obscene.
portraying pornographic material
Wait,
to
wait,
children
what
is
about
not
what about
It's not
protected.
wait,
pornographic.
can I
A
help
big
you out?
dick is not pornographic.
Let's engage with it.
No.
Like, what if it's a picture of the statue of David on a T-shirt? Let's engage. Is that okay?
Yeah,
or
just
permissible?
Yeah, if the
Just
intent
his
is
penis.
Fired.
yeah, if the
pretty
if
gay.
the
Intent? Now we're looking at intent, Lactoid.
yeah, if the obvious, well, the same thing with all art and being able, like, what Facebook standards
just
are for
trying to spread
putting whatever
anatomy.
Facebook standards are for putting art on, like, posting that shit. That's the new standard for what
Whatever
you can wear. on a
standard
t-shirt.
you're gonna Lactoid. There's gonna be a breaking point where whether
No
it's
Nazi
drag
lactoid out here.
uniforms, whether it's whatever you want to say.
There's already
there'll be-
drag uniforms in class. What are
Okay.
you talking about? This happens.
Whatever
It's
you
happening
wanna
right
say.
now.
What? No,
you
they're
will have
not.
you will have there will be some shirt that will shock your conscience so much that you're gonna say, "Nah, we're not gonna let this in here. We're not like if there were a
Death
shirt
to
that said-
libertarians.
Yeah,
What
so
about
I'll
indirect-
say.
Hold on. Lactoid, what about indirect calls to violence against a protected group?
So call. Well, it doesn't matter.
I said
but-
indirect, not
He
direct.
doesn't care about
that,
that.
Well,
that
no, it's-
specifically wouldn't fit it specifically wouldn't fit the imminent lawless call to action.
Well, he said it'd be okay with
standard.
saying "fuck black people." That seems
Yeah,
a
well,
little bit
yeah.
like
If you want to
that.
roll it back,
That's
so it depends. I guess it depends how indirect we're talking about. I don't think it matters if it's protected. I think my line would be, and kind of how I interpret the First Amendment to work is that it's supposed to protect, politically or religiously engaging thought and the expression of thus. So as long as you're wearing a shirt that's aimed at like talking about like
Wait,
a
but Lactoid,
political
Lactoid,
message.
Well, the
I don't think
KKK
pornography
is
is like
a
a political
political
message.
party.
So
So,
Lactoid,
Yes.
what if
That's kinda
there's
what I
a
wanted to
group-
ask.
I mean,
Please
so is
go.
so is BLM, right? So I think you should be able to wear a BLM shirt.
oh,
I wanna-
compare those two
I do
things?
want to. I do it. Waterkai's
Yes, they're
been
directly
a long
comparable.
time.
Yeah,
So I want to
Waterkai.
get Waterkai to get his point out. We can go back to this. I'm going to hit up Doobie at some point. I've been trying to get to him.
Doobie's
for a
okay
while.
with everything.
Yeah,
For
yeah. Well,
It's a very minor
but
point.
Go ahead.
Well,
Okay.
so in the case that you are protecting this person with a protected religious or belief system
Mhm.
from the violence of other people because of that belief system, can you remove that person for their own protection and knowing that they are at high risk for being attacked or assaulted?
That's
So
that's
this
a
is
good
for
point.
this is for the religious symbol that's hated by many. And the question is whether or not you can impose a restriction for the hateful religious symbol. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, or ideology if they're in the KKK.
Yeah. The reason it's a good one is because I think that a lot of religious ideology is hateful. And so it's not. It's a good hypothetical because you can think of the extreme things, but there's also more regular things which I think would fall into that category as well. And the answer is that's why I think the standard can't be Lactoids like let in swastikas but not big dicks. There has to be in school. I think there needs to be. You need to raise the bar lower than just the free speech you would have outside of the school, and that would include, in my mind, it might include in certain schools, unfortunately, perversely, right? Black Lives Matter shirts, or might include perversely any Republican. If it were truly disruptive in a school to have people wearing Democrat shirts and Republican shirts around in schools, contextually based on the facts of the school, I'm always going to look at that, right? I might now this creates a bunch of perverse incentives where, if you raise a big enough stink, maybe-
Yeah, just be violent.
I don't
your
know.
way,
I don't know
right?
something else. I don't know anything.
No.
Other...
Bisco. Here's what we do. When in Brown versus Board of Education, right? When it came time to desegregate, we had to send the National Guard in with guns to defend the student going there. We're going to send in the National Guard to defend the Klansmen going to public
Hey, it's a
school.
good point.
That's how we do it.
Wait, but like, hang on a second. You really, there is a stopping point. There is, even for political messaging, right? Because
I don't think for political
Brandenburg protects all kinds of really fucked up shit. If you wanted to say, I support
Reducing the
child molestation, I support things that are horrible, right? Things that every kid is going to see. And it's going to just not let them learn.
I think I know where Lactoid's line is. So what if it's a picture of that teacher that we were talking about many panels ago with a large? What
right.
if it's a picture of that on the
So
the?
Hey, I'm
yeah.
new, you
So
have to
if
explain. Wait, hold
it's
on, you have to explain.
well, hold on. Let me answer this.
Well,
So potentially, if it's like, if there's like a firm like political intent behind it, I think maybe a student would be different than a teacher. The bar for regulating
Okay, that's fine.
teacher conduct is going to be way different than regulating student conduct. And in
Yeah, of
fact,
course.
I'm going to be
As a
I'm going to be
condition of
much,
employment.
right, because it's a condition of
So
employment,
if
right?
okay,
one of those
So
child
regulating
ma-
teachers is way stricter. And also, by the way, and I think this is also another totally fair point. If you don't want your kid to be exposed to political messaging that you don't like, again,
Go to private
school choice. Send them to the
Okay.
school where they can be isolated.
So I gotta let Doobie and Jish will go to you afterwards. I just want to say quickly, this thing with Lagtoid with the swastikas and the big dicks, I think this has to be a reflection of his personality, of his inner persona.
kink.
Like if you let in swastikas,
saying I got a big dick?
I'm just saying it's just like somehow
Maybe he has a
reflection of your
swastika.
psyche. But like let's go there and let that.
I
Like,
would
wait,
not
can we-
wear a
wait,
swastika.
But also the teacher thing. I'm explaining that to you. The teacher thing was a while ago. This person who was identifying as a man showed up to the school dressed
Oh, the
as
big
a woman
tits.
with the huge. big
Gotcha.
boob, yeah.
But
Doobie.
yeah, I just want to clarify. Go ahead, Doobie. Sorry.
Yeah, total side note. That teacher that you're talking about with the big fake boobs, they were
I know the
actually
follow-up.
finally leave this month, actually earlier this month, because they found pictures of the teacher outside of the classroom without the big boobs, right? So like they found that it was just like some weird stunt they were pulling.
But Lacto,
There was-
you're okay with a student wearing a picture of that teacher on their t-shirt?
So that would be
Come on.
that would be the toughest case, because if it was like for a pornography interest, no, but I could like see the art, like see if it's like a
What-
very political interest and like it was cropped in a way that was not overtly political, or it's not overtly pornographic, but like the emphasis was much more on like the message of we should be allowing people to wear what they want in schools. You guys are authoritarian for stopping this teacher. Like now we start getting into territory where like it's difficult, I suppose, when the two are like are closer, right? But like when you get, let's imagine a scenario in which those two are not close at all, such as a religious or political symbol, right? Like a hammer and sickle, which is far worse than the swastika, I would say. Both are bad, right? But the hammer and sickle is terrible. If you had a student wearing like a hammer and sickle shirt, I'm not gonna like fucking like tell them to
That's
take
the
off their
worst
shirt.
thing you can think
And-
of.
yes, I'm not gonna tell them
Yeah.
like I'm not gonna tell them to take it off and turn it
You know,
inside
he's
out.
rebranded since
Despite
he's
the,
really known as
despite the
Lacto.
fact like this symbol is responsible for the deaths of millions and millions of people, and if you wear this, you are implicitly like backing killing innocent people. Like you can do that, but that's part of freedom of speech, right?
I
I'm
do
not
want
gonna
to
stop
I
you.
want to ask Doobie one thing before we go to just you, because I haven't gotten you to engage Doobie, but like what the scenario what I said before, where sexual assaults, boy student, girl student, no evidence otherwise, but there may be a previous relationship that complicates things, right? Like what do you think? Do you think that the boy who's been accused should be tossed out or like have his education interrupted?
Yeah, I think so. I think you just need to like weigh. Okay, so if this person is not a sexual assaulter or rapist or whatever,
Mhm.
and you force them to do like remote learning for a while, or to go to some other secure location like a C school or something, while the case is like playing out. Yeah, you're interrupting their education, but you're also on the chance that they are actually a rapist or actually a danger. You're actually making the rest of the student body more secure, right? So you just need to like weigh what's more important. I think in that case, disrupting the education of one student versus having someone there who's going to disrupt and be a distraction just by their existence in the school
But
is like.
but I didn't say, but
Yeah,
I said what I said specifically to avoid this. Not rapist, right? Sexual assault, accused of grabbing a woman's breast, which you shouldn't do. Guys, just don't do that. However, like
I'm
in
saying grabbing by
terms
the
of
pussy.
trauma,
What are you
it's a
talking about?
different thing, right? Right?
I don't know.
So-
I actually
Yeah,
don't know
I-
that, but I
I
would
would-
question that assumption. Just to be clear, I think that
Come on.
About not grabbing women's breasts.
Well, no. I wouldn't, for any particular student, I don't know any data that says that one thing is more or less traumatic, but I think that it is liable to be extremely traumatic to be fondled by a classmate. I think that reaches my
Are you
threshold.
trying to make like a
of-
joke or like what's going on here?
No,
That's
no,
not a
no, he's
joke
not
at
making a
all.
joke.
That's a very
He's
reasonable
not
statement.
joking at all.
Uh,
But no,
No.
but like, come on, guys, like, okay, so I've been making it very
Misunderstanding
clear.
that.
I'm not making any excuses for sexual assault. Don't do it, please. Like, we're just okay. But anyway, all we're talking about is the accusation. So even within this hypothetical, no one knows what has happened. Okay, all right. So like I get what Doobie just said and what Pisco has been saying this entire time, talking about weighing like the safety of the students, right? Doobie is saying like if this dude is actually a rapist, right? Then you gotta get him out. And if he's not, well then it really sucks. But like hopefully he'll be found innocent, right? That's a big question mark. But still, hopefully be found innocent. But if we're talking about something like let's say something
A
else that's sexual
fondler.
assault is like like I'm being
I
too
think that's
expressive
bad
in my
enough.
hands.
That's bad
I'm
enough
being
for
way
me,
too
Prime.
expressive in my
I'm just gonna
hands.
say that is bad enough for me.
No, what
yeah.
pinching someone's butt, that is sexual assault, correct? If I pinch someone's
Yes,
butt, didn't
probably.
ask for it, should that person do literally the same consequences as the rapist, the accused rapist? Should they go through all of that for being accused of pinching, but and you literally can never find out one way or the other?
Oh, well, I mean that what you're saying is that the testimony of a person is never enough to conclusively determine something. And
In
I
this
would
particular case,
Okay,
no, certainly not.
if what you're telling me is will never that it's truly ambiguous and the question is there's no basis to believe the accuser any more than the accused, assuming everything, all your priors, that it's equally likely that one person, that he did it or they did it
What if
or
it's not
they didn't do
equally
it.
likely?
Wait, what? You can't say equal prior. What do you mean equal?
Yeah, what
what
if
I'm
they're
saying,
not equally likely?
No, but
that's
he's saying for now.
It's like, are they
All,
saying that no,
all
you
else
sexually assaulted
equal.
me, and
All
then
else equal, right?
No,
If this
no,
guy
no,
had like
all else
50
equal, right? So
accusations beforehand,
we
that'd be-
can weigh other things
But with
later.
the
but
like,
accusation,
for example,
would be the question.
I'm going to credit. I think that the incidence of false accusations of rape and molestation and fondling, I think that's not. It's actually they're not very likely. That in the data, from what I know and what I've been
Right.
told and what I've read, it's not very likely that people get false accusations. So whatever whatever I need to do to equalize the probabilities, right? Which is to say, I'm weighing the accuser more, right? I'm giving them more credit as an initial factor, but for whatever reason, it balances
Why
out.
are you?
Just to give
No, he's just saying
like I said-
assume
Let him cook, let him cook, let him
there's like a
cook, let him cook,
50-50
I'm sorry.
chance that the accuser's lying. Okay,
right,
like
right. Assume it's 50 they did it,
Gotcha, gotcha.
50 they didn't.
I gotcha.
Weighing in all your priors, weighing in all your defaults. In that case, right, Prime, I'm with you. I'm gonna my default is towards lenity, right? My default's gonna be towards lenity. In the true 50-50 case, but I just think that that's very in the school context. That's not the most.
But I think it is. I think it is, right? Because unless like this male in this situation is like a troublemaker, who has like gone up to other things, right? And maybe we can't even then, I mean that's still a little bit dubious, but still, right? Like a troublemaker who's done similar actions, right? Along the way, in terms of like a physical assault, right? Well, then I'd be more likely to believe that he's capable of a sexual assault, especially something as quote unquote minor, as pinching someone's butt, right? Like I could believe that more. I hear you, right? But for most students, they don't have these priors,
Exactly.
right? Like in terms of like prior infractions, and like they get into relationships and they have like bad breakups, and so we can imagine a situation. It's not that crazy, and we can imagine many situations where it's not that crazy that we just don't have enough evidence. Sure, I guess like I don't know, Susie is a straight A student. As far as you know, she's never told a lie in her entire life. Yeah, I mean, sure. And then and she has like more
Prime,
credibility.
with respect,
I
I mean,
wrote
and I
down
love
all
you.
of this stuff. I
Wait,
wrote
Prime,
down all of
I respect you. I respect Gambit. I respect all of you. I feel like you're coming at it from the male perspective, and I get that.
No,
because
no.
no, I
You guys
understand
are
that.
all coming around from the male perspective. What the fuck are
Yeah,
you talking
Pisco,
about?
you're
This is
coming
a
at this
silly
from the
thing to
male
say.
perspective.
Because I think the
Okay,
Wait,
I
I'm
can
pretty sure
flip this around.
GSU is saying. Oh, I want to know what he's saying.
I have like a book of notes. I'm just waiting.
Sure. Okay. Well,
All
then
right,
I would
okay.
hear. But like Pisco, I can flip this around, right? Like you could have a situation where like a girl is accused of all this. Like, I can just say that the girl does a sexual assault, or a girl against another girl, right? And
Okay.
it still equals the same thing, right?
Oh.
And like you could.
Then I retract what I said. What I mean to say is, I think you're coming at it from the falsely accused perspective, and you're not. And I with respect, I think you're not in the true 50-50 situation, right? What you're weighing up is the risk of someone being falsely restricted upon or like punished versus someone's true abuser going free, right?
But I'm
And
saying,
so,
no. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying, right?
Oh,
It's
I'm sorry.
because I'm not saying that it's 50-50. I'm saying that we could have those other situations where like it balances out, but like or it doesn't balance out, and that like it's 70-30, all right, whatever. But like but like especially with the severity of the crime, right? You shouldn't push people's butt. Don't do it. Not advocating for it. But with that severity of the crime and like the massive disruption in terms of this person's life, right? And which what people will say about him in a news article that's ambiguously written is that this kid was accused of sexual assault, right? Not of pitching someone's butt, sexual assault. You're saying that yes, we should just like throw
okay,
this
so
kid's
this
life
is
in
so
fucking chaos.
let me get this clear, just to make sure I'm totally understanding you. What you're
Okay.
saying is that your outcome would be different if this were a true rape case, and that your evidentiary burden for putting a restriction on someone would be lower for a more serious offense.
No, I'm going with what you. I'm actually going with what you guys
I
are
think
saying.
that's
no.
listen,
No, no.
That
I'm
was a
going
good
with what
one.
you guys are said. No, because you guys said right. That you have to balance right the outcomes of like whether this person is guilty and whether they aren't, right? If they are guilty of sexual assault, then like the danger to the students is reaches a certain threshold, right? That we got to take this kid out. If they're not, it sucks. But like hopefully they'll be.
Okay, so here's okay, this is better. Okay, I think what you're saying is before part of what was played into our analysis for Lactoid wasn't just the one-on-one conduct, but was the risk to the greater student body of continuing conduct. And in that respect, that isn't as present when you have a less serious offense. And so even though the burden as applied to the individual conduct might be the same, the quote unquote threat to the ambient school is different as between someone accused of butt squeezing and someone accused of rape. I think I probably buy that in terms of the kind of, if someone's accused of murder and it's 50-50, I'm going to take them out of class. And even though it's 50-50, right? As opposed to someone accused of fondling, even if the fondling accusation by itself, if proved, would be enough to take you out of class, just because the severities are different, even on the 50-50 level, I'll take one out of class because of the ambient threat to the rest of people. I buy that. And so the question then becomes, what should the standards be for any punishment for these things? And
I have an answer.
is fondling serious enough for you?
Yeah, Jisoo, then go ahead.
So I've been trying to say this for an entire hour. So you asked the question of you're at a bar, somebody got beat up, we know there's material harm. He points at a guy, and you are okay with whoever this random guy that he points at going to jail. I don't agree with it in any way, unless there's some sort of corroborating evidence. I think all of your ideas that you've espoused here are look, wait, I'm gonna finish. Are like in a bully culture are likely to be harmful to innocent people, and that's the grounds that I disagree with you on. So I'd rather people that are innocent not be harmed than I'd rather people that are guilty go free before innocent people are harmed. That's the principle that I disagree with everything that you said on. Whether it's if you're pointing at the random guy, whether it's the butt pinching, like all of these things can create a culture of bullying. And what if somebody counter accuses? So Pisco says I pinched his butt. So I'm just gonna say Pisco pinched my butt. Do we both get expelled?
Okay, but this is like
Because you were
one of those things where like, well, so like let's say we follow that, right? And then you had some kid who was accused of rape or something in school, and he raped somebody else, right? Allegedly, and then allegedly raped somebody else. Like at some point, you'd be like, oh shit, actually, maybe we shouldn't have this person here, even though there's a case going on, even though it has been proven like beyond all reasonable doubt
if
we need to worry
there
about the
was
safety of the
a
children, right?
if there was a black guy and there were multiple white women coming out lying saying that he drugged and raped them, even if there was a
I knew it was
large
coming.
number of them,
I knew
that
it was
wouldn't make
coming.
me believe them. So the pure
So do you
number
think that allegedly trans student who allegedly raped those 2 girls in 2 different schools, right? That was
I
like
don't
big
know
news
about
like
this
last
case.
year. It was big news
No,
because
I
the
don't know
parents were
the
like,
big news. Do you want to recite this, or are you just gonna say big news?
sure, I'll recite it for you. Okay, so off the top of my head, there
No,
was.
no, 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 no. I don't want it off the top of your head. I
Well,
want
what are
you
you
to say
asking me
it.
for? Google it then. Like I either Google
I
it or
want
I'm
you
gonna
to
recite it to
Google
you.
it. If you think it
I'm
actually
not gonna
happened
Google
once,
it.
you
Hold on,
think
hold
you
on.
I
know.
remember this.
Okay,
I'm
then
sure, I'm
that's
sure
the
Connor remembers what I'm
article.
talking about.
This story was a story. We talked about it multiple times on this platform.
Can we
Okay,
link
all right.
it?
So we can bring up articles for this. It's not too hard to find, but yeah.
Yeah,
go
so
ahead,
I'll
finish
say
the
it off the top of my head, and Prem can
Oh,
correct
can
me
we do
if I'm
that?
wrong.
You
right?
should chat
'Cause, like,
GPT it,
so,
Nina.
so the original story, if I
They
remember
lied to
correctly,
me.
was that there was this student who raped
I want
another
Pico to
student at a school,
respond.
and rather than expel the student or put them in remote learning or whatever, they actually moved that student to another school in the same district, where they allegedly
Like
raped someone
Catholic
else.
priests, huh?
Where they allegedly raped somebody else, right, in the bathroom, right? And there was like all this
That's like
hubbub about
Catholic
them being
priests.
trans or whatever. I don't know if any of that's true.
Mm-mm.
Right, but what is true is that there was a student who allegedly raped 2 people at 2 different schools because they were just moved from one school to the other. Right, so like at some point, like, do you just move them to a 3rd school because it's not proven? Like you need to
Like Catholic priests.
I don't know how that's relevant.
That's a pattern of
No,
behavior. That's what I was
so
saying.
wait,
If there's
wait.
a pattern of
I
behavior,
really,
Yeah, but hold on.
I
But
don't
what if
think a
they're all
pattern of
just lying?
behavior
They
matters
don't like
if
this
there's
person.
no corroborating evidence. I don't give a fuck about a pattern of behavior. If there's zero evidence, if maybe if this person is the greatest of all time, they're just gonna get away. I don't know.
Testimony
But-
is evidence. Wait.
Hold on, but I
A
do want
million
Pisco to
accusers.
answer. I do
like
want
Bill Cosby.
Pisco- Yeah, like Bill Cosby. Yeah.
Oh
bouncing
my
like the
god,
average
that's what it
school in
comes
the
down to,
district.
doesn't
He
it?
did it. I don't know if
Getting
you guys
tired
knew
all of a
that.
sudden.
Bill Cosby
Is
did
Bill
it.
Cosby in jail? I'm just trying to figure out. But anyway,
No.
On a
it's
tech-
not
Pisco,
good.
hold on, wait, Pisco. I think as a person
Yeah.
that's a part of our legal system, upholding the principle that we should be more afraid of unjustly punishing innocent people than some guilty members going free, I would think that you should
no,
take the exact opposite stance of everything that you
Wait. I totally agree with you that when it comes to the ultimate resolution of these incidents, we should absolutely err with lenity. That's my principle, even, by the way, not just in factual questions, but in legal questions. When there's a question about how to interpret something, there's a canon of construction. It's a way to interpret things where we assume, it's called the rule of lenity. We assume the law is written in a way that's more lenient. I will always do that 100%. But let's talk about relative burdens for each imposition, right? For a conviction of a criminal offense, I agree with you. Rule of lenity, with respect to facts, all the interpretations in favor of the defendant without a reasonable doubt. That's what we're doing. But think about this: the standard for taking away your kids is lower than the standard for beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's a huge
We're
imposition,
talking about
right?
taking away your kids.
Well, let's just to give you like a sense of the different restrictions and punishments you can put on a person when it comes to like child protection stuff. The standard is not beyond.
Hold on, wait, Pisco. I want you to appeal to how you feel and not appeal to, because we could easily say we disagree with those things, and I don't know if you do or not. So
Okay, let me endorse it.
In support of your argument.
Let me do normative. Not only is that the way it is with respect to taking kids away, that's the way it should be. It should be, because I'm going to value, erring. I'm going to do like a clear and convincing standard, which is lower than reasonable doubt, because it's not just about this criminal sanction on a person, it's about the child's well-being, and I'm going to put into consideration, I'm not going to weigh everything in favor of the person being accused. Likewise, even lower than that, on like some kind of civil case, right? If we're disputing some accident that happened, I'm not going to weigh everything in favor of the person who's accused of it. I'm just going to think, what's more likely, what's not likely. And even less, right? When I'm talking about investigatory steps, if what it took to take investigatory steps, which are burdensome, right? It's burdensome to get a subpoena. It's burdensome to get a warrant. It's burdensome to be arrested. Those are all investigatory steps, right? To be interrogated. If I put the standard for those investigatory steps and actions that are absolutely burdensome at like 80%, 90%, we wouldn't be solving crimes. And I care not just about the accused, I care about solving crimes. And so, no, so let me give you a concrete
I
example.
think you
If
may
you were
be
out,
misrepresenting
Okay.
what I asked you, though.
All right.
So I'm not at all saying that the barrier for investigation needs to be that the investigation can't go wrong, right? Like I said earlier, I absolutely agree that there are some barriers, but it's not to the level of what you seem to agree. Like the guy got beat up, he pointed at somebody, take that person to jail, right? I said that there must be some kind of corroboration of his story being coherent and true. Both of those, not just coherent, because you mentioned coherent, but coherent is easy.
Okay, Gambit, let me give you a hypothetical then. Hypothetical. Someone walks out of a bar, calls the police comes. You can see there are bruises, fresh bruises on this person's face. This person's face absolutely 100% was recently beat up. And it's a man. The man says, "Officer, it was that guy over there. It's him. He punched me, or he hit me with some kind of device. So it's not going to show on his knuckles. And I don't know what he did with the bat that he hit me with, but it's that guy right over there. Please go get him."
Yep. And in every case where there's only that testimony, I'm never taking that person to jail. If nobody else saw it, and that guy is saying that I didn't do it, I didn't have anything to do. Never.
No, bro. I arrest that guy.
Wait. How many people need to see it, Gambit, before we like?
Maybe 50.
Aren't you Fox lawyers? Do you know what
No,
reasonable
wait,
doubt
wait,
is?
let me ask you, right? So like if it's two people,
cooperation.
let's say like me and my best friend both agree that guy over there beat the shit out of me. Okay, is that enough?
I think any conflict on that, and I'm sure with not any conflict on, but maybe so. There needs to be something. Dude, we can't just live in a world where I can call the police and say Pisco shot
No, but it's
at
two
me, he's
people.
now
It's two
in jail.
people. It's two. My best friend corroborates that you shot at Pisco, or Pisco's best friend does. Right?
I'm probably gonna be more okay with.
So we're
it.
talking.
We have
conspiracy,
Gambit, we have some facts, right? We have some facts in addition to the testimony, right? Fact number one, these are fresh bruises. So someone clearly hurt this person. So there's evidence of a victim.
For sure.
This person said
It's
it was
inflicted, technically.
It was this other person, right? So that's some evidence that it was this other person. This person is in the vicinity, right? Is not somebody in their home in Alaska,
This
miles
person,
away.
the only person. Wait. This is a good. Is this the only person?
Jussie
in the
Smollett.
vicinity?
Let's say that it's 1,000 people. Okay, now I'm more in your world where it's like it's whatever. But even in 1,000 people, I
You
think
still taking a guy to jail? No.
Listen. 10 times. I think 9 times out of 10, if there's a victim who was very recently beat up and that victim is pointing to someone in the vicinity, I am going to.
I'm not trying to appeal.
At least I think I have a basis. I think under the law that would be probable cause, in my opinion, and I think it should be. That's just me though, because I don't think. I think.
Get out of my legal system, bro.
No, bro, come on.
Get the hell away from me.
Wait,
What did he say? What did he say? What did he say?
Are you telling me that if someone came and okay, so this is what you're telling me right now. Someone came. This is what you're telling me right now.
I understand the implications. Yes.
So someone just robs you. Someone robs you on the street, and you see this a person who's running down the street. Your money's not visible on them, but they're just running. And there's a bunch of other people running too. But you're like, officer, that's the man. Please go get him. Arrest him. He just stole my money. You don't think that that's a basis for that officer to arrest the guy who just stole your money?
Wait. The officer looking into it, and the officer arresting him.
Officer's eating a donut. Officer.
No.
Walks
Hold
out
on,
and
no. You misunderstood what I said. The officer questioning this person and the officer arresting this question are different. Now, I do think
he's got to
crimes
arrest
that
the question. Let's say he won't. The
Yeah.
guy doesn't want to talk to him.
Like the whitest
Let me
motherfucker
finish.
I've
Let me
ever heard.
finish.
Jesus Christ.
I'm
I think
Hispanic.
things
I'm wait. Come on. That's not good.
Oh, shut the fuck up! I'm Asian. Don't act like we're not white.
Really? I don't consider. Do you think I'm white?
Boy,
That's another conversation.
Joe Lewis.
Hey!
Yo, somebody call Joe Lewis.
Somebody
immediately.
call Joe
Clip
Lewis,
that and send that to Joe Lewis because
I'm a first generation American. I'm first.
No,
I
hold on.
walked to school with my
So-
Peruvian
Don't
food.
care. Let him like.
So am I,
let him
kind of.
also.
Why? Because
Yeah.
I'm educated.
Oh, let's resolve.
So in order to be Hispanic, you have to be uneducated and not sound.
Are you
educated.
shadow
You need to sell
boxing?
fucking elotes on the corner to be Hispanic, okay?
That's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. You call me white because
Nobody's
like,
saying that, dude.
Hold on.
Gambit, how would you
That's
ever
selling
prosecute?
oranges off the side of the freeway. You're not really.
how would you?
I
How
am
would you?
so sorry. I have derailed
I'm
GSU.
trying to
Please,
answer
please,
the
please.
question that you're about to ask me, but go ahead, Lactoid.
I
'Cause
just want to.
make
How would you
sure
ever
really good.
prosecute any
Nice,
domestic
thanks.
violence case ever?
Yes, exactly. I knew that's what you
I
was
gave
gonna
it
ask
to
me.
you.
So
Go
what I
ahead.
was trying to say before I got interjected was, I think crimes that resolve out of like private things are a bit different. And because I think that the possibility of having any corroborating evidence is low. So something like a domestic violence, I was gonna say, I might err more on the side of the person in those cases. Maybe. I don't
Isn't
know.
all
So
crime like
why?
all crime with
Wait,
no
wait, wait,
witnesses is a private
all
crime?
crime
No,
like
like,
that.
no. He was talking about somebody getting beat up at a club.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but nobody saw.
Okay,
But-
yeah,
but
What? I'm
you
sorry,
can change the
should've got- you
context.
should-
Gambit of like this relates to like the school topic of like a child basically coming to the parents saying that their teacher did something to them.
I
And then
wouldn't
you
go arrest the teacher immediately. No.
Bro.
Wouldn't arrest
okay,
her.
well then
Wait,
you
wait,
get
wait,
out
wait,
of the legal
hold on.
system.
Hold on. Wait. Raise your hand if an accusation from a kid, you would immediately go arrest the teacher.
Okay, wait. I just want to clarify, Gambit.
No, hold on,
Gambit,
hold on.
Gambit.
I'm not sure
He's
how the
asking
justice
a
system.
question. He's asking a question.
Gambit, I just want
Let
to
me answer.
clarify. So what you're saying is, would you versus do you have the legal? Do I think that you should have the legal authority?
No, I'm asking you, would you? I don't want to talk about. I want to talk about Pisco's ideas.
I wouldn't
you
because I would take.
immediately-
I wouldn't because I would
Okay,
take
so
other.
now it's
Because
like I was
no,
wild.
no,
I said,
but-
whoa, and now you're saying
wait, Gambit. What I'm saying,
bro.
the reason why this is why I try to clarify. The reason why I wouldn't right away.
Mm.
The reason why I wouldn't right away is because I think that an arrest in that situation would actually like get them to clam up and would reduce the likelihood of a conviction.
We want
But
them to
I think-
molest more children.
No, I think that an arrest sometimes if you do it too early can actually like lower the chances that you get someone. That's why think about the Trump thing, right? They probably have probable cause to arrest him right now, right? They have probable cause to indict him surely.
No, they
If
don't.
they're waiting,
No, they don't.
they,
I
it's
know.
probable
Wait,
cause. It's probable
There
cause.
you go.
It's probable cause. This is not. You guys sound like Rob Noor when he's like,
Are you
"The
saying
Pfizer
a
ones,
probable
they
cause
didn't
or indictment?
verify
I
the-"
think you're fucking lame,
Hold
dude. I
on,
thought you were a
hold on,
lawyer,
hold on.
dude.
I am a lawyer.
I want to do the
You're a
Pisco.
fake
because
lawyer
you have the
too,
credit.
Hayes.
Hold on, hold on. I want to do the Pisco.
Every lawyer is a
So
fake
Pisco.
lawyer.
So
Now
Pisco,
Lactoid is
what's
the
your-
best
hold on,
lawyer.
hold on. Oh my God. Jesus.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Gambit.
Go ahead.
Pisco.
I'm sorry.
But Pisco, what you're really saying is, if you thought it was expedient to not arrest criminals, you would in certain cases. That's what you're saying.
If I thought it was better not to arrest, I wouldn't arrest. Correct. Is that
Even
that
if you knew they did
illogical?
it. Even if you knew they did it.
Yeah. Right. If I know that I can get, you guys ever see The Wire? Right. With one of the in
That's
season
true.
one.
if somebody
In season one of the.
wait,
Wait,
let
let me
Lance
just give it.
if
It's a
you
really
know-
great.
I'm doing the you. I'm doing
He
the
just
Pisco. You
died.
know
He
what?
just died.
You know
Lance
what?
Reddick just
You know
died.
what?
I
Yes,
know,
so the
Fudge.
guy is dead on
Yeah.
the floor. You walk into the room, the guy is holding the gun, but you're like, well, maybe I could get a better conviction.
Oh my
If I
God.
wait-
I'm trying to insulate myself from every possible angle of attack from you. And so I'm absolutely going to consider the context other than the legal burden, the authority to arrest when I'm deciding to make an arrest. When I make an arrest, the only thing, the thing that's going to my mind is not just whether I have probable cause, it's also whether or not it's prudent for the investigation. Let me give you an example. If you have ever watched season 1 of The Wire, one of the reasons why Lance
Well, you don't
Reddick's
have any
character.
practical. You're a lawyer. Why
Why don't you talk about your cases, which are
not
not
a
criminal at
lawyer.
all? Okay, so Lance Reddick's character, oh my God, someone help me, Lieutenant Daniels,
Yeah.
is pissed at
Lieutenant.
the is that a Forrest Gump reference?
Pour
Is
one out.
pissed at the what the deputy ops, because the deputy ops says, bring in this case now, arrest Avon Barksdale on the drugs that you got there, and he's pissed because the case has legs still, and arresting at this point would lower what they're able to charge, but they still have the authority to arrest. And so just because I wouldn't arrest immediately when I get probable cause every time doesn't mean that I think that you
use the
shouldn't have the
drug
legal
case
authority to.
you use a drug case which has less personal injury. I like how you did that. You
No,
tried
no,
to
no.
apply-
I can apply
No,
it here.
we're talking about cases where you said the guy got beat up and all this other stuff.
I
but
can
there's
apply
physical
it
damage to
here.
one person.
But
I can apply it here. If and this is gonna hurt you to hear, Gambit. This is gonna
Listen,
because we have a two-tier. We do have a two-tier justice system in this whole freaking world. There's a two-tier justice system. But if it was the case that I knew that someone incredibly powerful with incredible connections had an accusation of domestic violence, right? In the kind of situations where even you agreed that, it would be enough based on the statement of a witness victim to arrest that person. I might do a little extra homework and might question a few other people before I choose to arrest Daddy Warbucks. What's his name? I don't even know. The guy from the play. You know
Daddy
what I'm talking
Warbucks,
about. Yeah. Him versus Joe the plumber. And I know that is incomprehensible, and unfortunately that is a two-tier justice system, but I'm just saying the truth that a prosecutor is going to weigh evidentiary concerns and who they're arresting, even though the standard should be the same as across.
I wanted to talk about that standard of like, I forget what you called it though. When you brought up separating kids from family, right? Our friend Amanda in chat, I'm not sure if she's still there, brought up a good point because she's been bringing up this point for like 2 years now. That like, well, you assume, I guess you're assuming a level of competency, or of legitimacy of like CPS to take kids out of homes, and you're assuming like the harm will probably fall more on like the kids of possibly being mistreated in some way, but like the way it turn out is that kids are separated from parents, and like the outcomes are worse, right? So like one, whether they ever did anything or not, that's a big question. And even if they did do something, is it something that you would think, Pisco, you should separate the kids from, or like provide resources for that parents? Like let's say like they're skipping meals, right? And that's like you're not providing for the kid, so they can separate you for that. But like for dark-skinned parents, they'll lose their child. For light-skinned parents, they will give them resources or something, right?
I'm sure that's true.
And then there's like when something bad happened, right? That maybe it should be separated from, but still the outcomes are worse, right? Rather than like trying to fix that family, the outcomes tend to be worse when you take the child out. So
yeah, so care about the well-being of the child. He said he did, but now really,
I do care.
It's punitive to the parents is what's happening.
What you're saying is that there's these global concerns related to whether or not separation is even a good idea in most of these cases in the first place. And I take that seriously, because I have friends who do child protection stuff who tell me all the time that it's awful experience for the children as well as for the parents who are being separated. You're also pointing to what I would say global concerns about racial disparities, which I do not deny that I'm sure that those exist, and that the two-tier justice system rears its head not only in the pre-criminal indictment stage, but also when it comes to parental rights and having lawyers to fight that. I'm sure that's all true. All I'm saying is, if it was the case that separation was absolutely necessary in a given case, right? Let's say that the question is, did they or did they not abuse, right? And abuse in a physical way in which no reasonable person would say that it's tolerable for this parent to be with the kid. And the question is merely factual. So let's separate the question of whether or not, if it's true, separation would be advisable, because I think that's a global concern that we can address, and that's beyond my pay grade. But if we have a case in which, if the allegations are true, no reasonable person would deny separating the family, what should our standard be of separating? That we're really sure that they abused the child, or that we're pretty sure that they abused the child? That's the question. And in the criminal context, right, to convict them of child abuse as a criminal act, I'm going to say we have to be really sure, even if they're, that's going to let out some guilty people. I'm not going to impose that sentence unless I'm really sure they committed acts of child abuse. But in the case of the Child Protective Order, I just want to be pretty sure that they committed the act, and I think that that's a reasonable take.
What are we qualifying as abuse? I think is also
Yeah,
question.
that's a question that's beyond my pay grade. I defer to Amanda Smash and others who know way more about that than me.
Like when Pisco tethers himself to existing legal precedent so that he doesn't have to.
No, wait. I just endorsed it. I think that the standard.
I don't like that.
Why not?
I hate it. I hate it.
It should be a lower standard.
It's downstream from your actual beliefs. So sometimes I find there's systemic problems that exist. And when you tether yourself to existing case law or existing rules that exist, you're tethering yourself to those inefficiencies. And then I have to parse out, do you understand those inefficiencies? Which is what Prime is doing now. And then parsing all of that down. When if you just gave us your belief, we wouldn't have to go through that. Sorry.
It's a good point because in some sense, I'm assuming courts, I'm assuming an adversarial model, I'm assuming a lot of things that you might think are inherently inefficient, and so very often it's helpful to have people like Gambit and other people in my life who shake up my assumptions of like, should we even have prison? Should we even those kind? Should we even have police? Right? Right. So. And listen, I think we should have police. I think we should have prisons. That's my perspective. But it is good to shake up the, what is the essentials of what's going on here? And I guess to remove the legal gloss from it, I think the parents have responsibility for the children, but implicit in our social contract, the state is assuming security of all its citizens, and so the state has an interest in the well-being of children as well. And part of that responsibility means whatever system you want to have it, whether it's different than the court system, different than the CPS, at a certain point, I'm okay with the state separating a child from its parents for the safety of the child. And whatever the standard is, the burden that the state has to show, because I believe in civil liberties, to take away the kid in whatever form you want to say they take away the kid, I'm going to say that that's less than the imposition of carceral punishment on the alleged accuser, because I think that our burdens and our priors versus those two actions should be construed as different based on the severity and the consequences of those.
I think
if that makes sense.
Agree with you, but I think that the barrier for the state should be an accusation of something. Like, I don't know how to explain this, because you don't have to charge him with like neglect and winning court, but there should be something more concrete than what I see now in those cases where CPS is taking children. I don't know what that needs to look like for sure, and that's why I can't tether myself to the system. But I will say I'm like,
you don't like the way it works right now.
I'm underimpressed by how it works now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and you don't like how many kids are separated, and they're put in foster situations.
I don't know the exact numbers on how many are. I just know there are lots of cases that come to mind from things that I'm aware of that happen. So this like personal anecdote on top of it too. But there are specific things that I know that happened that in no way, and maybe I didn't know all the facts too. That's one thing possible. But,
So it just, and like we're running out of time here. I mean, we have run out of time. But I'll just like throw it out because we've discussed this before. That there was a change. I believe it was the state was Pennsylvania. Where they like increase the number of mandatory reporters, right, for child sexual abuse or child abuse, just child abuse, and like it increased to like a whole wide range of professions who may or may not have gotten the training necessary. The number of cases skyrocketed that was reported because of course it's going to. And like the number of convictions, I don't think like actual separations, I don't think increased like a huge amount, but it did increase. And it's like you're assuming like the accusation, right, can be pretty heinous. And from a person like looking to do their best and like with that standard that you just said, Pisco, you can have like being choose something quite heinous by a person who is completely unqualified to make that decision, right? And then and one other thing, there was the case. NBC News did like a whole series of articles about like there's a name for this profession. I don't know what it is, but like among medical doctors who like examine people after a sexual assault and like determine like what happened here, like was there penetration, all that, right? And that like basically that entire field is like bullshit. And like there's been a whole list of convictions based on these people's testimonies who are first of all fucking liars, and then second of all like their evidence is just up in the air. But that's a person, a medical doctor, who you would say, well, they would know, right? I mean, they're saying there was a sexual assault within this situation. Well, like they would know. They've done an examination, but maybe not. You know, I'm just saying. I'm not. This is not like an attack against Pisco's point, because I'm just saying this is just so hard. It's so hard on all levels. Just yeah.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. If you wanted to end, but I was curious because like Gambit, you mentioned some sort of dissatisfaction with the system works now, based off of some anecdotes that you've heard. Like I'm curious, like basically, what specifically are you dissatisfied with in terms of like are you saying like the standard to remove children from the home is too low?
Yes, for sure. 100%.
So I'm curious on like you don't need to flesh it out because it's a loaded question, but like what basically is kind of like your bare minimum to remove a child from a home, sort of roughly speaking.
Man, I wish I could give you a coherent answer.
Like is corporal punishment like with a belt enough to remove a child from a home?
No.
Well,
No.
then I would. That's
Hell,
a different battle then, 'cause
Wait. I just want to be.
is-
I just want to be clear on a quick
please.
distinction. A quick distinction. One question is, what should the severity of the thing be before we take away the rights? And then a totally different question is, how sure are we? Should we have to be
Yeah.
that happened to
I
take it
agree.
away? Yeah.
What is the likelihood versus
What is the thing?
threshold?
Yeah.
That totally fair.
Yeah,
and simple
there's
concept.
definitely a matrix. There's definitely a matrix there.
But yeah,
I
if
don't-
you don't think corporal punishment like a belt is enough, then I don't know what to tell you.
Sure.
That's a separate
Oh
conversation.
boy. Oh,
We can
right.
have a
It's a
whole
separate conversation.
conversation.
Oh boy.
Definitely
Okay.
a separate, definitely a
Uh,
separate conversation.
I'm not allowed to
We're
talk
gonna-
on this subject.
We will talk for hours.
See,
Let's.
Hold on. That conversation is why I'm afraid of the state. That whole thing there is why I'm like, yo, let's
Yeah, you
something
should
that
be,
we
because
should-
you'd be a bad parent if you do that. An absolutely awful parent, like
Oh.
the worst.
Okay, well then, all right, then it's settled. We got to talk about this next week. I'm writing it down. We've talked about this on Abe a lot, but we haven't talked about it. I'm not sure last time we talked about this on the Reverie. So should you spank? All right, I'm gonna write that down. Okay.
It's gonna be
Phrase it
it's-
differently than
It's
that.
gonna be a hard panel. It's
Look
so
into
much,
it.
it's so much easier to talk about this on Abe because there's a lot of assumed same conditions, and when we talk about this on the Reverie, some of those things don't exist. There's just knowledge that people don't have of like what single parents go through, what kids like in single parent homes put their parents through. That it's just we can have the conversation,
I
but
was raised by
we're
a
not-
single
So
mother.
beating them is the
we're,
answer.
we're not at all on the same.
According to
Well,
Nina,
right.
there's 5 white
We
people
gotta-
on this panel right here.
yeah.
Yo, what the hell, Nina?
We,
What did I say?
Why do you call me white?
What?
It's not
Yo,
good
that-
to be. It's
that's
not good to
all
be
the
white.
way.
As
low
a
key-
Mexican that he's
That's
white.
low
It's-
key.
it's
the
not good to
lefty
be white in this
persuasive.
he's not
country.
Mexican.
call him white.
I'm
You can't call him white
Peruvian,
because
yo.
he's successful.
You're white.
You were like,
bitch.
no, you're one of the successful Latinos. You're white. Like that's wild. Like
The
wow,
moment
think
the
about
moment
that.
you get the ability to make money, you're not Latino anymore. You're like
Yeah,
you're a
that's-
white
you got
person.
that
So you're
was,
not
but
black,
you know
so
what?
figure
I mean,
out
Doobie
content.
is honestly the whitest person here, and you fucking know it just the way he talks.
There's not
Wow.
much more white than hue lights and Christmas lights hanging from your window. So I'll give you that.
Doopy is like 2 shades like lighter than me. Like he's like 2 shades lighter than me. Like
So do we not colored?
he's actually close.
You're not a brown person unless you're selling mangoes on the fucking street corner. Apparently,
That's how I know you're white when you say that.
Hey,
Okay.
hey, hold on. Can I request Nina to say something again? I just need this for Joe Lewis. Can you say that Asian people are white? Can you say that again?
Oh,
He-
we're
I
white
just
as fuck. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so y'all are white.
No, she doesn't speak for all Asian people. She does not speak
We
for
are
all
the
Asian people.
no,
This
no,
is-
there
she
is
can
a,
have a
there is a,
personal
hold
opinion.
on, hold on. There
She
is,
can
he
have a
asked me,
personal
wait,
opinion.
he asked me a question. We are the model minority, which means that the white people fetishized the Asians as being like the good minority. So I would consider us white as fuck.
Got you. I need that. I need that clip.
No.
I need
That's
that clip. I got
terrible.
you.
Like,
I
I,
got
Speaking
you,
of
Joe
white,
Lewis.
I
it
mean, come
actually
on.
hurts me inside.
Yeah, I
let me
don't think I give a
inbox
shit
Joe
about
Lewis.
it. Doobie, you have destroyed my
I just want you to
heart,
not to hate
so I
yourself.
don't give a
That's the
fuck
problem.
anymore. I don't hate
Uh,
myself. The fuck?
Nope.
Because I'm white? Do you hate yourself?
Oh, that's Dude,
What?
that's a good point. She never
That's
said
true.
that she hated white people.
Well, I think they're saying, oh, white people fetishize us as a model minority, as if like being
That's objectively true
as if
historically.
having like a
so I
low
don't
crime
know.
rate and high rate of education
You
and being more
hear
successful than other people,
white
as if
men
this is a
don't
bad
fetish
thing
Asians
somehow,
all
right?
the time.
Like, it's really fucking weird.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I'll let them do that.
Color black men too. Just FYI.
Oh boy.
Different context.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Wait,
oh
GSU
boy.
Gambit, are you a Joe Lewis defender on that clip?
No, I just thought it was a great way to give him
I wonder.
sufficient clips to help. I don't know though. It's
So like
I
Indian
under-
people, for example, right? Like Indian people, I think on average in the United States, and this is mostly because like a lot of them are like recent immigrants, right? And you got to get through a lot of like pretty strict standard to be a recent immigrant. They tend to do better on average than white people in the United States. So do they
Okay,
elevate?
what do you-
I
what
have
do you-
all these numbers.
Do they
Okay,
elevate
do you-
above white people, or are they still white people?
Do you think that maybe the
When
people
white
that
people do
move
really
to
well, do they become
America
Indian?
have
Like,
the
how
money to
does
be
that
able
work?
to move to America because they're already rich?
You think about that, dude?
Again, yeah. So I said this earlier.
Did
right?
you
So
think
yeah,
about that?
obviously,
Doobie,
there's going to be a
yes or
Did
no?
you?
Did you
It's-
think
this is-
about that?
Did
I
you
thought
think
about
about
it.
that?
Yes, I thought about it. Yeah.
Okay.
And you
So-
didn't
but I'm
consider
asking
it
you-
though.
Yeah, I did. So in the United States, given that Indians do better on average than white people, right? A lot
Because
better,
they're
actually.
wealthy already.
Do they become like do white people who do
They get
who do
post-white.
well? Do they become like Indian, or do Indians like elevate to something above white? Like, is there-
Post-white.
Are they post white now?
They're whitewashed.
Like at what point?
What?
At what point does white is white no longer the roof? Right? Like at what point do you like
It's
break through
not
that
the roof.
ceiling
It's not
because
the
you're doing
roof.
better than white people?
We're like number
do they
three.
become-
I
do they
agree.
become Jewish at some
It's
point?
kind of a weird standard if you say like the fetishization by white people causes them to be white, because I think white people have like fetishized
Nobody
black
said that.
people, Latina people, like
Hey,
all sorts of different people. If that's your
Yeah, that-
standard, like
sure.
I don't know.
Are you talking about me? Is that my standard or are you talking to Doobie?
Is that your standard? Your standard seems
Well, I
to
don't
be.
know. You're kind of like all over the place right now, so I'm asking you. To
I'm all
clarify.
over the place. How am I all over the place?
I'm asking you to clarify. It doesn't matter where you are. I'm asking you to clarify.
I think that the standard of you are white if white people fetishize you is a little problematic because
Nobody said that. Literally nobody said that.
oh, then I misunderstood your standard for whiteness.
Okay, so moving on.
Okay. All right, that's me. We're moving on for our lives. This is an interesting moment in time. But GSU, you missed last Abe when we had Fnatic on, and he was making
was mad
interesting
at that.
similar arguments. So you should send that clip to him too. Okay. Let's wrap this up before something else highly toxic happens. Thank you all for being here for the Every Round Table. Much appreciated, guys. If you enjoyed any of that, hit that follow button. If you're new here, hit that follow button. We got more of that for you. And also consider supporting the channel. This is like we have these moments, these really fun moments, where we have great individuals. We have fun moments with people who provide great content. Whether they are great is a different thing. But consider helping out the channel so we can continue providing you these moments. These moments don't just happen without you being so kind. Thank you to Pisco for getting like 5 subs previously. Shout out to you, man. But yeah, we always need more help. So consider supporting this channel so we can provide you with more of this entertainment and edutainment into the future, but we need your help. So sub to the channel, or gift bits, or gift subs. If you have Amazon Prime, says Prime, give me your 1 free sub per month here, so that I can keep doing this for you. But we don't get the support, then we can't do it. So consider helping us out. Keep us around. Okay. So let's go to Lactoid for an outro statement. Lactoid, I think you're Your law degree has been redeemed.
Wait, he said fuck black people shirts are cool. Wait, hold on. Let's
I
wait.
never
Let's
said
be
they
clear.
were cool. Okay,
No, cool in school.
they were allowable, unfortunately.
Permissible.
And I also want to point out that like
That's what cool means.
Right. Well, I can
You
say
have
this.
one?
I can say this
I
as
thought you were about
well.
to say you had one.
Yeah, cool. Often
No,
means
I wear
permissible,
FUBU.
though.
It's very different. So,
That's true.
unironically, anyway. But also like, I think what we just witnessed here, and I think what you guys would agree with, and what Doobie pointed out was, as a white person, we are not the roof anymore. We are pretty low down on the privileged tier. So, I enjoy coming on this panel and speaking from an oppressed perspective. And I really appreciate that you guys.
It must be so hard for you.
It is, and I wouldn't understand you to understand that because of your privilege. So if you
Yes,
liked what I
course.
had to say today, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. And Prime, appreciate it as always.
Yeah. I mean, look, with the context of this panel, he is a minority. Okay. All right. Only 2 Canadians here. So,
But 5 white
I,
people, Prime. So
but
Who gives a shit? We're talking about Canadians.
okay. Corey Campbell, thank you so much, buddy, for coming. This was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Always fun. Always super grateful to be here. I'm Corey Campbell, PhD candidate in biochemistry. I guess as of now, I'm a science and fitness streamer. I cover research and stream my workouts. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Pisco, pleasure to be on a panel with you. Gambit, Doobie, Lethe, Nina, and Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime, and I'm still invested in the Nina and Doobie arc developing. Super interesting.
Okay. Nina, like I feel like every week your enemies list grows, and I love it. Let's keep that going.
I feel like it's being a little stagnant. I think Pisco's getting on that level, but I feel like we haven't gotten there yet. But no, Doobie always is my arch nemesis. I literally have had my chat over his thing. I watched the I don't know if I should mention this here, but the bullshit. Never mind. I'm not gonna mention it here. But
Say it.
do you want me to say it?
Dude,
Yeah.
you're such a drama frog.
I'm curious. I don't know what she's talking
Literally a drama front. Do you watch the Destiny like fucking Mr. Girl bullshit?
about. I
Wait.
know it's like fucking 6
But
hours. I'm not gonna read like
you're
1,000
mentioned
pages
in
of
it.
shit.
Yeah, you're mentioned in it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't.
Control
That's
F.
fine.
That's the only
Doobie,
reason I was
please.
saying it. And the joke is
Doobie,
that like you should change
Did you
your thing
control
from a
F
frog to
yourself?
being a
Wait, wait, wait.
snake.
I want to ask Doobie on the record. Did you control F yourself?
You
I
should.
did. Absolutely, I did. What the fuck? Why
No, but
wouldn't
he
I?
told
Then
you
why are
he
you
was gonna be
surprised?
here.
That was the only part of it that I was interested in. If he's raping people or
No.
assaulted, I don't give a fuck. I just want to know if I was mentioned. That's it.
Oh my god. We used to be here. Anyways, moving on. I'm sorry. We're just doing like the grand scheme. It's pleasure to meet you guys. Always to be on the show. It was a lot of fun. I think Picasso, Picasso. I feel like we could be like enemies. We just need to have more time together, and then I'll figure out that you're also a fake lawyer, just like Lactoid.
Jesus.
Thank you so much for that. And for every week. It's getting better and better. Water Kai, thanks for coming through and having fun with us, buddy.
It has been a blast. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that up. There was so much vitriol going on there. It was
Don't even
amazing.
try.
Just pure villain energy, even though villains don't exist, as we proved on my panel. But yeah, it's been a great time. I'm glad to be in the presence of all these great minds. 2 lawyers, just in case I ever get in trouble, that I can probably hit up at some point. And yeah, Demon Frog wins again, as they got mentioned in the manifesto or the article. So we're winning all the way around.
Not unless one of their clients accused you, though.
Mhm.
And then and then they just be collecting evidence.
With AI.
But okay. Let's go to our friend Dibby, Dark Lord and Savior. Dibby, we didn't hear much from you. until later on, like after the panel, where everything you were saying was high impact. So, but DB, thank you for coming through nonetheless, even when you're more quiet.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.street/politics. We will probably be deleted within the next month with Discord's new TOS, so that's going to be pretty cool. But until then, we're going to have a good time, so you'll find me there.
You want to tell us what part of the TOS might get y'all deleted before you go?
Everything.
wanna-
Fucking, have you seen it? It's fucking awful.
No,
I
you
can't
wanna
make fun of
elaborate?
fat people. I can't make fun of kids. I can't make fun of people's jobs.
Apparently,
I can't make
poor
fun of people's
people? You
religion.
can't even make fun of
I
poor
can't
people
make
anymore.
no. I can't. Like they're taking away like all. I'm starving out here. There's nobody that I can make fun of for any reason. It's
Can you make
fucking
fun of
me.
white people? Because I
No,
believe that.
actually.
God damn it! Now the
fucking
internet truly is.
You're all
the
fucked
worst.
now.
There's no look. I have a server of like fucking 75,000 people. I think like on a weekly
Brag
basis, there's
about
like
it.
16,000 people active, right? Like actually, and the hundreds of people in the voice channels all fucking day. There's no way that I can follow this TOS. Like I would need to shut down, like literally lock down the server entirely. So I expect it to get shut down.
They're probably not
pretty
gonna
soon.
moderate it though.
But I've been expecting that for a long time. So like whatever, I don't really care. I'll be like Frodo at the end of Lord of the Rings. You know,
The left is
finally
going
done.
more authoritarian. You can't even have conversations
Oh,
in your private
stop!
server.
True.
That's the truth.
Jeez, you
Stop.
can't let
It's
people
not
gay
private.
anymore?
That's the
Hello,
thing.
Is that what it
left.
is?
These are
It's a
independent.
private
companies.
company. They can do what they want.
Okay. All right. Well,
Like that, you
maybe-
actually believe that? So I don't know what the fuck you're
Kill
on
that
about. You're
white
like,
girl.
I'm the only
you
one
wanna
I'm
consistent
saying-
about it. You're all like, let's limit the companies unless when it comes to censoring everybody.
You know I
Then,
am, you dumb bitch.
then we look free market capitalist all of a sudden, right? When it comes to censoring everything and
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that
to
very
a
Blackboard's the
consistent
only
about it. You
consistent
say the same shit
1984.
about it every single time.
Yeah, 1984. That's when you're free market capitalist. Okay, all right.
Oh, shut up! You didn't even read the
I
book.
just think that
Ah.
these companies should be considered publishers to do some of the things that they do, which brings
Oh
in
my
Section
God.
230 nonsense
You
that I
think
don't even want to go
Discord
through.
should be like that?
Yeah.
A publishing company?
I don't. that-
Doobie,
something should be done, but yeah.
use your because you are a very successful Latin man. Use your post-white privilege to get an exception on this one. I'm sure they'll listen to you.
No, they
Let's
no.
apparently not. But thank you so much, friend. And let's go to GSU Gambit. Gambit, I'm not sure if your success also has elevated you beyond the rest of us black people.
Hey. Get in
Let's
pretty
test it with the cops, okay? So go make.
No, we can't test in the cops. We can't do that. Wrong arena.
Go make some like quick gestures of your hands in your pockets, all right, around a group of cops, and we'll see what happens.
no, you can't arrest me.
I
It's just
see no
one
issue.
person.
GSU, thank you, buddy, for being here.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Thank you for the 10
Daddy
hot tier
Warbucks.
1 gift subs. Thank you for supporting the community, man. This is how I stick around for people like GSU. Thank you so much, man.
Cool. Yeah, man. I'm always happy when I can make it. I was happy to see a bunch of faces I've seen a lot. Super happy to see Pisco. It's been a minute since we talked, but super happy to see everybody else too. But yeah, this was dope. I noticed that I made an error. I was criticizing Pisco for like tethering himself to the system, but a part of my problem with being against what y'all were saying is because of the cash bail system and a bunch of other things. So there's some things that I need to clean up there as well. But yeah. So, but yeah, this was dope. Super excited I could be here. And yeah, hope I can be here in the future. Especially if next Monday we're going to talk about corporal punishment.
I want. Yeah.
Oh.
I wow.
I
Already.
wish I
Corey
could
have
be here
talked
for
about
that.
this before, and he said in a post panel he was going to provide some evidence that it was bad with a methodology that met my criteria, and he didn't do that. So I feel like we're going to rehash that conversation.
Oh,
Me and Corey have talked about this before,
Ooh.
and I won. And he
We'd love to see it. Guys, we get 2 more individual gifters, whether you sub yourself or you resub, or you gift bits, or you gift subs. You can start us on the hype train and in a good spot. So consider helping out the channel. Now would be the time to do it. And the next one was like 3 minutes now or something. But oh, thank you, Pisco, for gifting one of those subs. Thank you so much. 3 minutes now. Yes, 3 minutes. We get one more individual person who gift subs, gift bits, or whatever, and or resubs and stuff. We will be able to start a hype channel. Be in a nice spot. So consider supporting the channel. This is how we do it. Rampage, Paul, thank you for continuing to give sub. Lee Water Kai, thank you for gifting a sub. Hey, we're already in it. All right. Much appreciated. We will go to our. We're gonna give an outro while we wait for that to play out. We're level 2 hype train, 75% left, 25%. No, 75% down, 20% left. Can we get to level 3 hype train? Sub to the channel. Helps us out a ton. Okay. Last, and again, still one of my favorites, right? Pisco, who look, I can't argue with the facts, right? Nina only brings the facts. Pisco, like your law degree was clearly drawn with crayons. Pisco,
Show me it.
like I don't know, like she put you through an interrogation and you were
Yeah,
left
she did.
lacking. So Pisco, I'm sorry, buddy. Do better. Like earn that salary. And Fran, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, no, always a pleasure to be on the Reverie. Legendary panel with Prime. Legendary fighters tonight. GSU, Doobie, Lactoid, some new fighters that I never even got a chance to, which are great in Kai and Corey. Nina was like calling me white and saying that I didn't have a law degree and like throwing pot shots all night, but that was fun too.
That's fun.
Yeah, good time. Some rivalries brewing, some storylines developing. It's all come together. And I fucking love being here. If there's ever, cool law related topics, I'm all about that. But even not, I just like chilling with the community and yeah. So thank you so much for the invite and appreciate everyone who is here and having the opportunity to talk to y'all.
Oh man, thank you so much. Like Pisco, in case you don't know, is one of the OGs here, right? One of the first people to come in to chat, and one of the first people to drive me up the fucking wall in a debate.
Remember
and-
Lunchbox? What happened to Lunchbox?
Does he want to
Oh
show
my
up on
God.
time next time?
fucking-
Yo, she's still taking Nina. Why? Why do I get the hate?
Oh, God.
We
I
all
do
showed
miss
up on
Lunchbox,
time.
you're right? Oh.
I had an excused absence.
Nina, if
That's
you're
such
mean
a
to
good
Pisco,
joke.
I'd like to be your hero again. Like, how can I make that happen?
Okay, well let's maybe that's the new arc.
We got 2 minutes on this hype train, substance hype train, so we can have more of these moments. So maybe Lunchbox will come back to us. That was a long time. Fuck, I forgot about Lunchbox. He was a great guy. Subs to the channel, give subs, help us get to level 3 hype train. It's all up to you. Resubs help a lot. Shout out to our resubbers out there because
Wait, can I do one more
happen.
shout out?
Go ahead.
Shout out to NoCal Mike in the chat for talking shit about my hair for 80% of the panel. I don't know
Oh,
what's
yeah.
so wrong about it, but
I don't know
shout out
why.
to you.
But he
Your
definitely
hair's
made
so
me feel
boring.
ins-
I don't even know how they could find something to complain about.
I don't know if that's a
Yo,
compliment
shout
or an
out.
insult.
No, I forgot in my outro. Shout out to Nina
Thank
for
you.
proving two of my guys right. Asian people are white, is what she said. Not us.
Hell yeah,
It
they
was her.
are.
I did say
Wait,
No, I'm just saying. Shout out to you. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm
thank you.
saying.
I appreciate that.
Corey Campbell, thank you for the 2 subs, putting us level 3 hype train 9% down and 91% left. Thank you so much. Help us get to level 4. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys go. But we will continue on to Open Walk On panel. We'll still have more content for you. I should have said that before. But we still have more content for you. Stick around for that. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, energy, your knowledge, and your passion, and your antagonism, honestly.
Always a
Properly
pleasure.
directed at the lawyers with my community. I know they appreciate just as much as I
And the
do.
Asians.
Oh no, I didn't say that. Just
The white
appreciate it.
people.
Have a good one. Bye.
That's a good topic for the open. Are Asian people white?
I don't think it's a good
Yes.
topic.
Yeah, they're gonna virtue signal.
Well, no,
We
I mean
cannot
it's just
run that.
ignoring the I. Go ahead.
I was saying we can't run that.
Why?
Oh, it's antagonistic as fuck. But according to the census, Asian and Hispanic people are white in America. And yeah, it just kind of is what it is.
Well, there's white Hispanic, and then there's non-Hispanic white, but then there's also Latino, which is a separate.
Well, no, we're talking about whiteness. Like it's just like a infrastructure.
I do
It's like,
think a lot of people consider themselves white that's in that demographic. I don't necessarily consider them white. Like I wouldn't say Nina is white if I was talking about.
Do I look white?
What's the difference between white
Maybe
and white
you do.
passing?
I don't-
if
not
race
that
is
you
Whiter
also-
than me.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's the
I'm
question.
w-
to it.
I'm
I mean,
white
yeah,
passing.
probably
That's
whiter
what
than
I'm
you.
Not
saying.
whiter than
Correct.
lactoid.
Wait,
Wait,
Corey,
no.
you're not white. Hold on, wait.
Technically, I am not white. No,
No, hold
Wait,
on.
what
hold
are
on,
you
hold on.
technically?
I
What
am
are you?
technically half Chinese.
Chinese.
Let's go, pound it. My half Asian
Wait,
brother.
so well, I mean, Japanese and Chinese
Corey,
haven't really
come
always
on.
gotten along. But anyway,
Hey!
I wanted to like, I wanted to.
Yeah, Corey looks white as fuck too.
I totally
I
white
wanted
passing.
to I wanted to
Let's go.
I wanted to ask like what really is the difference, I guess. Like if race is just like an exterior like perception, what's the difference then between like white and white passing?
There we go. Now you're getting leftist values here. It actually doesn't have like Italians were not considered white for a very long period of time. You know that, right?
Wait, so you didn't answer my
Sure,
question.
Irish
Do,
people
like,
became white,
do,
right?
do successful Indian
Speak wrong.
people become white?
What the fuck is Doobie?
Hello?
Doobie's in the ether. Don't even worry about
There's
that.
a voice chat still.
Hello?
What's crazy
Doobie's
is
here.
almost everybody is becoming white except black people.
But
Well, that sounds
Indians are Asians, and if they're light
Well, that's
enough
not
and
true.
have
Like
enough money,
African
they're white.
immigrants are white. Wealthy African immigrants are white.
No, they aren't. white.
Absolutely,
No.
they are.
Well,
Yeah.
the
They're considered
question is,
Africans, but they're not
do you
You
want
won't
to be?
find.
Do you want to
No,
be
no.
white?
No.
Do you
I
get the
don't.
hint
But-
Yes,
that
I want
Doobie's
to be
white?
white.
No, but I don't. I've
It's hard,
seen
dude. You don't.
white
It
people
sucks.
call Asian people white. I've seen white people call Hispanics white. You won't see a white person call a fucking African immigrant white. You find me that shit, I might pay you.
Well, South African
Unless it's some
immigrant.
bullshit.
Right.
But I'm 6% sub-Saharan African, and I said that African
hell,
immigrants are white. Okay?
Yes, so is
That's 6 drops.
So is Elizabeth Warren, but like no, bro.
I have met people who are like who are biracial and they, I mean, again, white passing for whatever
Agreed.
that term means. Like I would have
You know what it means.
I would have
Stop.
well, I would have considered them white, right? When I see them and I interact with them, like that's just how I would perceive them.
Exactly. That's what
and-
white passing means.
Right. But if you are perceived as white, then what's the difference? To me, it just sounds like, okay, if you're perceived as white, then
Exactly.
you're
I mean,
white.
whiteness is
If you're perceived
generally
as black, you're black.
socially.
It's just taking into account, some like history in terms of like these were not always considered necessarily part of
Well, so
whatever.
the Irish
white-
white at that point, then? Come on, they're white.
Yeah, I mean, I'm part Irish technically.
Lactoid, you're the whitest motherfucker here. What are you?
I'm Scandinavian. I'm pretty fucking white.
Wait, so
I
Nina,
believe
uh,
lactoid
How
bled
original.
milk.
Like,
I believe lactoid bled milk when he cut himself on his sword.
Absolutely.
I think I'm. So
With
hold on.
his samurai sword.
Hold on. So on one side, it's entirely Scandinavian, Swedish. But then on the other side, it's like German, British. But then, hold on. Believe it or not, some Native American. I know, wild. And
That is the whitest thing I've ever heard
a little
somebody
bit
say.
more
kinda
than
is.
Elizabeth Warren, and I have as well some Vietnamese for some reason, but it's a very small amount.
Well, for how are you getting these? First of all, don't trust whatever percentage that.
Yeah, did you
whatever...
get 23andMe or what?
My grandmother did, and then did like a full like end of life, like kind of deep dive into the whole ancestry thing. And
Yeah, I wouldn't trust any numbers coming out of that personally.
well, I mean, it was but like she found some like corroborating stuff. Like
Yeah, no, I
Wait,
have
you
no
did
doubt.
23andMe?
for-
Don't.
For
Go
the
ahead.
same sake that there's some Native American in you, there's some Dutch in me, and I'm gonna say the reason's probably the same.
probably okay.
The rapes. I don't know if that's
It
right.
was the rape.
Well, but then hold on a minute. Like, so what? Then the question is like, what percentage victim are you, and
Or
what
we're
percentage
all
perpetrator are you? Right?
Mongolian, right?
I would say
Well, I'm
probably
kind of
like
curious as to like
75%
whether Nina
victim.
thinks she has
Oh no,
any
no, no,
Can we
whoa,
measure out the
whoa, 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 whoa,
percentages?
whoa,
given
whoa,
like the rape of Nanking, all
Doobie,
the
it's
oppression the
it's so
Japanese
weird when you
would
come out of
And the
trans-
Chinese and the
nowhere.
Japanese
Like,
did not. And I was. Doobie's right about
Kai,
that.
what were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, I was
I
saying,
was just joking. I'm 75%
do you owe
victim.
Korea
No, I'm
an
not. No,
apology
you're
for
not
what
Kai, you
your
bitch.
racial
Shut the
ancestors
fuck
did?
up.
That's okay, but do you owe Korea an apology? Can you apologize to Korea right now for the crimes of
I'm
your
not
ancestors?
listening to you right now. I wanted to hear what Kai wanted to say in the whole story.
I think so.
Typical white behavior.
What? As long as you sing
Oh,
with
the
chopsticks.
shadow doobie is dropping facts.
You have to accept your history, Nina. You have to appreciate the.
Oh,
effect.
what did he say? I wasn't listening.
Yeah, the
sorry.
Japanese totally have some making up to do to the Chinese.
Yeah, we got interned pretty fucking hard, bro.
I'm thinking direct payments.
Yeah, but you
Nina.
also did the rape of Nanking. That was you specifically, by the way. You did that.
Oh, yeah, that
All
was
you,
my thing. That must
single-handedly.
have been like a weird dream that I had. I didn't mean to do it. My bad.
I'm gonna say the Japanese wrecked like 90% of
Yo.
Asia and got reparations by America, unlike my people.
Yo,
That
this
is true.
crazy.
You want to know a fun fact?
Yeah.
We did actually get reparations, which is very interesting. I think we got like it was like a family thing, but like my family, like because we're Japanese and we were interned, I think like in total it was like $30,000.
That's
So
a
you're saying
lot
you
of
didn't
money.
get enough, not that you didn't get reparations.
No, I'm saying that like why the fuck can't we do that with like what like
My-
that like that's a lot, you know what I mean? You know?
My understanding it was.
I thought you were saying we
it was
didn't
I
get
like where she's
reparations.
going. Let her
it was
continue.
the people
Yeah, let her
directly
keep going.
interned.
Yeah, let me cook. I literally think that we got like I don't understand why we got so much money and we can't give like fucking like black people like reparations for
Yeah, of course.
Well,
I
San
understand,
Francisco's
like,
about to drop 5 million. I don't know if you guys saw that. 5 million a person.
Yeah, no, but that's it's impractical and that's like really weird. Like if you look into it, it doesn't really make any sense. But like honestly, like if we're
Typical
able,
white
like, the
response.
reason why we were able to do it because we did it so quickly after it already happened. Where I think nowadays, I think like not like every black person in the country is gonna get like reparation because they obviously didn't have like the ancestors and that wouldn't make any sense, right? But the problem with that obviously is that like the ancestor tracking is fucking horrible when it comes to like the slave you know the slave tracking because for
They took
I think
away the-
obvious
they took
reasons.
They took away the identity of people. They didn't give them birth certificates, so the likelihood of
Yeah,
you being
exactly.
able to hard. But there are more
Yeah.
recent things that we talk about, such as things that happened with the GI Bill in the '60s. There's redlining. There's more recent things that we can talk
Okay,
about that need.
Do you think
reparations
that we
as well.
could do like a reparation or okay, so you're not saying for slavery, you're saying for more of like the racial injustice that we
don't-
could make up for that? Because I guess
think-
that's a really good point.
I think we can't do it because there's not an appetite from non-Hispanic white people to do it.
It's only the
Damn it,
Hispanic.
He's right. I don't like the idea. I hate it.
So
Yeah,
lactose.
it's lactoid
No, but
alone.
hold on,
I
wait.
hate the
This is
idea, actually.
this
My
is one thing.
father-
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
I want to interject this one thing, like because I agree with what Nina said, but I think this is the problem. It's easier to do reparations if you do them fast. I think the hatred against Black people is so deep and persistent that the group of non-Hispanic whites would never have given reparations fast because of the hate for Black people. And I'm beaming on this, and I'm not saying you like to for sure. I'm saying like if
No,
you think
it is
about
lactoid.
if you think about fucking slave masters in 1865, 10 years later, they're not about to give reparations to slaves that they still are disenfranchising. So what happens is the more a group is hated and the more it's disenfranchised, the more just over time the descendants of said group feel in saying, we can't give reparations because it's been too long. So basically, if you wait enough time, any government is like can hand wave its wrongdoings to a group for any reason and say that, well, we've waited too long now. So the dominant society not only doesn't want to give reparations, but then it uses its prehistoric hate against a group to say we shouldn't give anything now because the previous group hated them so much that they wouldn't give anything then. So it's circular reasoning to avoid reparations.
Okay, can I ask you, like, do you think that maybe like the idea of like bolstering like reparations in terms of like communities that are like historically Black, like maybe like would that be something that would be more reasonable, or do you think it has to be an individual?
I think any form of reparations is cool, I don't like the idea that when it specifically comes to black people, when we've given multiple groups of people money, we all of a sudden say, well, if we got to give it to black people, we got to, oh, it can only be systemic and
Yeah,
it can
yeah,
only
yeah,
be this.
yeah.
But every other group, we were like, yeah, let's just write them a check. So it's weird to me.
Yeah, they just
when
wrote us a check.
yeah, it's weird to me in two ways. One way, I feel like it's a falsely created barrier to never do it because it's unlikely
Right.
that we're going to figure out what this process that's not money is that we're going to give out. Like that's unreasonable even from the face. So the reason why
Okay.
money is given out because it's easy. So I think one, it's a defense mechanism to like ensure that reparations never happen.
Well,
And then two,
which one do you prefer? I guess so you're saying like you want like a cash sum that is directly paid, like the same way that it was with the Japanese, or we got like $30,000, and for my family they put it into my college funds, et cetera. That gave me a little
as a person
privilege
that
boost, etc.
values as a person that values personal autonomy, I would be more in favor of the money. I think if done right, the systemic things could be more impactful. But I think looking to a group that doesn't want to give reparations, that doesn't always like black people, and saying that they're going to create some grand systemic change and they're going to put a lot of research into finding the best solution, I don't think that's feasible. So I'd be more in favor of the money because of the conditions of America. I do think the systemic things could be more impactful though, if
Black
done
Toad has
right.
something to say.
I just want to say
So-
one thing, which is
Oh.
I will agree with you, Gambit. I'm against giving the money to all the other groups as well. So it's bullshit that we gave them other groups money, and then
So you
Yeah,
don't.
all lives
you
matter,
don't
am I
don't,
right?
you don't give any racial groups
So
money. I
you
agree.
don't believe
So
in
I can
justice
clarify.
for-
Go ahead, Gambit.
No, I was just going to say, so you don't believe in the government correcting previous systemic
No.
wrongs is done to groups of people?
Right. So you presumably
Absolutely
get like you're against Germany reparations for.
Yes.
Uh, okay.
I'm against the reparations that we we spend a fuck ton of money on like Native American
What's your-
reparations.
Wait, so you're against the
Oh, wait,
Japanese
hold on.
reparations then?
He's against the
Yes,
he's against the Jewish
yes.
reparations.
Well, the
like,
one exception would be the people who are actually put in camps. They get reparations, but everyone else no.
Yeah, my family. Yeah.
Wait,
No,
So
your
wait,
family.
so you're
Who
for
specifically
reparations?
went to the camps? Was it you?
Hold on,
Yes.
wait.
Yes.
Lector, you just said you
No,
just talked out of both sides of your
I don't
mouth.
think
I
it
want
was
to know
you.
which is true. I asked you, do you believe in the government giving reparations for previous wrongs done to groups of people? And you said absolutely not, nobody.
Yeah, for
And then you
groups
said
of
the
people.
that went.
right.
Oh, I'm
Which
saying
was the
groups of
Japanese
people
But,
that
man.
were
but
wrong.
persons, right? But
Yeah.
persons who
Yeah,
actually
so-
experienced
Joe,
the injustice.
if you were in the camp and you're still alive, then you get reparations.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Lactoid, would you say for the people who are still alive that should have qualified for the GI Bill post Vietnam that were black, that were systemically disenfranchised with their rights to that money, would you say that those people are owed reparations?
For the people who are still alive who didn't get the benefits of the GI Bill because they were black and they fought in the military, like, and they just were denied it because
Yes,
of race
they were
discrimination,
drafted.
then yes, they should get that money.
Okay, so what about the systemic denial of housing loans, which curtails black wealth across generations, and the in-bedness of our government with banks? It wasn't just banks; it was our government.
Well,
as
so
well.
that's the problem, right? So you would, it depends how in bed you're talking about, but any kind of private institution, no. If like we're talking specifically
No,
government
the
loans, I'm
government was
guessing
involved.
mostly under the GI Bill, it's going to be then
The
potentially.
GI Bill was definitely
Okay.
government loans, but the government also backed and was in heavy favor of not giving out loans to black people
Okay.
for
Okay.
housing.
So
So would you be for that too? Those black
We're
people
talking
that
about
are
we're talking
alive?
about government loans. Yes,
No,
but
not government loans.
Then
but
no.
no. Hold on. Listen to what I'm asking you. Okay, when the government does something systemic against a group of people for some characteristic of them that we deem as wrong later in time, that's when you think reparations is fine, correct? Or give me your synopsis of when you
Sure.
think reparations
So
is
if
fine.
whenever you have somebody commit a crime against somebody else, like some kind of like consent infraction upon them, take away something they actually have like a right to, a negative right to, infringe upon their person, invade them, do something like that, and then like they themselves have been wronged by this other person, I think that they should have to pay. Now,
Wait, an individual or a system?
individual. And one of the questions here that like becomes an issue is, well, for all other wrongs, we have a statute of limitations, right? And so there's plenty
But
of
we're not. Wait,
people.
whoa, whoa, whoa! But we're
Wait,
not
wait.
talking about an individual here.
No, I'm talking about individual. I'm talking about
He
individuals
is.
harm.
He's-
I'm
he's a
only-
libertarian.
Yes, I don't care about groups.
He's
I
a
care about
libertarian.
individuals.
He's
And so-
not. Stop.
And so when I'm talking about like, so the other element here, and this is, I'm talking strictly in like the moral sense. Do you have a right to the GI Bill if you were denied it like back in the day? Like morally, I'd say probably yeah. But like legally, I don't know. Especially when it comes to like again the statute of limitations, where for every fucking infraction, we have okay, you have this many years to bring a fucking lawsuit. You have this many years to do it. And then if it passes that amount of time, even if you couldn't do it, like in certain circumstances, you just don't get to bring your case. You're just SOL.
But some of these things, wait.
Well, I'm wondering, is
It's
there
so
a statute of
complicated.
limitations against the
Yeah.
government?
Yeah,
Yeah.
wait. If you establish a statute of limitation, then the government doesn't need to release any documents that would deem them needing of paying reparations until after said time. So the problem is the government is in control of this information. When you look at things with the GI Bill, if we're going to say 7 years like rape or whatever it is, that information may not have been readily available in 7 years for those people who were wrong. Are you
Yes,
saying
not only that, but there's a concept of sovereign immunity, which is that under American law from the beginning, you are not allowed to sue the government unless they explicitly let you. There is no right to sue the government because the government is the people and you have no right to sue the people. That's the logic. And so the only reason why you can sue cities and municipalities and stuff is because politically people have created like little like funds that say, okay, you can sue us for like reason X, Y, and Z. Otherwise, you can't sue us, right? Otherwise, it's
Yeah,
impossible.
so you can't bring a reparations lawsuit. It has to be political legislation, which means
Yes,
it
it would have to be political. Yeah,
but it has to be the political will of those in power at that time.
right.
If
Yeah.
those in power at that time relatively have done an injustice to a group, what makes you think that within a statute's limitation, that group's ideology has changed so vastly
Well, so
that
this
they
is
would then give reparations to a group that
right,
they
right.
just
Well,
wronged?
this is what I'm saying about like legally. I don't know as opposed to morally, because yes, legally, I don't see how the process works. But morally speaking, which I think is a more interesting question, again, if you can find me specific people who were like directly had their rights trampled upon by somebody else, then I can agree with you that they were wronged by this person, and so they are owed something, right? They're owed to be whole, right? They're owed to have that infraction.
If they're still
removed.
alive.
If they
there's-
themselves are
Well,
the
no,
ones that have
they're.
actually affected.
So you do support reparations?
For the people still alive, and you can prove direct harm.
Yes,
and like
then,
whatever without going into the details of what
I don't
unjust
think you have to
is and all
prove
that.
direct harm.
Or what
In-
direct
in
harm
black
is,
to-
right? Because
okay,
denying
so-
alone, I would not call it direct harm.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
So
wait.
wait,
If
wait.
white people created most of their systemic wealth from housing, which we know via economic data is absolutely
No,
true.
no. Okay, so
Are you saying
no,
that
no, I'm
deny?
gonna
Hold
help-
on, no. I want to finish
Wait,
my
no,
question.
let him.
And then I
Yeah, let
want you to answer. I'll let you go, but I just want to finish the question. Okay, we know that housing is one of the biggest factors in economic success over time for a group of people or individuals as a group of people. Okay, so if I deny you access to the market, which is the biggest indicator of economic success, you wouldn't say that's an injustice?
I can help
No.
you out, Lactoid. Actually.
Well,
So
go ahead, Corey.
No.
no. So here's where it's gonna. I think it's going to hurt you. I'm gonna relate it to another topic. So, I understand, and I'm pretty much on the same side as you. Is in reparations, as in like.
No. Are you
Ex-
answering his
extend-
question?
Yeah. Can I also
Let
finish?
him go. Let him go.
Sure. Go ahead.
Let him
Thank you.
cook, as they say.
Absolutely.
as the
So, and I'm on
Yeah,
the same
you
page with you
say.
in terms of like reparations across the generations, as in for all pretty much all the oppressed people existing today, going back generations. Okay. Now, the question for you is, okay, can you prove, what is your standard of evidence to prove that across generations harm occurs over time? Because
We aren't talking about across generations yet. We're only talking about direct first.
Right.
okay, fine.
So I'll address the question then directly when it comes to housing. When you say like deny access to the market, this presumes that every individual has some right to the market. When I go into a restaurant, I believe they should be able to deny me for any reason whatsoever. If I walk into a black restaurant,
spoken like
and
a
they-
white
and
man.
they
The
decide-
government.
Well, so the government's a different question, right? So when I'm talking about like
No,
banks,
but that's what we're talking about
right?
right
But I'm
now.
talking about like any kind of loan provided by a private institution, any bank, anything like that. Okay, no. When it comes to specific like FHA loans or something provided by like, or the government, or specifically we're talking about
Are we
like the
talking
G,
about
the,
FHA loans, or are we
the,
talking about getting
So,
a cake?
or the
so,
G, the
so wait,
GI loans, like those specific
so wait,
things,
Lacto, I
potentially.
want to ask you a specific question. If the FHA refused to insure loans from Black borrowers on houses, would you say that that's a clear infraction of the government using racial segregation against a group of people, and those people who had that happen to them should be entitled to reparations?
Yeah. Although I will point out that when we're specifically talking about FHA
Like,
loans,
do you know what redlining is?
hold on. I know all about redlining. If we're talking specifically about FHA loans, they're just insuring the loan. So it's not like they're giving the money away. So I mean, the total amount of reparations here. I mean, I don't know how you would calculate it, but it wouldn't be a lot of money.
No, we're not talking about calculation
Right.
yet.
Right.
We got
I
to
know.
first
Yes.
see
Yes.
if you agree that that's
Yes. The answer
a
is
fence
yes.
that deserves.
Morally, yes, 100%.
Okay. So what if a government enacted laws such that the private market could only act in ways that were discriminatory to Black people? So let's say the like you said, the bank is giving the loan, but there are certain systemic factors that are in concert with the private institutions being discriminatory against Black people. Would you also say in that case, because the government is a aggravating factor in that discrimination, that reparations would be just?
So for Jim Crow specifically, not only would I say that the people who are discriminated against probably deserve something, but also everybody who was told they can't sell to a Black person also deserves something as well. So basically, everyone alive from that era in the South and Jim Crow deserves compensation. Everybody.
So you agree with most Black people on Earth?
Yeah,
on this issue?
seems like it.
Sure, but I mean, this would
Most
include a lot of like white business owners, right? I just want to point that out.
But
too.
to be clear, like there is a group of people that talk about reparations for slavery. I could make the argument for it, and I could talk about that harm that Corey said over generation, right? We all understand the harm that can happen over generation, right? If I deprive you, then
I don't
also
think Lactoid understands. I don't think. I think Lactoid might.
That's
well,
where,
I think he
that's where there's a thing more significant to part, because everything you're saying right now about like direct measurable harm against individuals that are still alive today, they've had their rights infringed. That's a more
let's do
pungent
direct
question.
Let's do indirect measurable harm then. Just a quick one. Okay, let's say the military kills off a bunch of citizens wrongly, and do you think that if it was true that that was done because of discriminatory reasons? Let's just say they said, you know what, tomorrow we're killing all people that belong to said political ideology. Do you think the government, due to that discrimination, would owe the descendants of said people anything? Or you would say they killed those people is fine?
They're dead.
Yeah,
They
they're dead.
You don't give victims.
You can't compensate dead people, right? That's the unfortunate reality.
So you wouldn't.
But you can compensate the family. Never mind.
So you would say that if the government did a mass genocide, that
right, yeah, because
there's no.
Well, here's so you run into a couple issues here, right?
Well, they figured out how to do it with the Japanese. Like, why were they able to figure that out so quickly?
He doesn't agree with that.
I don't agree with the Japanese.
Yeah, he doesn't agree with it.
Then we shouldn't have gotten any reparations for that.
Absolutely not. But
okay.
So there's like a double-fold element to this, which is in order to kind of go down this line of logic, you have to, because reparations is different than welfare. Well, the point of welfare is to secure some kind of minimal level of living for every citizen. The point of reparations is to repair some sort of injustice or harm that was perpetrated in the past.
Right.
And there's two forms of reparations. There's reparations to somebody who's actually harmed, like directly, somebody who had the injustice happen upon them. And then there's this other element, this kind of more ethereal element of we're going to compensate people who were negatively affected by this bad thing happening.
Which one do you think slavery is?
Let him finish.
You know, if we start with and I consider that principle to be like the blood debt principle, the idea of like the blood debt principle, right?
Debt?
Yeah, the blood debt, right? So like
that's what he said.
Debt,
sins of the father.
Yes, the sins of the father. Like the debt is attached to this person's blood, and they are owed, right? They are owed by being, generationally related to person who had injustices upon them. Now, not only is this just, I think, completely unworkable when you try to apply it in any other scenario. Again, kind of going back to that long ago. I mean, are we going to go chasing after the Mongolians, or are we going to start chasing after any
Oh,
sort of fucking?
Real
no,
quick, Lactoid,
no,
would
no,
you
no,
not
no, you
say
can't say Mongolians. Stop.
What?
Well,
Why?
well,
Hold on.
just-
Why don't the
I wa-
Mongolians owe me a fuck ton
just-
of money?
just a quick
Because
question? Would you
it's
say
not
that
for an
slavery in
America.
America is not a unique circumstance to most countries?
Slavery is not a unique circumstance. In fact, slavery was
Oh
incredibly
my
common throughout the
I
entire
said
world.
slavery in America, not slavery in general.
Well, slavery in America
American
is, of
chattel
course,
slavery.
unique to America. Yeah.
Chattel slavery was very unique.
So yes, slavery in America was unique to America because it's slavery in America. But slavery as practiced was everywhere, and in fact, slavery in South America and the Caribbean was oftentimes much harsher than the slavery that happened in.
So would you
the
say
contiguous United
something
States of
like the
America.
government paying the families of dead soldiers is blood debt, and we shouldn't do that?
To be honest with you, I think so. I think I'm opposed to the idea of wills generally, because I don't think dead people have
Like a
rights.
will. That's a payout because someone died in service. It's not some sort of life insurance or anything.
It's the government paying back their citizens for their service.
Well, it's not paying back the debt. I mean, I guess you could potentially work
Not
it
a
to be.
debt, it's for
You
their
could
service.
work it like a contract with the family, with the government, in which they'll pay, like they agree to pay the family if this person dies. I'm okay with that.
You
But-
know how
but-
the draft
but-
used to
but-
work?
But that's blood debt.
Well, no, it's not blood debt because the government has made a direct contract with the family of the person, as opposed to, well, this like if kind of ethereal debt is owed to the person for the next 4 generations.
No, wait. What you're no, wait. You're. It's blood debt. It's just preconceived.
No. Listen to me. If I make a deal with you, okay, let's say I agree to pay you $10,
with the
and then
government?
and then you die. If your kid comes after me for $10, that's blood debt, okay?
You're
But
the
if, I,
government?
but if I make a deal with your kid for $10 and then you die, and your kid comes after me for $10, that's not blood debt. Do you see the difference?
Wait, say that.
Okay, so I've had recent family members die, and when my father passed away, his
I'm sorry.
previous job where he was working hounded me to give him his previous
I
paychecks.
think he would be against that. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
and
debts do
it's
not
not on a
transfer.
precedent.
Right. So I don't think debt should transfer down whatsoever. Right.
I don't think that anyone's saying that.
Right, with the same principle. The same principle is, well, like if your ancestors
Like
incurred
what?
it, there's no reason, again, you should pay it unless there's some kind of like blood
But
obligation.
why would you be okay with the
passes down.
nature of a contract being generated to pay in case of somebody's death when they're not paying for it? It's like it's the same principle that you're arguing against right now. It's just preconceived that you agreed to it.
No,
But there's
I-
no material
No,
difference.
no, I
You're
think no,
benefiting
there is
from the
there is a
death of
material
the
difference,
one-
right? Because the contract has to be with the beneficiary, and the material difference here is you don't get these scenarios in which I'm tracking back my fucking history, find out that Corey's
But the
great great
contract
great
isn't with the
grandfather
beneficiary.
burned
The
down my
contract
great
is
great
with
great grandfather's house, and now you
Wait,
owe
wait, wait.
$50,000.
No,
That
wait.
doesn't
The
happen.
contract is not with the beneficiary. The contract is with the person that's active duty,
Sure.
and that person that beneficiary is
Right.
paid because that person died.
I agree with you.
It's
That's
the
how it
same
works.
thing.
That's how it works now. But again, what's like morally correct in my system compared to what's legally the case? Because right now, legally, reparations is not a thing. So obviously, we're talking about like what should be the law.
Well,
And what I
reparations
think
are, I
think should be the
reparations
law
for
is
black
that
people.
Wait, are we talking about reparation or are we talking about like war like
what they're trying to
like
Well,
in
no,
like
I'm just-
Vietnam, for example, like you would get like if you died in the Vietnam War, like your family would get like $10,000 or something like that. You know, like are we talking about that or are we talking about
I'm
I feel like
asking
it'll-
him about things that are related to get his
Gotcha.
ideology on wealth being generated and passed down
gotcha.
due to
Right.
certain situations.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right, and-
reparations
right.
is one type, and the
reparations is right.
government
And
is
so the argument I'm putting forward is that I think contracts are between 2 or more people. They have to be made with the consent of both parties involved directly with each other. And if one person dies, then there is no person anymore. So any obligation of the contract goes away. Obviously, if you make a contract with the kid saying, "Look, if your parent dies, I give you this money." Well, now you have a contract with a living person, and they can
That's
enforce it
correct.
on you, right? Because you made that agreement with them. So that's
Yeah, but
that's what
that's
I'm talking about. The
correct.
difference is between this and like the concept of like blood debt. Again, with blood debt is we're like digging through the history. We're not talking about contracts between 2 people right now. we're talking about is like going through history,
Going back in history.
trying to like find out who owes who what, and then we're like putting the math together, and then we're like tracking down people, and then we're like
Yeah,
forcing
for sure, it's
through
different. Reparations is different. I'm not saying that it's not, but all I'm saying
Right.
is that you are agreeing with a contract and a person dying, and there being funds paid to their descendants. I mean,
only if the descendants sign that contract.
If it's built into the contract,
they
he's
don't sign it, though.
like
They don't
but-
sign those contracts.
I'm not saying they do. I'm saying they should need to. Otherwise, in my
No, no,
system,
but-
I
no,
I
wait,
wouldn't
wait.
I wouldn't say
Wait.
they're enforceable.
I'll explain to you why I'm being a stickler on this. I asked you, are you okay with what the military does? And you said yes. In defense of that, you said it's because they sign a contract.
that's not what I
and
said.
as a living person, I'm calling out that that's not the case. Maybe I
Not what s-
misheard you.
Yeah, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is that how it currently works, I'm against. Okay, I'm not in favor of the idea of like absent some kind of contract with the beneficiary, which on your life insurance policy, the beneficiary sign. That's what it should be. Like beneficiary should sign the contract saying if this person dies, I get the money. Right? That should be the deal. Okay. But if the person, if you're not if you don't sign the contract, if you're not on the contract, if you're not part of the agreement, I don't think you should get the money. Right? I don't think that
So
you should
what
get
should
benefit.
happen with the money?
Nothing.
It should be commandeered by the state?
No, it just doesn't.
Something
it
has
just-
to
it-
happen with
No,
the
it
money.
just doesn't go anywhere. Like we're talking. First of all, we're talking about stolen money to begin with. So you just unsteal it. You just don't
Hold
give it
on,
away.
wait. That it doesn't. When you say the money doesn't go anywhere, do you mean that the money that is inside of a person's house just persists and nobody's going to come get it? What do you like? That's the statement that doesn't make sense, right?
Oh, you're talking about like if somebody, let's say somebody has property and they die and they just like leave it abandoned.
I mean, of course they leave it
Yeah.
abandoned due to
Yeah,
nature
yeah.
of them
It would,
dying.
finders take
Something has to
finders
happen.
keepers, right? Whoever gets there first, like just like you would treat anything else on the ground. Yeah. Unironically.
So what if the money is in the bank?
Yeah,
bank is-
yeah. If there is no contract about like transfer of money during life, then yeah, the bank keeps the money.
Jesus. Okay. But no, okay. So I think that your system encourages the government to kill people so there are no live people left. I think that's barbarian, right? You're saying that
That's exactly
get-
where I wanted to go, GSU.
to
If you
get
had a
reparations,
contractor,
if
just
you
kill the
leave 'em
contractor
alive-
not to pay them.
No,
You might have
actually,
to pay.
no. Hold on. Your system, I think, encourages complete removal of the people because if there's any of them left to demand money, then we're going to be on the hook. So we got to get
Which
them
one
all.
do you think
We
is
got to get
harder?
them all so they don't come
Which
after
one
us
do
for
you
money.
think is harder, committing a genocide or killing the certain people that you target?
So because every person you remove, that's one less person to like politically demand reparations. So like look at Tasmania, for example. The British wiped them out. There's no Tasmanians coming for reparations. They're all gone. So they don't have to worry about that in Australia. And so yeah, your system of like we're going to start digging through history. Well, now
it's
people
gonna-
are going to be very careful. Well,
Gotta
if
make
we're
sure
gonna
to
do
get them
some-
all.
If we're going to do something awful, we're going to get as many of them as possible. So there's less people there who are going to try to politically come after us for money.
And you're
would-
pro genocide.
I would agree with you if there seemed to be any evidence, but our country has paid reparations to many groups in the form of money several
Hey!
times with no problems. And that
Literally
didn't seem
everyone but us.
Well, I don't think that like Latinos have gotten or like have they
What
gotten
reparations do
These
Latinos
guys,
have
though.
coming? Just wondering,
system-
what reparations do
Oh,
Latinos have
okay.
coming?
Yeah. What?
Well, I mean, they had like
system-
they lived in California and they got conquered, right? I mean, do they not get money for that?
Yeah, they got conquered. They lost the land. There was an
And then,
agreement that was
do you
made
not
between the
understand what
government and
the-
California.
Well, it was in Mexico.
What,
but-
what we did to Latinos, like we literally what is it when you can't have children anymore? Like
Sterile?
Sterilized?
Sterile.
yeah, we sterilized like a shit ton of Latino people, like that were just like going over the border to work in our country. Like you're like
That's new reparations.
Do we owe
That's-
reparations to the
no,
Irish?
it's not. No. This was something we did in like the 18 or like the early 1900s. Like we probably should deserve to
Oh,
give
whatever.
them shit for that too. Like we've fucked them pretty hard as well as we
And the
you know,
Irish as well,
themselves
and
for
the
free.
Italians. They were discriminated against, right? They were denied
Do you understand
housing,
what you're
housing
saying when you
opportunity.
do you, wait, do
Italians
you
were forced
want
into
black
ghettos.
toy- honestly, as an individual, do you understand what you're saying when you say that?
I think so. I'm not sure. I
So the
guess
Irish and the Italians have faced the same discrimination that the black people have.
they face some discrimination. I don't know if it's the same, but they obviously
Okay,
deserve
or
some
have
money.
they faced the same
Maybe
amount
they
of
don't get the
discrimination?
same paycheck, but they definitely get a little bit of a
like
paycheck, right?
objectively sterilized by the U.S. government, where women would literally go to sleep like under the guise of like doing some like medical procedure, and they would wake up sterilized?
Look, this is gonna sound really crass, but I don't know if there's
Yes,
that many
I think
ancestors.
everything
Hold
you
on,
say is gonna be
I don't
that.
know if there's that many ancestors from sterilized women that we have to worry about when it comes to reparations, just by biological reality.
You only have cousins,
Ooh.
brothers, sisters, friends. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know how far removed you have
He's
to
not
be
gonna
before you
he's
can
not
start
gonna
coming back
recognize
for money.
generational trauma, because if you're gonna go down the generational trauma route, like he brings up some points.
I bring up multiple points, which
Yeah.
are
No,
all
he's saying
very
that
strong
because
points.
they were sterilized, that then they don't have ancestors. That's like
So-
actually
so-
That's one thing, right?
unbelievably
Encourage-
fucked. That is so
that charge is
unbelievably fucked.
encouraging. So the syphilis experiment in Tuskegee was a good thing, right? Because they sterilized those people. Once they die,
No.
they won't have kids.
I don't know, like, so I guess
He's-
I
Well, maybe
don't
you
I,
should
when,
let
when I'm
Open History
when I'm imagining like people about to do a bad thing, like what my
Wait, do you know?
I'm not, I'm not a,
Wait, do you know? Do you know what he's talking about?
I know exactly what he's talking about. The Tuskegee syphilis experiment
can
where they had there was people who were infected with syphilis and they deliberately withheld treatment from a number of people
Okay.
in the experiment to see what syphilis would do to them. Right? 100% that's what happened.
Sure.
But when
That's
they were
cool,
when they were doing this, like I don't know of, well, maybe 100 years from now, not me, but somebody when I'm dead and I don't care anymore, somebody long in the future is gonna have to pay the bill to somebody that I don't know because of what I'm doing here today. I don't know how much of like a deterrent that's actually gonna serve here.
How can you
Well-
sound even whiter than you sound like normally? Like that is the most white shit I've ever fucking heard.
Because I'm gonna be on the hook for the
I
fucking
don't
bill.
really care.
What are you
Okay,
talking
wait,
about?
wait,
I didn't
wait,
do
wait.
shit.
Honesty.
My mom came to
Wait,
this
wait, wait.
country, okay, and I'm gonna
Let's
pay a
talk.
bunch of fucking shit. I didn't do shit. I didn't do shit to nobody, and
Yeah, but this is why we live in
I probably got
I'm
less
doing
money
each
than
with
you,
this argument.
Gambit, and then here you are, like I'm gonna have to fucking dish out money. It's bullshit.
Well,
I don't wanna
but
pay.
America did do something, and America is responsible, and your tax dollars are a part of America.
Just
So
because
if
I
you
have
don't
more
want
money,
that-
means
Wait,
that
you
I
Taxes
should
are
be able to get
stolen money to
reparations.
begin with. I never consented to that shit, so
Well,
they're
shut
stealing
the
my
fuck
money.
up.
They're
You
stealing
didn't
my
consent
money to
to
give
it.
it to
You
people
didn't
that I
consent
never
to it.
hurt. It's bullshit.
You-
Wait,
you're
you
not
consented
engaging
to-
with his argument.
Hold
Like
on,
he's
hold on, wait. You consent to taxes. You absolutely do. Every day. Every day
Okay,
when
whoa,
you go to work, you
whoa,
consent to
whoa.
taxes.
Okay, well then you consent to live in America as a black man every day, right? If we're gonna go with that logic, so you consent to the system we currently have.
No, we
No,
did
no, no,
not
no, no, no.
consent.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Whoa,
hold on,
whoa,
hold on.
but
No,
I did?
No, wait. I can explain. Let me answer your question. Okay.
All right, go
There are
ahead.
some things that you have signed a contract for, which you make a big deal of contracts. So when you are going to your job and you're saying this much money is going to go towards Medicare, this much money is going to go towards the federal government, you are a person that
I
believes
never
in
agreed to
contracts.
that. I never agreed to
Did
that.
you not
They
sign
will
it? Is
come.
your
They will come and
signature-
kill me. They will come and kill
Is
me
your
if I don't do
signature
that.
not on
Well,
it?
to be fair, they're
Are
not going to
you-
come and kill you.
Did you
They're
It's
not
sign
gonna-
it?
no.
Wait,
It's a
wait, wait, wait.
coerced contract. If I put a gun to your head and say sign, that's not a real fucking agreement.
Hold on. They put a gun to your head?
They literally, they have guns. The IRS has a SWAT team.
No.
Yes,
hold
you
on.
can look it up. The IRS has their own SWAT team. They will
No,
bring
that's not what I
guns.
asked.
Yeah,
That's
they
not what I
will
asked you.
threaten you with force,
Did-
but not going to kill you.
They will kill you if I
No, no,
resist,
no,
which
no,
I
no,
would.
no,
Well, okay, but,
No,
but that,
hold
yeah,
on.
but that's a different story.
Only if they were acting unlawfully. I want to point that out.
Whoa,
For what you're saying.
I just want you to think through which of these situations is involuntary and which situation would you consider at least more voluntary. Okay. I'm living in a country that has unjust laws that I don't write, that I'm negatively
tax
impacted
laws.
by, that I also can't advocate to change, right?
Yes.
Let's
Tax
say
laws.
I also have a situation where I can sign a contract where I understand the ramifications of said contract. Which of those do you feel is more involuntary?
Both are involuntary because I live in a system.
No, I didn't ask you where both involuntary.
No, they're
Which do you feel is more involuntary?
equally involuntary because I live in a
Paying
system.
taxes is
Yes.
equivalent to being a slave while being born in a country.
Being a
Whoa,
slave. No.
you're not a slave.
That
You're
was
not a slave.
Yeah, you are not a slave. It's not what I said,
You-
Gambit. What I'm saying is
Oh, wait.
you are not. I'm not saying slaves. I'm saying
Hmm.
that you are not a slave. Like if I consent to paying taxes because I live
So
in
we're
a-
going to talk about Jim Crow.
No,
right?
we're
Is
talking.
that
No,
fine?
we're talking about me and you. Okay, so if you're saying I consent to the
I'm not
system,
saying I'm owed
hold
reparations for
on, hold on.
something that's happening
Wait,
right
hold
now.
on,
No,
Lactoid,
you're
what
missing
do
the
you-
you're
no,
missing
no,
the
no,
point.
no,
You're
No,
missing
no, I
you're
wanna
missing
hear
what I'm
Lactoid. I
saying.
want to hear Lactoid. Lactoid,
Yeah,
wait. 1 second. The only thing that I want you to do, I want to hear you out, but I want to make sure that we're kind of arguing in good faith. We're talking about things in which that we feel like an injustice is done. I'm not asking for
In the
reparations.
past.
I'm not asking for reparations for me today. So you'd have to compare your situation of paying taxes to the person that didn't get their GI Bill, to the person that was denied housing, to the person that was a slave, are something that we're considering reparations. You can't compare it to me today.
So,
I'm not asking for reparations
okay,
for me today. Go ahead.
Gambit. So there's two different discussions. Okay, there's the discussion of the injustices, but then you brought up a point where I consent to that. So now we're specifically talking about what I consent to. Okay, and then I made the
Okay.
quip. Well, I consent to taxes just as much as you consent to living as a black man in America, because I consent equally to living as a white man in America. Right? We don't consent to where we're born.
Oh, you're from
It's
Canada.
not something that we consent to. So when you say things like, well, you know, you pay your taxes, therefore you consent to it, you know, that's just as valid as me saying, well, you haven't moved away from America, so you consent to live in it, right? You know, you haven't fought the government on taxes, so you consent to pay them. Well, no, that's not how consent works. Just because something is being like pushed on you without your consent and you tolerate it because there's no other feasible options, doesn't mean that that action being pushed upon you
Did
is
he
consensual.
bring up the concept of consent?
Well,
why are we
he
talking about
did
this?
bring up the
brought
because
up
he's saying,
consent.
because
Yes,
he's
I
saying
did.
that I
Absolutely,
signed a
I did.
contract.
Oh, okay,
right?
sorry, I went to the
So
bathroom.
that's one element where I want to point out. So I don't think it's a strong argument to say that, well, you consent to paying taxes, because I don't. It is a theft. It's an
I can
infraction
definitely
by the
refute consent.
Hitlerian state upon
You're
my
an
freedom.
idiot, Doctor.
And then the second question is now we're transferring to like injustices of people.
Do you want to go point by point? I'll let you finish. No, finish.
No, we can start. I want to.
Let him cook.
If we stay on the first point, like we can talk about like specifically the question of, do you consent to what the state does to you because you live in that state? That's the question that I want answered before we move on.
Okay. I think that we can look at the laws that govern a country and we can determine if a law is just or unjust. And we can say that there are just laws that may have negative ramifications to people. And we can say that there are unjust laws that have negative ramifications for people. I think that things that are due to the nature of how a society has to exist as a state, the things that are justly forced upon you, do not have the same level of argumentation for things that are unjustly thrust upon you. So when we have laws that are agreed upon by our legislators, and we have legislators who vote on these things, and some of these things may cause negatives on individual members of society, such as taxes, such as slavery, such as any of these institutions. And we can say, was this done in a just fashion? And is the outcome to be just to all people involved? So we can say that there's a law that we don't agree with, but we can also understand that the justice that the justness of it is not negative, right? So we can say that. I'm trying to think how to say this. We can say that.
I already have like a retort, and that is like when it comes to, I can agree with you that sometimes we have to violate people's consent. Sometimes we have to move in and make them do shit that they don't want to do. But I guess but like that doesn't mean they consent. Like even if you think it's like, I think you even said like imposition on somebody. So I think even you agree, like even though maybe it's just, maybe we need to do it, you don't consent to something. It's not. It's you are forced. You're not consenting to something just because you live in the state that happens to you, right?
So I agree with this point, which is why, if you remember when I asked you, I said more involuntary. I didn't necessarily say. I think at one point I said
it's
consent.
involuntary or it's not.
You can compare the level of
Did I agree to it or not? I didn't agree to it at all. I don't agree to it in any form. I completely reject it. So if you want to take my money,
you may not agree with it, but
involuntary.
if the representation for you agrees with it, I can say that you consent due to the. That's how our country. So you can
that's
disagree
mob
with
rule.
Hold on.
Can I ask something later?
You can disagree with the founding principles of our country. I'm not saying that you can't, but I'm saying that the founding principle of our country is that you have some sort of representative democracy that enacts laws on your behalf. So in a way, even though you personally don't agree with it, the people agree with it, which you're also part of that collective. Now, you could also say that's true for slavery. You could say
and
that
reparations and Jim Crow.
You could say that the slaves were a part of the people, and that
You
they
just got
were used to
outvoted.
resentment, which
Yeah.
is why I framed how just we think these things are. Even if you may think they're both unjust, we can agree that there's different levels of violation of somebody's autonomy, right? If somebody is raped and somebody is robbed, we can agree that both of these things are violation of your
Sure.
personal freedom, but we
Yes.
can say that there are different degrees of severity.
I agree with that.
Similarly, we could say that enslaving someone and making someone pay taxes, we could say both of these things are non-consensual, but we can also agree that there's degrees of severity and impacts on your ability to pursue happiness and all of that other jazz in that. And that's what I'm saying. So that we
It
can
would-
look at, if you as an individual disagree with taxes, we can weigh that against other injustices that have been being thrown. And then we can lay some arbitrary foundation on top of that, where we say things that are above this unjustness level necessitate reparation.
Sure. So I understand what you're saying. And I don't disagree with some of it. I think I agree with you, like different levels of wrongness that I think that you and I can come to an agreement on that are different levels of wrongness. The one clarification I want to point out is that I think taxes are actually pretty similar to slavery, and I'll explain why. Because all slavery is 100% tax for your life, right? That's what it is.
No,
Yes,
no,
it,
it's
no,
not.
no, and
No.
it is. You are being
No, it's not.
with the imposition of you have to work and you get all your income taxed at 100%. That's what
No,
slavery
it's
is.
not. No, it's not.
How is it not?
If you were a slave, you didn't have freedom of movement. Do you think you have freedom of movement even though you pay taxes? Do you
So-
think? Do you
Sure.
think that?
So hold on. So
do you
I'm referring.
hold on,
I
wait,
agree with
wait.
you. I agree with you. We don't have to go down this road because I think we're going to agree. If you're talking, I guess I'm referring to, if we're referring to specifically to like the chattel slavery that was practiced in the United States, where not only was it we're taking 100% of all the product of your labor, but you're also like not relegated citizenship. You can't leave. You can't do this. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I agree that there's like different.
Especially can't vote.
You can't vote, right? Yeah, there's different things attached to that, right? But what I don't think all those extras are necessary for slavery, right? What I think all slavery
Yeah, but
is,
we're talking American
right?
context.
But I'm saying all slavery is just the forced extraction of somebody else's labor. That's all it is. And so with taxes, it is the forced extraction of somebody else's labor. Now maybe there's like other rights that are not being denied to me, which is obviously true. But that specific whatever tax rate I'm paying is like my labor being unjustly stolen from me against my consent.
But you do agree that that if we're talking in American context, that the statement taxes is equivalent to slavery is wrong, right?
So yes, on principle, but not on scale. On principle, I would define it as slavery, but I agree with you that the chattel slavery in the United States and in most of the world at that time was like particularly brutal. Not only was it slavery, but it was also kidnapping. It was also forced imprisonment.
But
It was
can I
also
ask you?
it was
Can I ask
reducing
you a
people
little?
to animals, and it was undoubtedly unjust. I have no disagreement with saying how awful it was.
If it was unjust, though, I'm saying that you agree that the severity
Yes,
of
the
that
severity was worse.
much different from you paying taxes.
Yes,
Okay.
100%.
So you agree that coherently, I could have a bar I could have an arbitrary bar, and we could have a collective arbitrary bar that is above the level of severity of taxes, but below the level of severity of slavery in which we require reparations. That's a coherent statement.
You could have that bar, but my question is, why wouldn't you have it be like a spectrum to where like you are paid based on the severity of the wrongness that's done to you? So like, if you're really
wait, can
infracted
I
upon you
jump
a
in
lot
really
of
quick?
money-
Maybe the severity coefficient of taxes is 0, or is 0.00001.
Can I jump in really quick?
half my income. Okay, go ahead.
So we promised every emancipated Black person 40 acres and a mule, right? We didn't pay that shit
No.
at all. Do you think maybe that would be the right marker for what we should be paying in reparations? It seems like that's what you're trying to get at, right?
No, so
No, like
there
Tor
was
said,
one
they can
Union
lie as
general.
long as they lie for long enough, then they don't get reparations.
So there was
Of
one. There
course,
was
of
one
course.
union. There was one Union general. There was one Union general who brought up 40 acres and a mule. That was never like passed by any political party or any political.
No, they did. They paid it
organization.
to the white people that lost their slaves.
My understanding is that there were some payments, which I would have been against, right? But there were some
white
payments
people,
made
yeah.
to like white slave owners. In fact, if I was there at the time, I would have made the white slave owners give all the money that they made off the slaves to the slaves. That's what I would have done.
You don't think there's something
You
particular?
think anyone here believes that?
I would
I
have
mean,
done it.
I don't think Lactoid lies. I just think we have disagreement. So I can agree with it.
Alright,
But
alright.
you don't think it's particularly I don't know the word I want to use because I don't want to use an inflammatory word, but I can't find a different word.
Say it, go on.
But no, you don't.
Particularly white
So
with me or something.
imagine if you belong to a group, a class that did historic oppression against another group. Not only did you do that, but the group that you belong to, your collective, your identity group that you vote in politically, your political group decided to pay itself for the wrongdoing that it did to another group of people, and you're arguing that that group of people that was even done wrong in the first place shouldn't get anything. You don't find that like it's not jarring or any, like it's just empty?
So not only, yeah, it's not jarring to me, and maybe the part that I'm struggling with, so I think logically I'm sound, but if we're like appealing more to the sort of like personal experience element, like, I didn't grow up with money, right? And I think that some of the biggest pushback that you get on reparations is going to be from white people who grew up poor, who had parents that were homeless, who like quite literally came up with nothing.
Literally spoken
And
like a
and
rich white person.
sure, you can say what you want. I literally paid for my house entirely on my own. I didn't get any money from my
So did
parents.
my Asian father.
Sure, I'm telling you, like, so if we want to bring it to like a personal experience level, what I
No,
see,
who's
what I
King
see,
Jackson?
what I'm saying, what I see is that like, on one hand, it's not logically sound, and then on the other hand, like, I am being asked to foot a bill that not only did I not benefit from, but also a bill that I didn't incur, and then I'm being asked to pay it.
You're not supposed to
And
benefit from it.
it's
No,
very
the
frustrating.
government
He did not
incurred it.
commit an injustice, though. At
I
least as
did
far
not.
as I
No,
can
yeah,
tell.
I did not
government
commit an
said
Oh
it
my
injustice.
God,
was
but it's the
underdid.
country. It's the country did. The
but
country.
okay.
It's
not
a
an
country It's a
country.
country that just so
And
happens
that
to
we live in the
disproportionately
United
take
States
my
with all the
tax
fucking
income.
slavery, dude. Are you kidding me?
Hold on, wait. Like I wanna make a more sound argument. So, like, you agree that in any system with disparity, there's always going to be a class of people who aren't given the advantages of whatever the most advantageous people that society is. So any government that does any group wrong, there's going to be a certain demographic of people that belong to whatever dominant group that are also not in advantageous
Right.
situation.
Gambit. Here's the problem, though. So again, it's now this is entirely upon where you drawing the lines for your groups. You're drawing racial groups. I could just say, well, no, actually, poor white people are a different group. People who grew up poor are a different group. Immigrant white people who, when we look at the surges of immigration following slavery, makes up a fuck ton of the white ancestry in this country. They're a different
could
group.
say
In
that,
fact,
but
the
why?
only group that really did wrong is like the small group of aristocratic Southern landowners who existed like around that time, right? That's the group that we should be going after. And if you want to narrow it down to that specific part, I mean, that's different, I suppose. But like, we're not talking about white people as a group now, and we're especially not talking about taxpayers as a
What-
group. Because look at who, like, there's plenty more than just white people in this country.
Hold
There's
on,
also
wait, you
Hispanics,
agree
there's also
that-
Asians, there's also Jewish people. Like, all these people pay a fuck ton of taxes. Now they're having to like be punished for this too. And I'm having to be punished when I didn't do anything wrong and I'm not
You
benefiting from this.
agree? Yeah. So now I want to attack this part too. I want to attack both parts of this. You said you're not benefiting from this. You
Or as
do
much as you
agree.
are.
You do agree that there are certain aspects of our institutions that have contributed positively to every demographic of white people across time in our country. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I don't think he would, but I'll
I
let him
don't
speak.
I don't think I would agree. Like,
You don't think that there are things that
No.
were advantageous
So-
about being poor and white over being a minority group in America over time?
well, so it depends if we want to get like into affirmative action memes. Like, I've seen the fucking like LSAT like baseline like requirements and like GPA requirements, and I went to law school, and like with the requirements I had, there you can look at some baselines that they have set up. So like, what would be better? Like a black guy coming from like Harvard? I don't fucking know, right? These are like interesting
Do
questions.
you
And then
think
obviously
affirmative action is like
cities
a
have also
privilege to black
cities.
people or something?
It absolutely is by definition a legal privilege. And then you also have like institutions such as like minority
Wait,
and
I
women
love that
grants
for you.
that are given to like small businesses that have been going on for decades. In which like if you're a white guy, you're just fucked if you want to open your own business and get
wait,
access to
you
those
think
grants.
you're just fucked when
As
they
an
get
Asian person, I'm the most like
You know why people get the most funding for businesses through loans, right? You're whether it's
Through
not
loans,
like,
but not grants, right? Grants are the free money. Loans you got to pay back.
you think that in this country black people get more grants.
So yes, they have access to more grants. I don't know what they're applying for, but they have access to more grants 100%.
No, wait. The question I specifically asked you, because we're not talking about application.
I don't know the
We're
numbers.
talking about, do you think most money from grants are going to black people in this country? Do you think 50.001%
Well, no,
or
because
more
because
of
black
all
people
grant
no,
money is
because
going to
black
black
people are
people?
13% of the population, so it would be like
So
over
do you think
over
disproportionate
13%.
amount of grant money
Ye-
is going to black people?
I think when we're specifically talking about applicants to grants, I
We're
think
not
it's
talking about
oh,
applicants.
okay.
We're
So
talking
yeah, so
about
there's probably gonna be a lot of black people who don't apply for the grants, but that's not like the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that's
yeah,
accessible
it's
based
their
on
fault.
that's accessible based on race in a way that it's not for me, for something that I can't control, and that's and it's something that it's being what I feel is being somewhat weaponized.
I feel like you aren't looking at the totality of circumstances. Let's say I can apply for one more loan than you can, but the likelihood of me being accepted to 9 out of 10 of those loans is virtually zero. And me being accepted for the one more that I can apply for than you, I have to compete against all other black people. So it can be a situation where me and you can both apply for 9 loans. I can apply for a 10th loan. It's unlikely I'm going to get any of the first 9 because I'm black. But there's this 10th loan that they're hanging out there and saying, hey, black people, you could apply for this. And then all black people fight for that one because they're disproportionately not represented in the first 9.
No,
Would
But
you
how does
think,
that
hold on,
how does
wait,
that justify reparations though? Like how does that
we're not
even
talking about justifying
So
reparations.
I would
We
make
move
I would
on.
make this statement. I think that all else being equal, if you have a white guy and a black guy who are both applying for a grant, a city grant, I would bet that the black guy is more likely to get that grant. I would say so. If I like any kind of public business grant that's like the government shit, 100%, 100%, no doubt.
Fucking mind.
All else being equal, 100%. And I would just, and not only is that the case when it comes to like non-minority specific grants, but then you also have entire sections of the economy that are just completely off limits, unless you're a minority or a woman specifically.
Segments of our what
Minority
can you
women grants. Your city probably offers them. Mine does. You can look them
Mine
up in the
doesn't.
U.S. If you want to open up a small business, there's money that the government has set aside where if you apply, you can only apply if you're a woman for some of them, or if you're like a minority for some of them. If you're a white guy, you cannot apply to get these grants.
I
You
don't
just can't
think
do
you
it.
understand scale. I think that's the problem. You have a really bad problem understanding scale. If I set aside
I understand
$10,000
your point.
for a group and I set aside $1 million for another group, just saying that somebody set aside $10,000 for you is not advantageous. It's actually more disadvantageous because I think white people that come from your background have this assumption that the system is more fair to black people than they are. So, in addition to not really helping, it gives this negative portrayal that black people are actually being helped more than they are. It's like doubly negative.
Um,
Like we can talk about food stamps, we can talk about literally almost anything that you want to talk about. If you look at it, it's disproportionately not going to black people.
no, that's not true. For food stamps?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
73% of funds for food stamps go to
Yeah,
white
no,
people. Represent
absolutely not.
65%
Welfare
of the
benefits more Midwestern states and white people than it does black people in general.
No,
Mhm.
it's not true. So right here, Food Research and Action Center, SNAP recipients, 37% white, 26% black, 16% Hispanic, 3% Asian.
Isn't SNAP just for kids?
No, SNAP is supplemental.
No,
nutrition
wait,
assistance
wait,
program.
wait. Now you're
Not that it matters.
now you're looking at the yeah, I messed up. I framed this wrong. Because now you're looking at the proportionality of the population rather than the proportionality of the population of that can qualify for that fund, that are in that class. You see what I'm saying? You're looking at the US census population and you're comparing that to the numbers you're looking at rather than the percentage of people that are poor. You see what I'm saying?
No, I understand that like a higher percentage of black people are poor, but like
Yes.
a much higher
So read
percentage
the
of black
numbers
people
you
get
just read off.
benefits.
Read the numbers you just read off.
Yeah, 40%. So this is on the Huffington Post. This was from 2015. The recent data here is from. I'm just making sure the dates are. I'm trying to find the most recent one because this one's saying it's 37% white. The other one says 40% white. So between 37 and 40% white, African American 26%. This other one is putting it at 25%, so about 25%. Hispanic 16%, Asian 3%, Native American about 2%.
So black people are 13% of the population.
Yeah, and white people are like 75 or like 80.
Yeah, grossly overrepresented in the poverty class. You don't see how if you have black people who are grossly represented in the poverty class, that when you compare that 26% to 13%, you're not actually comparing the percent of people that are in poverty in black. You're comparing the percent of black people that exist to those numbers. And then you're saying it's overrepresented because you're using 65% of the population as white instead of the percentage of white people that are the percentage of poor people that are white. Those are two different statistics.
So what is the claim that you're making the
saying
claim
that
that
it's
like
not
that if you're a
disproportionately
poor
black.
white person, it's easier for you to get welfare than a poor black person? Is that the claim that's being made?
That has to be the case.
Okay, for why?
If
How do you know that? Do you have anything to back
Yeah,
that up?
you have to back that up with numbers.
we can look up the numbers of
Because like as a percentage of the population, we're talking like double, like the 25, 26 compared to 13%, while for white people it's less than,
yeah, you're
40%, it's
talking
about half.
the percent of the US population. But that means
Right.
nothing in the conversation when you're talking about something that's given out due to poverty. Right? The average income of whites or the average wealth of whites is extremely higher than the average income. Well, not
double.
average income, but average wealth of black people.
It's about double.
And it's more than double. No, it's way more than double. If you talk about wealth, yes, it's way more.
No, in terms of like the poverty rate, it's about a little bit more than double. So it's So this federal safety net's putting it at 19.5% compared to 8.1%.
So I looked up the numbers per capita and it's saying 37% of white people, 26% of black people, 16% of Hispanic, 3% Asian, 2% Native American. And that seems about on par based on the numbers of people that are in the country. So there are more white people that are going to represent more of SNAP recipients in this instance. And that's a per capita number.
Right. That's like those are the racial breakdown like of all SNAP recipients, right?
Yes, that's 30%, 37% of white people, 26% of black people.
Right. So white people are dramatically underrepresented and black people are dramatically overrepresented.
Yeah, if 65% of the U.S. population is whatever white and it's 30% in whatever SNAP, then like yeah, they are technically it's a bigger number than black people, but at a percentage wise, it's still disproportionate.
Yeah, and I still don't know what the point.
I'm trying to figure out why y'all are bringing up percentage of the population when that doesn't matter.
But then, well, then make your argument, as in, like, I'm not sure you've distilled the argument of like you say, look at the percentage of black people living in poverty, and like so.
Wait. Hold on, wait. I just want to make sure we lay out some foundational principles. We do agree that to have access to SNAP, there's a poverty line somewhere that you need to be living below, and we do agree that the people that are over that line are not a part of the census group that we're talking about. Can we just say we agree with that so far?
Here.
Okay, am I misunderstanding?
Maybe this will answer your question. So 18% of white people live in poverty and 28% of black people live in poverty. So about 10% more black people live in poverty than
Oh.
white people.
The hard part is I don't know if we consider the
According to
poverty
Wikipedia.
No. I don't know if we consider the SNAP being able to receive SNAP the poverty line. I think it's a number higher, which would include more black people than white people as you increase, right? The distribution of white people in wealth is greater, right? There are less black people have less on average income and wealth than white people. So if you increase the barrier for receiving SNAP, you're going to include a larger section of black people than white people. Y'all can follow that, right?
Mhm.
If I go, let's say the poverty line is 15,000, and those numbers that you just read out are for the people that make 15,000 or less. If we increase this, because SNAP isn't 15,000, let's say it's 25,000. I don't know what the number is. I can Google it in a second. But let's say it's 25,000. If you go from 15,000 to 25,000, you're going to include a greater percentage of black people when you increase this means testing than you are white people. So the numbers are going to be worse as you increase the poverty range. You can follow that?
I don't think I am personally.
So
terms of-
so
I'm
let's
not
say
co- so this means like a lot of speculation, right? I would need to see
no,
like
this isn't speculation. This is just like you all agree that the wealth of black people on average is less than the wealth of white people,
Yeah.
right?
So if I can try to
So-
like give some of like, okay, let's just assume 100% of black people are living below the, like using your metric of 15,000, below 15,000, you are living in poverty. Let's just assume every single black family is making 15,000 or below. And then based off what you're
That's
saying,
not what I'm assuming. That's not
yeah,
what
no,
I'm-
but I'm just saying just to try to make it simplify it. And then you're saying, well, if you make SNAP at 25,000, well, then wouldn't like 100% of black people qualify for SNAP then?
That's not what I'm saying. But go
Oh,
ahead.
then I'm not understanding what you're saying then.
Okay. Let's use different. I'm trying to figure out how to reuse the scenario you just laid out. Let's say that the cutoff for SNAP is, let's just figure out what the cutoff for SNAP is. We don't have to guess at this. What is the, to receive SNAP, monthly gross income is 1,100 or less?
basically the
What the
poverty
hell is
line.
FPL? Georgia SNAP, it's 1,133 or 1,473, which is damn way lower than I thought.
Pretty low.
So somewhere between I don't know $13,000 and $17,000, right?
Okay.
Somewhere in that range of $13,000 to $17,000. Okay, we know that the distribution of wealth or income in white people is greater than the distribution of wealth and income in black people, right? So we know that more black people will more black people, a greater percentage of black people will be under this line than are above it. Do you agree with that statement?
Please repeat the question.
Let me just find the numbers. I gotta figure out if they do. I don't know if we can Google for this because it's too specific. What percent of the population makes below the SNAP benefit amount? I don't know if that's something we can Google. So I can't give y'all hard data, but I feel like these things should just logically follow and should be simple. But
It's
What
mostly in stating that there are more white people above the poverty line than there are black
Yeah,
Oh,
I
people.
don't know if
absolutely. That goes without saying.
but
agree
I,
with
would, I,
that.
I
It's
agree
the
with
log-
that, but then I don't know where the argument is going personally.
The reason is why that there is
no, the reason
generational
is
wealth.
why it's just that it
Yeah,
is.
And
y'all are
redlining.
acting like y'all couldn't
Generational
agree with
wealth.
that logic.
Yeah.
All right, with peace and
I
love.
had known that.
I am so excited to have another conversation with you guys, but I have to head to bed. But it's
Yeah,
been a
peace out.
pleasure talking to all of you guys as
Always.
always. Besides Lactoid, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Giving you
Lactoid's been amazing. He is opposition.
no,
He
I
is the ops.
know. He is the token white man, as we say, right?
I
Well,
found it,
there's
but
3
they
white
don't
people
break
here
it out by
apparently.
race. Damn.
But no, I'm gonna go ahead and to bed. But it has been a pleasure talking to you guys, and I will see you guys later, hopefully.
Have a good
Take
one.
care.
Rest well.
Be well.
Peace. Been a blast.
Have a good night.
I'm gonna have to bounce soon too, but I'm not gonna leave right now. I don't want it to make it look like I'm running. I'll
Oh
definitely.
no,
Typ-
no.
Typical
shit.
Lactoid.
I'm not streaming, so you're good.
Hey, yo, dude,
I'm
if you
streaming, but
if you want to run, it's fine, man. No, I'm joking. Trying to find
I'm just thinking in the sense, like, while GSU gets his thoughts together, like, you have Walmart employees that make below the poverty line levels of money, and they have to subsidize that by welfare, which is paid for by you, Lactoid. So when you force people to live below the poverty line based on past practices of the country, should there be some sort of ramification and it not be based off of welfare, but actual reparations in the sense that entire generations of people were screwed over and left out in the cold?
so this could be an argument for like certain. It wouldn't even be like a welfare argument. It could be like a minimum wage argument of, well, you don't want to subsidize people who are working, right? And so because that's your money being stolen. I that resonates with me. The only thing is, well, we could also just not take my money. And then there's also the other, and not give it. And then there's the other element of, well, I also don't want to like dictate what other people pay people. But I do recognize that, yeah, it is a little fucked up that you have like a system in place where Walmart essentially uses like government money to subsidize its workforce. That needs to stop one way or another. And if you if you force Walmart to pay them more, and it actually led to like less welfare there, I don't know if I would take that. I mean, that'd be definitely be like a bargain. I have to take a look at the numbers on, but I could take that. I could take that bargain depending on like a pragmatic system.
Well, it's on a wide range. That's like McDonald's, every fast
Right.
food joint, all these places where they're making millions and billions of dollars every year and using welfare to subsidize their employees. So I think the cost benefit analysis kind of weighs out on its own.
Okay, wait. I think I found the numbers.
There we go.
To find the
Just enough time for GSU to get there.
Now Lactoid needs to run.
59.3% of the country is white. The total is 332 million.
Well, make sure you're careful with these numbers because 59% is non-Hispanic white. When you include Hispanic whites, you get like 80%.
Oh, we
Or
get
like
back
a little
into
bit
that
under,
argument.
a little bit under 80%. So don't compare like non-Hispanic whites with like some number with like all whites, including Hispanic whites.
I'm comparing white alone, not Hispanic,
Sure.
to white alone, not Hispanic.
Perfect. Yes, as long as those are the two that are being compared, that's fine.
So that's 196 million.
That's a lot of
So 100, yeah. So 196 million total whites. There are, what's the number for black in here? Black African alone, 13.6.
Wait. So what? Hold on. This before you go with the math. What are you doing?
Hold on, I'm finna tell you. Give me one second.
Cooking the numbers.
All right. All right.
So there's 45 million black people.
So
I've
this
heard
isn't
that.
like a study. I might need to double check the math. I don't know.
Total blacks. Okay. 7.6% of white alone, not Hispanic people make below 15.
I saw 8.1 qualify for the poverty rate.
No. I'm talking about. Okay, no. Hold on.
That's so reasonable.
Hold on. I'm just gonna put this in chat. Oh, this in chat, and I'm gonna put this in chat. These are people making below 15,000. I don't know what poverty rate means, so I wanted to find something that used numbers that were equivalent to what we just saw. But that was Georgia Snap and not a national stat. But we'll just use Georgia Snap as the example.
Okay,
But
then
15.
then all you can say is Georgia then.
No. I think we can extrapolate from this pretty easily.
No, you can't extrapolate the entire demographic
No,
of the
because I
U.S.
don't
from
think
one
it's not-
state that is like has a disproportionate number of black people in it.
15.9.
Um,
Holy shit.
What
And
I'm
Native
saying,
Americans are getting it just as bad.
I don't think SNAP limit by state. Does it really vary that much? It looks like it's. Oh shit! Number of people in the household. I don't think it varies.
This is hold on. This is gonna be a project. I hope you know that.
It kind of sounds like
This
it.
is not gonna be something that you could be like, oh, that's easy, right? Just put no. This is gonna be like you're gonna have to put this together like in a fucking Excel spreadsheet. It's gonna be a pain in
absolutely.
the ass. You have to like highlight shit and add formulas. You can do it. It can happen, but it's not gonna be a fucking like. This is not gonna be a 2-minute ordeal.
GSU can do it. I believe in them.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
I don't know if I have the will to, but
Oh, I feel you.
see what these numbers are.
Your sense of justice isn't that strong.
Social justice. Let's go.
The-
Save
this-
us from a lactoid who doesn't want to pay for roads and bridges.
Yeah, I don't feel like doing this now.
Good deal. So, everybody, you all have a good night. It has been awesome talking to all of you.
Have a good night.
I think this is the
Always a
longest I've
pleasure.
ever talked to lactoid, and this has been
Hold on.
like
What-
truly
What were
enlightening.
your numbers though?
for which
What were the
numbers?
numbers that you read out earlier?
That I read out, or
for the
No,
stat?
that. Yeah.
Between 37 and 40%, depending on the source, go to white people.
Was white, right?
Yep.
yes,
And between
And what
25,
percent was black?
25 and 26.
Okay.
Yeah, and then 10% goes to Hispanic, 2.1% Asian, 1.2%
Yeah.
Native American, which you're going to see there's a pretty large discrepancy there where Native Americans don't get a lot of SNAP, and that's because they have a lot of other federal benefits as well that you have to.
Yeah,
into
no,
the
but all
equation.
I'm saying is that just bolsters my argument even more. Okay. There's theoretically, this is theoretically because there's no way I'm going to crunch actual numbers.
Sure.
So there's 196 million whites. Of that, 7.6 make $15,000 or less. So 7.6% of 196 million is 14 million. So that becomes 14 million whites that qualify for SNAP
Out of that total population.
out of that total population. That's 45 million blacks, 15.9% black alone make less than 15,000, which gives you 7 million blacks, which is half of the number of whites in totality, but a larger representative sample of black people. Given that, it should be shocking to you that hold on, wait. No, hold on, wait. Let me think about this. I have to include races to get you to actually, and I don't feel like doing that. I have to include other races.
I don't think this worked out the way that you wanted it to work.
No, it does, because once I add the other races, you'll see that black people are getting a less proportion of this than they are as represented inside of poverty.
I think you need to run the numbers.
No,
And
what
I-
numbers did he give?
Or I can't remember.
Yeah, they were relatively close, right? What was the numbers like, Tori?
38 to 40 and 25 to 26.
Yeah, so 38, so 25%, right?
25 to 26%.
Yes, but black people represent more than 25% of the population of people that make less than 15,000. So you see how the eligibility.
So they
that's
get
why,
more
that's
SNAP.
why
Yeah.
I told you we can't use. No, but they don't. They don't get the representation in SNAP that they get the representation of poor people. The representation that black people make of poor people is higher than their distribution of SNAP as a percentage. That was my whole point.
I don't know if I'm convinced. So
I'm not even sure. Like,
there's some issues with this methodology.
yeah.
Okay, I'm listening. Because y'all were looking at the census of people. Do y'all remember what my whole clarifying point for y'all was? You can't use the representation of the census of America. You can only use the census of people that could qualify for these programs.
So, no, it depends on the
Then
claim.
you have to look at.
So if the claim is
these are
that,
means
like,
tested programs.
I
So it's
understand
not
that.
getting
Yes,
the whole
I
population.
understand they are means tested programs, right? 100%.
So that means the U.S. You agree that the total U.S. census doesn't matter because the total U.S. census doesn't qualify for our means testing program.
It depends what point you're making. If you're saying that white people disproportionately use SNAP, that's not true because it's a means tested program. Obviously, that's not going to work out.
But they are overrepresented in the amount of funding that they receive. You
can't say that. You don't. You haven't. You have not demonstrated that
You have to
yet.
clarify your argument first of all, and then like.
Okay. I need to get y'all these total numbers, but it's only going to get worse for you as I crunch out others.
Sure. Okay.
But white people, I want to ask you a question without numbers to make sure you would agree with it. And if you say yes, I will absolutely go get the numbers tomorrow. But I don't feel like doing it tonight, and it's like 1:30, and I got a meeting in a little bit. Okay, so would you agree that if we look at poor people and we say 10% of poor people are white, if we say that poor people, whatever this group is, whatever income bound we're using, if we say that though white people make up 10% of poor people, they make up 50% of funding to poor people, would you agree that there's a disproportionality there that is highlighting some systemic issue where even though a small percentage of poor people are white, they are overrepresented in the funding that we give out? Would you agree that that would be representative of a problem, potentially?
Potentially, yeah. It would indicate. It would generate questions. Why is a group with that's such a small group in poverty getting such a disproportionate amount of benefits? 100%.
Okay, so now let's translate this back to the numbers that you gave out, right? Sure. You said that the number for white people was 38 and the number for black people was 24, 26. And then you went down?
26,
whatever, right?
He said.
Right?
I believe he said 26.
Okay. No, hold on. It's 25.
No, what number did you give for white people?
37 to 40.
Okay. Do you agree
upper end
that if we look at
40?
Hold on, wait. I just want to ask a quick question. Do you agree that if we look at the population of poor people, and if white people don't make up 34% of poor people, then they are overrepresented in the beneficiary of social program? It's the same question I just asked you. I've just now included the numbers that you gave me. So the answer should be simple.
I can't say that, right? Because
but you just said it before.
No, I said if you saw like such a grand disparity, that would indicate some issues with me. When we're talking about SNAP qualifications, first of all, it's not going to be the same in every state. It's going to be different wherever you go. There's also
I agree that the numbers can be slightly different.
The numbers are going to be significantly different.
Adjusted for you can adjust this for standard of living in those states. It's still going to be representative that white people aren't 34 point whatever, 37 point whatever percent of poor people. I don't care what the fuck numbers you do. I don't care what the fuck state you look at, what income class you look at. There's not going to be that 40% of poor people in this country are white, given whatever the fuck state you look at. That's my point. There's a bigger percentage of the funding going to a smaller percentage of the poor people, which you agreed earlier that that could be representative of an issue. But now that we use
You
white
said
people
potentially.
numbers, yeah, potentially. But now that we use white people numbers, all of a sudden it's like, no, that's not a problem. That's weird, right? You agreed to the same premise, but when I inject the word white and I inject 37% and I ask you virtually the same question, all of a sudden it's like, no, that's not a problem.
No, I think you changed the argument a little bit because but I'll let Lack go ahead and answer.
No, go ahead, Corey, 'cause I'm just as
listening.
confused as you are.
Yeah, because if I remember like your argument like correctly, because you use like whatever 40% of white people, and then like 10% of white people are poor, but then you brought in like also like if you include the entirety of poor people, and then you brought in like lactoid percentages. That's
No. Let me be clear on what I said. Okay.
Sure.
I said, hey, let's use a wild hypothetical because I want to make sure we agree in concept. So I said if white people were 10% of poor people, but they made up 40% of the funding to poor people, would that be representative of a problem? And y'all both said yes without thinking about it.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
Okay. So when I say the same exact thing, but I just include the same situation, all of a sudden you say no. So I said, if white people made up, his number was 38% of whatever the fuck the number was of people that receive SNAP are white. But if they aren't 38% of poor people, isn't that representative of a problem? And then all of a sudden y'all said no. So I asked the same exact question. I just injected a racial group into one of them, and all of a sudden y'all became like, wait, no, that's not a problem.
Well, no, I don't think either of us reacted that way. Like I'm just trying to like draw like the parallel how the argument is like changing per se, where it's not
changing, right?
So more population, but they're receiving more in benefits than the other population.
Well, so there's significantly more in like so 15 point what was like I think even your math pointed out like so this right here
190.
So 15.9 million white people are in poverty, 8.5 million black people are in poverty.
No. It was 14 million white people in poverty and 7 million black people.
I think your math. I mean, this is just a website that I found that's giving these numbers. I don't know.
You did wait? Did you do poverty or did you do below 15,000?
I did poverty, right?
I specifically sent you the link that talks about only below 15,000. So that's the numbers I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the numbers you're looking at.
Okay, so what? So you're using 15,000 as some kind of like benchmark to what you think SNAP is going to be on average, as opposed to the federal government's definition of poverty level.
The federal government's definition of poverty isn't tied to SNAP, correct? Or do you think it is? Maybe
I don't know. I suppose there's probably I honestly don't know. I don't know what all the requirements are for SNAP in every state.
That's perfectly fine. Does it say what they consider poverty?
Guessing it's going to be different by area. It's also going to be different by how big of a family.
It kind of varies by state.
Varies by
Federal
state.
Poverty level varies by state. Yeah. So
such a weird
contiguous United States
varies by state.
Like going by Alaska, it's $4,000, like close to $5,000. By Hawaii, it's close to $6,000.
Can you tell me what it is in Georgia?
Let's see.
It's gonna be something like 25K. But I want to know what it says.
Yeah, about 26K, 4 persons.
Exactly, that's what I thought.
Here, wait. So according to this website right here, white people make up 42% of America's poor. Black people make 28% of America's poor.
Yes, but those
per capita, correct?
Basically, those numbers are drastically higher than what the SNAP benefits are.
No, the SNAP
He just-
benefits. No,
and-
there's
and-
no. Listen. So 42% of white, like America's poor, is 42% white,
Yeah,
and
no,
they get, and the SNAP recipients are
no,
40%. Listen.
You're comparing apples and oranges.
I'm not. Let
It's
me
the federal
finish my apples and oranges. Let me finish my apples and
Go
oranges
ahead.
comparison.
I
and
asked
you
you
can
the same
address it.
question. Go ahead.
Okay, white people make up 42% of America's poor, and white people use up 40% of America's SNAP benefits. Black people make up 28% of America's poor, and black people use about 25% of America's SNAP benefits. So really, both white people and black people are using slightly less SNAP benefits than they are poor. So really, like, there's some people in the poverty line, below the poverty line, that aren't even collecting SNAP. But
Okay.
it's roughly the same percentage for both white and black people.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you before. Do you agree that the federal poverty level has absolutely nothing to do with SNAP and trying to correlate those two
I
numbers?
don't
doesn't make
know. I don't. But you don't. You don't know either. You just you put
wait.
15,000. Like
I
that
asked
makes
you-
sense.
I asked you. No, because that was the number in Georgia. That's what I'm using data. So I asked you, what's the federal poverty level on the thing you're looking at for Georgia? In Georgia, the SNAP benefit cutoff level is 15,000. I didn't pull 15,000 out of my ass. I used the actual number from SNAP. You're using the poverty rate out of your ass because the numbers are going to be wildly higher than what it is for SNAP. That's why I told you I don't care about that poverty rate number. I care about what the SNAP benefit number is. So can you tell me, looking at the list that you're looking at, can you give me any state and tell me what the listed federal poverty rate is? And it's going to be drastically higher than the actual SNAP benefit level. That's what I've been telling you the whole time. So can you give me any state, whatever link, or can you link me the link that you're looking at?
No,
Anything.
I mean, I'll link some of the things I'm looking at, but I'm not going to
Go state by state,
I'm not gonna
Lactoid.
I'm not going to go state by
No,
state.
I'm telling you to name one. I'm not telling you to go state by state.
No,
Name
but
anything.
naming one gets us nowhere in a country of 320 million people in 50 states.
It has nothing to do with the people. We can look at the poverty rate that's set by the federal government. We can go to that same state. We can look at the SNAP benefit cutoff level, and we can see, are those numbers close? That's what I'm trying to get you to do. In Georgia, they're not close. He just said it was 25K for Georgia for the poverty level. The SNAP benefit level is 15,000. I'm trying to get you to name me any state, and I will go look up the SNAP benefit cutoff for that state to see if it's relative.
Wait. So here's the problem with like the apples and oranges comparison. The SNAP recipients numbers I'm giving you at 40% and 25%, those are federal numbers, and you're applying them to Georgia. You don't know what the racial breakdown of SNAP benefits is in Georgia.
I'm first trying to dispel the myth that we should look at the poverty level that you're looking at. Let's take this one by one. Can you give me any state on the list of 50 states you're looking at and tell me what the federal poverty rate is? Or can you drop the link in the chat and I'll do it myself? That's all I'm asking. Just list out one state and one number. I don't feel like that's a lot. It feels like you're trying to Google to find one that's close, so you don't want to give one.
But I'm not sure what argument you're trying to make, though. Personally,
I've just explained it 3,000 times. I'll explain it once more. Tell me the federal poverty rate on the link that y'all are looking at. List any state and the number. That's all I'm asking for. I feel like that's not unreasonable. That's not a lot. That's simple as fuck. You can say California, 68,000. You can say a state and a fucking number, and I'm gonna look up the SNAP benefits for that state to see how much do they differ. That's simple, right?
But you just did it with Georgia. Why can't? But okay, so going. But you did it with you just did it with Georgia, right?
Yes, but I want to see if it's a pattern. So I asked you to just name anything, so I can keep going and looking through. Because in my head, the federal poverty rate has nothing to do with SNAP. So I want to make sure of that. I want to go state by state, go through 3 or 4, and at least see, is it wildly different in all cases? I've seen that it's wildly different in the past, but I'm trying to make sure I'm not misrepresenting something.
I mean, I'll even grant you that it is probably different, as I just in whether correct or not, just intuitively I can recognize that probably whatever the federal government defines as poverty doesn't necessarily overlap with whatever the SNAP qualifications are for each state.
So looking at the proportionality of white people that belong to the federal poverty rate and the proportionality of them receiving SNAP benefits doesn't make sense. That's why I said it's apples and oranges. The the buckets to get you to those groups are wildly different. So
Okay,
it doesn't make
sure.
sense to say, oh, it's 40% here, it is 40% there.
Sure.
That seems reasonable. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
okay.
saying.
Yeah, fine. That's I think that is fair. But then to answer the question of who is disproportionately benefiting from SNAP, then you have to literally go state by state and carry out each. And as far as I can tell, at least that's my understanding so far. Is that
I agree. And that's what I said. We can do. I can do that. But I first wanted y'all to just name a state and name the goddamn poverty rate.
well, you know,
I feel like it was
lactoids.
like pulling teeth.
Lactoids Canadian is gonna name a province.
Well, yeah, that's cool.
But at least like based off of the articles that I'm reading, like there does not seem to be like
I would say there's probably no correlation between those two numbers.
yeah, you're probably right. But also at the same time, again, this is just like a small sampling of articles that I'm browsing. But it does seem like,
Quick
generally
thing,
speaking,
Yeah.
pardon me.
Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, we're doing quick things. We're not being complete scientists here.
Words like it seems like African American households either like they are getting SNAP or they're disproportionately benefiting from SNAP based off of these articles' definitions that you're using, which might be flawed.
Why do you say they're disproportionately represented?
Well, so I'll link the article in the chat where they say
Wait, which chat?
the StreamYard one. I'll do it right now.
Oh, gotcha. I see it. Yes, it's talking about percentage of the population, which is what I think is completely a sleight of hand. The representation of the
Yeah, it might
U.S.
be.
census population has nothing to do with the amount of people who should qualify for SNAP.
Yeah.
Well, so in this
These-
article, they're
these
talking
circle
22.4%. 22.4% of African American households. That's not the numbers we're getting from other sources.
Yeah, you may very well be right that using the census numbers, it might be a flawed methodology. But then you have to go through your methodology. You'd have to carry out the analysis to prove that it is a flawed methodology.
Well, wait. I don't have to go through that analysis to know that it's flawed. You understand that the entirety of the U.S. population isn't available for means testing. So using those numbers can only be disingenuous. It's irrelevant to the conversation of what percent of Black people should be receiving funds from SNAP. You agree that there is no way to correlate those two numbers: U.S. population representation and SNAP representation.
Yeah, no,
So
you're
any article that does that as a
Yeah.
premise, by definition, is being bad faith.
Yeah, no. Well, I don't know about bad faith, but sometimes you have to go like sometimes a flawed methodology is better than no methodology, as in just to tease out. It might be a limited understanding, but this is kind of like best available for. I don't know why the numbers that you want don't exist. There might be either good or bad reasons for that. So as far as I know, like I'm pretty sure if it's the same in Canada of like when it comes to tracking data or just like health data, like it varies by province. I imagine tracking data like that probably varies by state, and maybe some states are better than others. Where it's like, yeah,
Given this nuance, why wouldn't the articles that say Black people are overrepresented ever do any analysis at the state level? Why would they all try to use the federal population of Black people in their arguments, knowing that that's flawed?
I don't know how data is retrieved in the United States, but not every, at least in
You
Canada,
agree
not.
that no data scientist would ever look at your representation of population to say if you're overrepresented in SNAP, right? You agree that we're just here talking about this on Twitch. Somebody's job that is trying to put out data, a .org that's trying to put out economic census data. We all agree that if a data scientist at that program decides, I'm going to look at the number of people in the population that are Black, that they're either stupid or bad faith. There is no in between. There's only those two options.
I don't know if it's that black and white.
What
like,
other possible reason?
well,
would a
so
data scientist
okay, like I'm a scientist, but I'm not a data scientist. I'm definitely not an epidemiologist, and I don't deal with public health data like this. But I can just speculate in terms of like to answer, if you want to gain an understanding, you don't always have access to the tools that you want. And so, like I said, even coming to a flawed understanding is better than no understanding sometimes, where you can still.
Because you draw really, I feel like a lot of white people in this country have these real bad ideas because of these flawed things. And I don't think these things are flawed. I think these things are intentionally done this way. Because if you look at our government,
You need to prove that.
there was a push to call welfare black in this country. It started with what president was it? I can't remember. It started the whole welfare queens meme and representing welfare as black, even though black people don't get the disproportionate funds from welfare. There's been targeted campaigns to paint to white people, typically poor white people, that black people are some kind of way disproportionately getting more than what they should. This is why we should lower our taxes, because we're wasting money on these poor ass black people. This thing has been consecrated in media and in our legislators. So the idea that I can't say that extracting from that these people who are doing obvious junior college level bad things and serving on like all of these different organizations, the fact that I can't call that malice is wild. That's
But
malice.
I think you can call it like flawed methodology and maybe even bad method. It's hard for me to say like I agree with you that there can be bad actors with bad intentions. And totally there are whatever think tanks and groups that put out with malice or let's say bad intentions, bad data to serve a narrative. It's hard to tease out like in every single article that like to attribute malice to everything. Like I have to go by case like basis. But I agree with you and I take your point that totally certain narratives are built on bad analyses and bad methodology. But I don't know that I can discount every single narrative or analysis.
Simple question. If you ran an organization and somebody wanted to do the study of proportionality of SNAP benefits to racial groups, and they said, hey, as my y-axis, I'm going to use the percentage of black people in the population, not the percentage of black people that are eligible for those programs, do you think you would sanction that?
If that's the question becomes is what is the better analysis you have access to, as in like the analysis. I agree with you that the analysis that you want
to have access to anything but that. Would you use that?
Yeah, probably.
We don't have enough data to research.
Well, no, because like this I would agree with you. This is kind of like low resolution data of like. Because just like
resolution, because it's non-correlated.
No, not necessarily.
That's how malicious it is. It's not even correlated.
No, like guys. I would agree with you. Like it's taking like looking at voter habits. It's like sampling like one state to see how the entire country is going to vote in the upcoming election. I agree with you. That would be like bad methodology. But what I would say is like if no other state is willing to like do polling and you don't have access to that state, then I would say do it anyways.
What it is it's like polling a province in Canada and saying that this is how Americans will act.
I wouldn't go that far. I think that's a little bit too much of a stretch.
Proportionality, the difference that groups experience in America and looking at their proportionality as a percentage of the population to their economic outcomes is extremely wild and stupid. It doesn't make sense. It's like going to Mexico and saying, well, hey, they wanted this legislation, so Americans must want it. It's that non-corollary. Like,
I have to bounce, guys. I have a few other arguments against reparations that we didn't get to.
I know some of the other ones.
I did get to Corey with a few of them. So,
cool. I can still amend them.
Yeah,
and as long as in your arguments you don't use non-corollary data, I'm fine. I can do it.
Here. I'll steel man before you go. I'll steel man your argument. Give me like 1 minute. Okay. Yes. So just to ask you the question, I might not have to make an argument. Are you for reparations for slavery?
Me.
Yes.
I am, but I never politically probably try to. If I had political power, it'd be the last thing I fought for on reparation. I fight for things that are more recent because I think it's more reasonable. I also think it's easier to deduce the population group that would be attributed said reparations.
Okay, yeah, as you understand probably that it's an issue of like going back so far back in time to.
It's not that it's going so far back in time, is that historically Black people weren't allowed documentation that would allow them to trace themselves to.
Yeah,
who those are. So if we lived in a country where we weren't denying black people birth certificates and social security numbers and taking their property and these type of things, I'd probably be more in favor of it because I could tie myself back to my great-great-grandmother. But in a world where we were systemically denied access to any documentation that we would then use to say that we're directly related, that's why I think it's implausible. Only
Okay.
Agreed.
Fair.
only because of how bad the injustice
It's very
is,
unique.
because I disagree with it.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can end it there.
Cool.
I like that.
But we found out that Lactoid is pro reparations. He's pro reparations for the GI Bill. He's pro reparations for federal housing loans. And there's probably other things we can get him to agree. So this is cool. We found out that Lactoid is pro reparations. This is awesome.
We don't got to stop there.
Sure.
You know, I'm also pro reparations for everybody who was taxed. They should get their money back from everybody who used their taxes. So all welfare recipients owe money.
It's
to,
infrastructure week, people.
If we can claw it back, it goes back to who it belongs to.
He agrees that he also agrees, this is true, that there's a severity level and that we may apply a different repayment to people based off the severity of the condition they were subjected to. He also agrees that taxes are less severe than the implications of
For sure.
slavery.
Well, not about slavery. We're talking about the GI Bill, right? So in the same way, like access to GI Bill, there was difference in access.
Even
to
you would
certain
say
programs.
GI.
Yeah, but also like I should get honestly reparations for the fact that I'm not eligible for like minority grants in my city. That should be something that I'm owed money for, particularly. And then I should also get reparations for my college admissions. I should get reparations. I deserve a paycheck.
Wait. I just want to ask you one quick question. So you're saying that you should get reparations because you don't qualify for the
Yes.
minority loans.
Yes,
Do you
I
agree
have
that minorities should get reparations for the majority loans that they're systemically denied? They're systemically denied and everything.
With no, I'm saying we did it systemically. Like if there's any public loans that say like the GI Bill, you can't get it if you're black, then yeah. But this is different. I can't get it because I'm white, and this I'm owed reparations.
So no, I think we're agreeing, but I'm just trying to make sure we agree. Okay, so let's go back to the 10 loan scenario that we talked about. Okay, there's 9 loans that you can apply for. And there's 10 loans that I can apply for. I think if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is for that 10th loan that I can apply for because I'm black, you deserve some sort of reparation because you couldn't get it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what I'm saying is, and we can agree with that for the sake of this example. I wouldn't agree with any other condition.
Sure, but okay.
Sake of this example, I'll agree with it. Okay, now what I'm asking you is, let's say we found out that black people are severely underrepresented in the loans, those first 9 loans that are majority of the funding.
Why?
And that potentially there's systemic bias that causes them to not be able to receive those loans.
You'd have to prove that.
No, let's say it was proven.
Oh.
So if it was proven that, hey, systemically, these things are biased against black people, whereas this one loan that you can't apply for that's usually small as shit, and the whole entire population of black people is trying to get, that one loan, you might get reparations. So let's say there's a $10,000 loan. Hey, we should find
that little one over there,
reparations. But the other $100 million loans that this country gives, then we would be entitled for reparations for that. I think it's a fair trade. I love it. Appreciate it, Lactoid.
I think maybe there's I don't know. I think there's a little bit of it's gonna be a lot of math we're gonna have to do to figure out what everybody is owed. It's gonna be
as long as we use correlated data, it'll be fine. It'll all work out. Cool, man. This is dope. I'm happy to hear that you're pro reparations, dude. I figured you'd be pro reparations. I just had to ask you the questions.
He's Canadian. We're nice people. Pretty soon he'll agree that he's Canadian.
So if I see you somewhere on a panel, or I see you talking on a panel, and the concept of reparations come up, can I suspect that you'll bring up, hey, I think the black people that were denied the GI Bill deserve reparations. Hey, I think the people that were denied federal housing loans were reparations. If it's proven to me that the government was creating policy so that bank loans were not insured for black people, then I think maybe those affected people should have reparations too. So if you're on a panel about reparations you'll probably argue in favor of reparations. You might not argue in favor of slavery reparations, but there's a plethora of other reparations you'd argue for.
Sure. I suppose there's some reparations. Now
Yeah.
this would be discounted by all the government aid received by that individual from that point forward. That's got to be factored in as well. So we got to do the math on that as well.
I agree. I love this. So let's say reparations
Oh, God damn it.
$400,000, and we like, hey, you received
400,000. That's kind of steep. But
yeah. No, I'm just throwing out random numbers. I don't
sure.
think
Maybe it comes out to that. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say that we say, hey, you received $400,000, but you've received food stamps and things before, and you received a small amount because unfortunately you're black, and even though you're overrepresented in poor people, you're going to be underrepresented funding. So hey, we're going to subtract 10K. We're going to give you 390. So hey, out of the 400, you'll only get 390 because you did get some. I can agree with it. This is beautiful.
If it's specifically to the people who were like alive and had the injustice put against them, I'm much more open to it.
Yeah,
that
this
makes
is-
sense.
See, this is amazing, man. This is amazing.
Restitution.
I found in conversations that it's much easier to get people on the right to agree with reparations than people on the
Hey,
far
I'm
left.
getting some too now, so yeah, I'm cool with it now, right? I'm not paying.
We can
As long
take,
as the
we
white
can
man's involved.
as long as I'm getting a little bit, yeah, it's
we're right now
I
we're
make my house
focused
payment.
on reparations that you believe black people should be owed. We'll talk about the other ones at a later date.
Oh,
right
it
now-
always the can always gets kicked down the road, Gambit. I've seen this trick before.
No. And so I think this is due to just the political voice that exists in this country. There's more talks about reparations for black people. So I think it's more on the nose to talk about how you might feel about reparations for black people. But I do think there's a space to talk about other types of reparations as well. But right now it seems like the reparations for black people, due to the historic systemic injustices that are happening, seems like that one is more pressing right now in the public eye. So that's why I asked you specifically for your opinions on that.
Yeah.
I appreciate your response. This is amazing.
Yeah, no.
We have a new ally, Watercott.
Oh, no, I agree. It's been a great ride. Damn it. We're still here.
Until next week, everyone.
Yeah.
I gotta go to
Corey,
bed as
go-
well.
Go
Catch
whip your
y'all.
kids.
It's been great.
No kid whipping.
I want to be on that panel so bad because I really don't agree with
Listen.
corporal punishment for children. It made me
Listen.
an asshole.
I'm pretty
So-
sure Lactoid's on my side too, pretty strongly.
Yeah,
What?
just based on the empirical data I've seen.
Did you ever have to go
There's no
get the switch, Gambit? Did you
No,
ever have to
wait,
go
wait,
get the
wait.
switch?
Wait. You definitely don't want to talk about empirical data on this topic because there's none. The methodology of every one of these studies sucks. Ass. Corey, we've talked about this before, but guess what? We'll talk about it maybe again Monday.
Yeah,
If
I
I
hope
can
so.
make
Yeah. If I
Yeah.
can find the time on if I can get out fast enough
All,
on Monday,
and when
I want to
say
be on.
all, I really mean all. So I want y'all to have as many hyperlinks as you possibly can have. And I will ask you like 2 or 3 simple questions, and you'll notice that none of those studies control for that. And they're some of the most important things. But we'll talk about it Monday if I can make it.
Damn it.
If you you're gonna run, you're already preparing to run.
No.
I'm running. Love you guys. Peace.
Take care.
I
Peace.
typically don't have a lot of time. I specifically, when I can make it, I make it. But I usually don't have a lot of time.
Fair enough. Well, I
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for swinging on by. Oh boy, I was trying to figure out Twitch interface is not good. I was trying to like do shit and it just was not working. But there we go. We are going to go ahead and well, first what we're going to do is first one I want to do is thank you all for tuning in. If you are not followed to my channel and you like the content, please go ahead and give me a follow. And we're going to go ahead and rate out into Prime Kais as this is part of the reparations here. We're gonna rate on out into Prime, And yeah, catch you all later.
The Nazis are responsible. What's your point?
Okay. Well, then, I'd call that murder. They killed those people.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we
No,
call it
no,
genocide.
that's
Well, it's